Good, everyone, into this regular meeting for the Township of Puslinch, December 18th, 2024. And I will start with roll call. Councilor Lewis. Present. Councilor Bailey.
Here.
Councilor Hurst.
Present.
And Councilor Goyda.
Present.
All right, what's our next item? Moment of reflection. Get now. There's your moment of reflection. Do you have confirmation of the agenda, please, Ms. White Fox?
The council approves the December 18th, 2024 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. 6.1.9 questions received from council, seeking additional information in the corresponding responses provided by staff, and comments received from the Puslinch Lake Conservation Association regarding the zoning amendment application for the property 1873 Town Line Road.
Thanks. Okay, move for that, please. Councilor Lewis, Councilor Goyda. Any questions or comments? All in favor? It's carried. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Councilor Goyda.
Item 9.6.1, which is the construction donation for Badena storage shed. The recommendation includes my employer, and therefore I have a conflict in any discussions or decisions.
All right, flipping through 18 pages to get to that section. 9.6.1.
Yeah.
Notes. Okay. Any others? Okay, thank you. And then believe you're gonna go to closed.
The council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of a confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And there's two verbal reports related to human resource matters on that item, and then a confidential report regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board in accordance with section 3.14 of the bylaw enforcement policy.
All right, can you move for that, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Spillis, all in favor? It's carried.
All right, so any attendees that are currently on the line, we are going into closed session, so we'd actually ask you to exit the meeting, and you're welcome to come back on around 10 a.m. So again, just another reminder for the attendees that are still on the call, we are headed into a closed session. So we'd ask that you just exit the webinar, and then you're welcome to rejoin at 10 a.m.
Just remind me if you would move them, we'll be able to join.
We'll just give a few more minutes here. One last attendee that we still need to just exit the webinar.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I want to inform that I declared pecuniary interest on item 14.2 in left council chambers. The general nature of the pecuniary interest is that I was a previous employee of the township and submitted that in writing to the CAO. So I actually have.
The council moves into open session at 10:14 a.m.
Are you move for that, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Goyda, all in favor? Carried.
And the council receives the two confidential reports regarding personal matters of identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees. And both of those were 14.1 and 14.2 and were in relation to human resource matters. And 14.3, confidential report regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board in accordance with section 3.14 of the municipal or the bylaw enforcement policy, and that staff proceed as directed.
I didn't know this, but can I even vote on receiving that? Because 14.2 is in it and declared pecuniary? We
you want me to separate them out or do you want to just?
I'll just abstain. from
Okay.
All of it.
That's good. So then-
Who was
Chair.
chairing it? And then it was out.
And so who do we have moving and seconding? And then,
Thanks, Councilor Lewis. I believe we have Mrs. Sand up first for 1.2.1.
let's see what we're at here.
Still, municipal insurance.
I believe we have. Hold here, I'm gonna double check. I believe it's just Jason on the call this morning, Mrs. Hand, for the insurance report.
Yes, and I believe Colin Smith as well.
All right, welcome. Sorry, I was distracted. Just didn't come up. This is your report, Mrs. Sand.
Yes, so good morning, council. So this is just our annual insurance renewal report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from council. Jason and Colin are also here if there are more technical questions that I'm not able to answer. But again, this is just the renewal for January 1st, 2025 that's recommended by staff.
Excellent. Mrs. White Fox, give me the resolution, the recommendation, sorry, please.
Yes, that report FIN 2024-031 entitled the 2025 municipal insurance be received and the council authorize awarding the municipal insurance coverage and services contract to Intact Public Entities Incorporated for the policy term of January 1st, 2025 to January 1st, 2026.
Excellent. Very good mover for that, please. Councilor Spillis, Councilor Hurst. Council, any questions? Councilor Spillis?
Yes, a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to understand the procurement process we used to go sole source basically with this particular company.
The procurement is specific to our audit services procurement. This isn't actually sole source. We did go through a quote process, I believe in the previous year, where we changed from Marsh to Intact. So we did receive two quotes, one from Marsh and one from Intact. We did go with the lower quoted option, and we recommended Intact at that time. Similar to audit services for insurance proposals, typically they run for a 3 to 5 year term. And basically, if the proposal did come out at a much higher cost than the previous year, then we could look at obtaining a second quote from another insurance company as well. So with insurance, Intact's proposal was more competitive than the industry pricing increase, and it also aligned with the recommended 25,000 deductible. Obtaining quotes from multiple insurance companies includes like completing very detailed questionnaires and application forms tailored to each insurer. And switching insurance companies also requires a lot of external technical expert support to thoroughly review each proposal to ensure there are no gaps in coverage. So for 2025, it was recommended that we continue with Intact because their proposal was competitive with the industry pricing increases that we're seeing.
Well, I'm good in the fact that there was a 4-year or 5-year window associated with this particular company. Next question I have is, do we have an estimate of the premium would be if we went to a $50,000 deductible?
Yeah, so I would like Jason to maybe speak to that. He did provide me with some estimates recently. So Jason, if you can just speak to that as well as your recommendation based on other municipalities.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. So as you know, your general liability deductible is 25,000, but some of your other deductibles are a little bit lower. So for example, your property deductible is 10,000. Your heavy vehicle deductible is 10,000, and then all other vehicles are 5,000. So To increase all of those to 50,000 would result in a savings of just over $21,000. That said, Colin and I went through a process where we looked at other municipalities of your size, and the average deductible is anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. So at this point, it would not be a recommendation for us to increase the deductible to 50,000. Just the financial risk is just far too great in our opinion.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor Bailey?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, maybe a couple questions, just piggybacking on Councilor Sepoulis's questions, just in terms of the process. So I think that's fine. My question is there in the intention, Mary, to go for a competitive bidding process prior to January 1, 2026 again?
So it really depends on what type of renewal we get. And because we've just recently started again with Intact, that wasn't the intention. We do have several other RFPs that we do need to go through in 2025 and 2026. So the goal is that Jason and Colin bring back a really good rate for 2026, and then we don't have to go through the whole RFP process, because again, these types of services similar to audit, they range from 3 to 5 years in keeping with the service.
Okay, I think just the optics of a municipality going through a bidding process, I think quite palatable from my standpoint, from a transparency perspective, but I understand where you're coming at, that, you know, if renewals within the range deemed acceptable, that would be fine. So I'll leave it at staff, but just my comment would be is, you know, and I realize that it's an HR challenge and the time that goes through it, but I think for transparency, it's always a nice process to go through regardless. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councilor Gordon?
The only really question that I had is if there is this coverage compared to last year's coverage, if there's any substantial changes, if you could just briefly touch on what those might be.
Yeah, Jason can touch on that.
Yeah, for sure. So there's not substantial changes to the policy. Newly acquired buildings and equipment has been increased from 8.5 million to 9 million, just to add some broader coverage. In terms of the property coverage, we went through a process with staff to identify if there was any discrepancies in some of the buildings or equipment that needed adjustments. From our standpoint, we increased the property coverage by 5%. We increased it by 5% this year just to account for increased labor cost and reconstruction cost. So that was accounted for. And then finally, on the auto side, there's been a slight change to the reporting process for car insurance in the middle of the term. The way it will work now is that if you add a vehicle, you will not be charged any additional premium for the remainder of the term. And conversely, if you delete a vehicle, we will not refund you any premium for the remainder of the term. In the township's history, we haven't seen many deletions of vehicles. So this should end up being a net positive for the township.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned our deductible for property is 10K, but that doesn't mean structures. We recently had a shed fire, so physical structures, the deductible is 25. Property, that's just property damage per se.
So yeah, on some of the structures, it's 10,000, but for some of the structures on the schedule, it could vary slightly. Correct.
Right, 'cause I was under the understanding that our shed was the 25K deductible, but if that's not the case, we might want to review what we're doing, but maybe not. Okay, so last year we were told, even previous to last year, we went through years of significant increase in premiums. One of those justifications, along with likely others, was that we had a significant claim originally it was a 5-year window that it was looked at. Then it's my understanding, I could be wrong, that then insurers said, no, we're going to look at significant claims out to 10 years. And that's why we saw this steep incline that's in the report. and it states that, oh, no, you actually did receive some discount. Because there was a term for that one-off claim. But I want you to explain to me, how was it that it was relayed to us that we would potentially see a discount when that 10-year anniversary came? Where was the disconnect there? Because it's, from just a personal perspective, it seems like, that claim was used to justify significant increases. And then when it's off the books, it's like, oh no, by the way, that wasn't really driving your increases. So there was some communication disconnect there, and I'd like some explanations. I think it's important for the public to know that, what really transpired there.
Yeah, I think Colin, are you on the call here? I think Colin would be best to handle this one from Intact Public Entities. Oh, yeah.
Yep, I'm here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Thanks, Mayor and Council for having me. To answer your question, so a little bit of history. So I'm going back. Intact Public Entities was previously the Frank Callan Company. So prior to 2020, when the township last went to market and switched insurers to your previous one before coming back to us, we had enjoyed about a 20-year long business relationship with the township. We insured you actually even farther back than that. So the large claim that you were on risk for occurred in 2014. That claim settled in 2016 while we were still on risk. And I think if you go back in the history there, you'll notice that even though there was such a large claim on the books, the premium did not jump significantly. So our point of view is that we want to keep stable premiums, right, over the long term. So I think if you look back, you'll see that with IPE, we've been doing this for about 90 years. Unfortunately, when the township went to market, you had gone with a different insurer, and that insurer at the time looked at a 5-year window. Because of our experience in this industry, we always have looked at a 10-year claims window because we understand the long tail nature of the claims and how long they take to settle. So I can't speak to the dialogue that your previous insurer relayed to the township from 2020 to 2024 when we became back on risk. But because that claim was one that our insurers paid, we have already accounted for that in the pricing, which is why we have still been able to maintain stability, even when your previous insurer was citing large increases. So the increase from when they started insuring the township in 2020 at just under $100,000 to all the way back up to the price that we had the township at in 2020 is showing some instability there in their pricing and their models. So I can't speak to how they were using that claim as a forecast for their premiums, but to the comments that we've already included it, because it is a claim that we've paid for, it is considered a shock loss. So it's one that does not happen very often and is of significant cost. The actuaries and underwriters have already factored that into our current pricing.
No, I appreciate that. I'm happy with the report. One thing I would like staff to do, if they have time, is, I don't know if every member was here when we last went to market for our insurance costs, and it's a lot of work, put it in simple terms, because it's a line by line comparison of the policy. So I don't know, Mary, if you have an estimate that you can provide council at a later time, the cost of those reviews, because Councillor Hurst, I might be picking on you a little bit, but I'm supportive of the, having an insurance provider for a window, as long as the increases are palatable to the council. But we need to know the cost of going to those reviews, because if we shorten that window, we might spend 50 grand to save 5. So
Yeah.
that's important to know. So
Well, I can just tell you the external technical consultant support that we had, just because no one in the township is actually an insurance expert. We did need specific expertise. That was approximately 10,000. So that right there is a lot of the cost, but also staff time and resources as well.
Yep. it'd just be good information for council to know, if we start discussing going out early or deviating from that policy, so. Councilor Spruce?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that staff advise council, with respect to this insurance, whether, they're, in the future, whether or not they're gonna go with an RFP. Or are they gonna continue with the status quo? I think it's important for us to have that, inkling well beforehand in case, as Councilor Hurst pointed out, in case there's a concern with transparency on that.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? No. So, I had a mover
Yes,
second,
you
right?
did, yeah.
So all in favor? Great, thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Report, so there's one listed at 10:35.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have this.
We do have a plan number, and line 2 that I can bring over. It just be just coming, just going over.
So we're moving to item 9.4.1 on the agenda. I apologize for anybody joining us virtually. We will be bouncing around this agenda throughout the day. A lot of it is to facilitate people that are affected, so. All right, and the interns came around. And this, I can't read that. I'm getting old.
Jesse's just.
But his title, what does it say? Remember we had feedback once that the people.
I don't think we've communicated that to him, so he doesn't, but we can go
Can
forward.
you adjust it? Anyways, we'll wait for Jesse to turn the camera on and then we'll have Ms. White Fox read the resolution.
Okay, so should I begin on 1873, 1873 Town Line Road?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so the application for 1873 Town Line Road, it's a zoning bylaw, it's an application for zoning bylaw amendment. The application proposes to bring the existing recreational trailer storage use into compliance with the Pushland zoning bylaw and implement MDS formula requirements regarding a consent application that was approved. The report also, the recommendation that I have recommends approval of the application for zoning bylaw amendment, along with some additional items for implementation. So for example, having a 5-meter setback from the residential parcel. I've also recommended inclusion of a holding provision. So the purpose of the holding provision is to prohibit the outdoor recreational trailer storage on the subject lands until a site plan has been approved and a site plan agreement has been entered into. I went through the background at the public meeting, so I don't believe I need to go through all of that again.
All right, good recommendation, Ms. White Fox.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Yeah, so my recommendation was to approve the application for zoning bylaw amendment.
No problem, Jesse. I'm just gonna have Ms. White Fox read the formal recommendation.
That report PD 20, oops, I'll just double check it, 2024-011 entitled zoning bylaw amendment application recommendation report for the property 1873 Town Line Road be received. And whereas the township and its expert consultants are satisfied with the application to amend the zoning of the property 1873 Town Line Road through their comprehensive review of the submission materials. And whereas the township's planning consultant has recommended the use of a holding provision that prohibits the outdoor recreational trailer storage on the subject lands as detailed in the draft bylaw attached to Schedule A, until all requirements identified in the holding provision have been completed to the satisfaction of the township. Therefore, be it resolved that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment for the property 1873 Town Line Road, and the council give 3 readings to bylaw 2024-073 as presented, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-2023 as amended, being the township's zoning bylaw of the township of Lynch.
Thank you. David, move your thought, please. Councilor Spillis, Councilor Harris, comments, questions?
Yes, question for Jesse. First of all, this is storage. Why is this not considered a commercial, rezoning to a commercial property?
So the reason why in this particular case, the outdoor storage of recreational vehicles has been considered is because we're looking to the county official plan. These are designated secondary agricultural areas. The secondary agricultural area designation, it does allow for small scale industrial and commercial uses. So the application for zoning bylaw amendment does conform to the County of Wellington official plan, in my opinion. There was an analysis of scale that was included in the report that I had prepared. So regarding that, I looked at some comparables for this type of use within other municipalities within the rural designation, and this is something that's comparable to what other municipalities have allowed.
Next question, this is staff again. With respect to landscaping, screening the storage site from both Town Line Road and from Whistler Lake residents, is that going to be part of the site plan?
Yes, it will be. Those details will be sorted out through the site plan process.
And what is the public process for that? Is there a public process associated with that?
There is no public process associated with site plan approval.
So just to add to Jesse's comment, typically, no, there's no public process. We do have the ability for council to bring forward the information to a public session if council feels like there is public interest that would warrant a public meeting, not a meeting, but at a council meeting or something like that. So the council does have that opportunity to do that. In addition, with the holding provision needing to be lifted, there will be an opportunity, we will see this file again in order to do that. And I believe one of the conditions, if Jesse may want to just make sure I'm correct, is that site plan be entered into.
That is correct. So the use would not be permitted until the applicant has entered into a site plan agreement.
Okay, I got 3 more questions. With respect to the holding provision, we're saying that no trailers to be stored on site until the holding provision is lifted. But we do know the trailers are there now. So how is that going to be made workable?
So I'll start it. I'm probably going to have to pass it off to township staff, but the way that the zoning bylaw has been worded is that the use as existing would not be permitted until the holding provision has been approved. I'm going to pass it back to township staff to detail any matters beyond that.
So to you, Mr. Chair, our process has always been and is in line with other municipalities as it relates to achieving compliance, is when a property owner is working towards that compliance, there is some relief granted to them as they work towards it. So long as the property owner continues to move forward with the site plan control process, no enforcement action would commence.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Okay, this is sort of tangential now. How many other potential applications of this nature are we expecting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the township has received 2 similar pre-consultation applications for similar uses, but we do not have formal applications at this time.
Okay, and this next question is related to that. We consider licensing these facilities because this is becoming something akin to a commercial endeavor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff could consider business licensing related to this. At this time, we haven't considered what the resourcing needs would be if we were to implement a business licensing program. With that being said, on the 2025 work plan, staff are looking at implementing a short-term accommodation licensing bylaw, and so it'll be kind of our first foray into that process. And we could use that information to look at possible business licensing, likely in 2027, and what resourcing might be required to do that. But it would be helpful to have that official bylaw in place to understand what the ramifications are through 2026. Look at the business licensing on a larger scale than that.
Okay, so I would like to suggest we pursue that in 2027, but leave it up to this council.
27.
Shift 27.
Yeah, thank you. Questions, Councillor Sipolis. We received an addition to the agenda from the Puslinch Lake Association, and they were just outlining a few concerns, which I'm assuming would be able to be handed through the site plan. And I don't know if Jesse had an opportunity to see that letter. So I'm just wondering where that would fit in, if it's falling into the site plan kind of process, and what sort of response the PLCA can expect from staff.
So through Mr. Chair, staff did reach out to the PLCA yesterday in the evening, letting them know the process to include their comments in the formal record. And that staff would be considering all public feedback as we work through the site plan control process as well. And I believe their specific concerns were around tree clearing and some screening on the lake side, so the back side of the property. So that'll be considered through site plan. And again, it's not a public process, but those comments are going to form part of the consideration.
Okay. Because I agree with some of the comments in there, so I would like it not just to be taken and moved on, but actually like look at implementing them in the site plan. So whatever process we can give that a little weight, that would be great.
Councillors?
Yeah, I think good comments, maybe three really quick pieces from my standpoint, just to piggyback on Councillor Bailey's comments. I think the PLCA's comments were well placed in terms of the aesthetic value from the lake residents, I guess, westward facing. So I think anything that can be discussed with the landowner around, including vegetation plans, earthen berms, edge management, which is all part of the planning process, I think would be well received. And they put a lot of time and effort into the letter. So I would echo Councillor Bailey's comments that, you know, I hope that at the staff level going through the planning process that it's heard. Me to Councillor Sipolis' comments, you know, I think when we're going through similar I'll say RV storage scenarios in other municipalities around how they approach that. I think maybe one thing to go back is, do other municipalities have a permitting process or similar? Might be a good example for staff to take in terms of examining what works, what doesn't, what exists, what doesn't exist. So I think that might be something worth learning from others before you dive off that ledge type of thing. And probably the last one, I think, just due to the nature of the property and just this scenario, I would encourage it being brought forward at a future council meeting, just to see what the details of that site planning process are for the residents in the community. And I don't view this as particularly negative in nature. I think it's more just like, let's be as transparent as we can through the process. So I'll leave it at that. But overall, like, move forward.
That's good.
Yeah, I guess maybe the only question is maybe more procedurally, this is probably a question for CAO. You mentioned that with the holding provision, for that holding provision to come off, that will have to come through council for council's approval. At that time, the site plan would already be in place, is that right? So if council wants to have input to ensure that, for instance, the comments from Puslinch Lake or any other public comments that have been received are implemented in that site plan, is how does that happen?
So through Mr. Chair, and just so that it's understood with the new legislation, council doesn't have the ability to make decisions on site plans any longer with the new legislation, but it doesn't preclude staff from seeking feedback. Likewise with our committees that would have previously provided feedback. So we are able to do that at council's direction, and we would be looking for that in the resolution to direct us to bring this back. But again, one of the things that we want to make sure is that we are still adhering to the timelines in the Planning Act, which is 60 days. So it does become quite a tight process to bring back and get comments. There's sort of a number of things there, but procedurally speaking, we'd be looking for a specific direction.
Okay, and is there a need for us to do that, do you feel, or planning staff will receive these comments, including this letter, and ensure that that gets incorporated into the site plan without our interference?
Yes, so staff are going to look at what's there. Again, we work with our consultants on site plan.
Yeah.
So, as it relates to screening and things like that, there'll be some folks that'll give the professional comments on that, and that's what will be incorporated.
So the term, there is not a public process for the site plan, doesn't preclude people from participating by sending their concerns in via email, and staff can receive those. It just isn't a process where hosting official meetings, presenting it. So I would hazard to guess that if a resident were to send in a concern, it's going to be reviewed by staff.
Mr. Chair, yes, reviewed by staff, and most importantly, reviewed by our consultants, who ultimately have to use their professional expertise to make recommendations. So just to be clear, if a comment is submitted, it doesn't necessarily mean that comment is going to be implemented, but it will be considered with the advice from our technical experts.
And where it may not be included is if there were a hearing for this, because they didn't participate in the public meeting, it wouldn't be recorded officially. There's some.
So through Mr. Chair, the third party appeal rights under the Planning Act are gone. So for a lot of applications. So that's also important to understand too here. The current regime is not as open and transparent. The provincial regime, I'll clarify, as it was previously as it relates to third party appeals and third party involvement in Planning Act applications. But that doesn't mean that the municipality doesn't accept comments. We certainly do.
And what I was trying to get at was that, I don't know, maybe this is, if this were to be appealed, because they didn't submit comments during the official public meeting, if they sent them, even the PLCA ones, those comments wouldn't be part of the appeal.
So through Mr. Chair, your comment is correct under the previous regime. Right now, there are no appeal rights.
If we decline it, the owner could appeal.
And council doesn't have, if staff decline it.
The
Yes.
staff decline it.
Yes, the
So
owner has appeal rights.
only the comments that were received, would they become part of the appeal process?
They would be part of it, but they don't have party status.
You know, and that's
Okay.
not what I'm just
Okay.
saying that if they submit them anytime after that public meeting, the only people that will see them are staff. Doesn't matter. Point is, I'm good. I just don't want,
Up until, if, you're right, up until a decision is made.
right.
Yes, not the public meeting, but till a decision is made.
So
Yes.
the point is, they can submit them to the township, they'll be read, they'll be reviewed by consultants,
course,
taken
yes.
into consideration, so that there's that ability for the residents, if they have concerns, to have input to the site plan.
Yeah.
That's where I was trying to get at, in a very long way to go. I suppose.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we as council make comments that adequate screening be provided. The roadway and also from Hudson's Lake.
Just you might want to comment.
Sorry, couldn't hear that very well.
Just how to include it into the approval of the bylaw. Are you
Site
talking
plan?
about?
No, I'm just saying you can have another statement here basically saying that, and then further, staff comments council comments with respect to the, site plan, document is that, consideration should be given to, adequate screening from Town Line Road and from Hudson's Lake.
Consideration is what you said?
Yeah, because we can't, as you put it quite aptly, Mr. Mayor, we can't tell anybody what to do. You can ask them to consider what you're doing.
No, I'm good with that because of this.
Another comment. but
Yeah,
I'm in
you're
agreement
up.
with that.
You're
Okay.
up.
Maybe following up on that, I think part of the reason these comments didn't come in before the public meeting was that they're outside of the notification distance. However, they're within sight lines of the property. So moving forward, I'd like to suggest that even if people are not within distance of the property according to the Planning Act, but if they're within sight lines of a property that's going through this process, that maybe they could be included in the notification.
I have problems with that. Where do you draw the line in the sand? We as a corporation need to stick to what we're required to do. There's some onus on, residents to be in tune with what's going on.
Well, I had suggested maybe we send it out to this association and the suggestion was, no, we weren't gonna do that. And now we're in a situation where their comments are after the fact.
But the consequence of that is negligible.
Now it
Because because they don't have appeal rights, they don't have third party appeal
Yeah,
rights.
now it is.
No, they never had third party appeal. rights.
With the changes in the,
the-
now it is.
to
A
the
few years ago,
province.
it would have made a difference.
Right,
Yeah.
sure, but we're talking today's rules, so it's great that they submitted them and staff are going to review them, so they're in the same place. It's just, I think it's problematic that
Good
we,
communication is important, that's all.
so, okay, Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, I think the only other thing that came to mind and this one, and I think we've hammered this one pretty hard, would be, within the sightlines from the Puslinch Lake going westbound, we also have, we have GRCA land in the question there. So I think my recollection of their comments were site specific, but did not include their owned property around vegetative management, planning and stuff around site. So that might be something, yeah. I don't want to get in the weeds today because it's not our place here, but I would encourage staff to probably reach out to GRCA as well. Because I think there probably could be some vegetative management buffering that could be done on GRCA land that would satisfy some of the comments that were provided by PLCA. I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Gordon?
Good.
I'm okay with the consideration, but my concern is the buffering from Town Line Road, the topography of the land there, but if I recall, it goes down drastically, so I'm not sure if you need to build a skyscraper to buffer it entirely, so that's why I like consideration, because,
Absolutely, and I think as our CEOs pointed out, it's up to
yeah,
the professionals to look at it and say it can be done, it can't be done. and
it's not a
that's up on our
shaft,
back.
so if it were flat, it would, even topography, but
Yeah, I understand
as
where
long
you're
as
going.
it's a consideration, I'm comfortable with it. What do you have, Catherine?
I've added to the motion that's on the table right now that council directs staff to give consideration to screening on Town Line Road and on the east side of the property adjacent to the lake where when the site plan control application is processed.
Control that?
For our councilor, Hurst comment with respect to the GRCA lines, I guess that covers, that would encompass, your concern.
Yeah, I think that the nuance there is that it's not within the property where the bylaws in question here, it's in GRCA land, so I think it's, to me, that's probably out of scope for our conversation today, because that we're talking about the specific bylaw here, but I would encourage staff to maybe interact with GRCA, noting that their land is in direct sight line, east facing west, and maybe there's some vegetation that can be done within their property. But again, that's beyond the scope of this bylaw that we're talking to, so I'm sensitive that we don't get scope creep on this.
Okay. All right, so we move our second for that. Okay, all in favor? Let's carry. And next, 9.4.2, let's get you. Justine.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so this is the zoning bylaw amendment application for 4438 Walton Road South, and I'll just look to our planner to give a brief overview.
Jen, I'm just gonna pause real quick. One
So,
delegate. Just Jesse, just hang on 1 second, sorry. Is he not delegate?
Moved it to January 20th. But he is here probably to hear the presentation.
And what time is that gonna be at? It's late.
Presentation, we have a delegate scheduled first, so we have that.
So
delegate.
1.
11:05 for Ms. Mast.
I have it
And
wrong. Never mind. All right.
then we have our, right after that.
Okay. Never mind. I thought it was 1 o'clock, the delegate.
You're right, we do have one at one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right, Jesse, sorry about that. Carry on.
No, it's sometimes it's not always easy to hear, but that's okay. So the application is for a zoning bylaw amendment. The application proposes to rezone the subject lands from agricultural A and natural environment NE to site-specific agricultural and site-specific natural environment. The application is required to fulfill conditions of consent. The application is required to fulfill conditions of consent to convey 38.9 hectares of land to a charitable land trust to be used for conservation purposes. The retained 7.51 hectares of land, it would be used for rural residential purposes. So that's that's what I have on that. I went through the application at the public meeting.
Okay, thank you. So I thought you have a recommendation?
The report PD 2024-012 entitled zoning bylaw amendment application, recommendation report for 4438 Watson Road South be received. And whereas the township and its expert consultants are satisfied with the application to amend the zoning of the property 4438 Watson Road South through their comprehensive review of the submission materials. Therefore, be it resolved that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment for the property 4438 Watson Road South, and the council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2024-074 as presented, being a bylaw to amend the bylaw 2018-023, being the zoning bylaw of the township of Wilsonch.
Can you move for that, please? Councilor Harris, Councilor Lewis, questions, comments?
No, I don't have any questions.
Ms. Bailey?
No, no.
None.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. All right, 9.4.3. Jesse, you presenting this one as well?
Yep. So the application, so the application is for a zoning bylaw amendment. This application is required to fulfill conditions of consent. It's to convey 0.42 hectares of land for a rural residential parcel, with remaining 32.6 hectares of land being the retained land continue to be which would be continued to be used for agricultural purposes. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would apply to the retained parcel and prohibit livestock facilities in the existing accessory buildings and structures, and permit the existing bank barn to have a maximum height of 9 meters. The application is recommended for approval.
That report PD 2024-013 entitled zoning bylaw amendment application recommendation report for 86 Farnham Road be received. And whereas the township and its expert consultants are satisfied with the application to amend the zoning of the property 86 Farnham Road through their comprehensive review of the submission materials. Therefore, be it resolved that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment for the property 86 Farnham Road. And the council give 3 readings to bylaw 2024-075 as presented, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2018-23 as amended, being the township zoning bylaw.
Move for that, Councilor Goyda?
Yeah.
Ms. Bailey? Comments, questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
None.
Councilor Goyda?
Yeah.
Questions? All in favor? That's carried. All right. Now I believe you have delegation 1105, correct?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks. Have a great day. Goodbye.
You too.
Delegation.
Do we have, council members, do you have many items on the consent agenda to pull?
One item.
All right, let's do consent agenda real quick, please.
That the consent agenda items listed for the December 18th, 2024 council meeting be received for information.
And move it, please. Councilor Harris, Councilor Bailey, Councilor Schools.
No, that's the minutes of November 27th.
6.1.
Part 3, yes.
1.3, that's it.
Yep.
Okay, any other ones from members? Councilor Bailey?
Mine's just really quick, 6.4.
4, yeah. Counselor Hurst?
6.7.
Oh, you guys are doing.
6.11.
Okay, we're gonna receive the remaining,
6.1.3, 6.4.
6.7 and 6.11. So we'll receive the remainder of those, all in favor? Carried, all right, Counselor Spillis.
Now, this relates to the, issue of, identifying our tax bill, county taxes, township taxes, and, education taxes. Just had a quick discussion with staff, and I was wondering if we can get the word general changed to township. The right at the top, of block top, it says general, doesn't say township. So if we could look into that and change to township, that might clarify a lot of the, perhaps questions. People may say, well, okay, well, the county is us, and,
Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we are gonna look at how, if that's possible with our current software. So our tax bills are printed through a generation out of our software. So whether we can manipulate that or not, we're gonna check.
If not, at least put a bullet, like a, what do you call that on a map? A
Definition.
key, right? It says general township taxes. If you can't change it in the programming, maybe you can add a bullet or
We're
something.
gonna, through you, Mr. Chair, we will look into that and see if we can make that more clear.
okay, thank you.
Do you need a resolution for that?
No, we're good.
So can we just get a mover to second to receive that one? Counselor Spillis, Counselor Bailey, all in favor? And rock through this. Okay, 6.4 was Counselor Bailey.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that our manager of roads at the county, Joe, how do you say this?
DeConing.
DeConing, is on the board for the Municipal Engineers Association for this year. Thought that was neat to see his face on there.
That's great. All right, so we'll give a mover to second to receive that. Counselor Hurst, Counselor Goda, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Hurst, 6.7.
Yeah, very briefly, just the OPP billing, the province committed $77 million in relief in 2022. The question of staff, do you have any idea or any communication from the province as to how that 77 million is going to be distributed? And then this follow-up to that is, if you do, or any inclination, how do we capture that into our 2025 budget process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff did reach out to the County of Wellington's treasurer with respect to this item, and requested if the member municipalities would be seeing this support directly. We were advised that we would not be seeing this, support directly, as we don't see the billing directly, and that the relief is a temporary 1-year reduction that's going to be applied against billing. And since it's just a temporary reduction, the county will be unlikely to use the relief to reduce the levy, as it would result in a larger increase in 2026. But county council will discuss the county budget in January.
Okay, so I saw that come out in the Q&A, and I think really what I was looking for is transparency with the township, like what's this all mean? And maybe what I'm hearing is like,
I can help a little bit. So the province imposed 1% raises on the OPP for a prescribed amount of time. That was dealt with through a legal process, and that was deemed illegal. This is probably the second or third time the province has done something like that. So in the county budget, once the province imposed a contract, they budgeted historically for what was imposed, 1%. So to make up that difference, it's approximately 3%. That the county had to make up in this retro pay plus going forward. So, because this was something the province had done, some larger leaders, wardens from the Western Wardens Caucus, they were raising their concerns, and the province has now said, we'll give you this one-time funding to offset these OPP costs. But as everybody around this table knows, that cost goes on in perpetuity. And so it's 3% is what the county was making up for 2025. So it's $3 million. Likely that's what we're going to see from the province, is that offset. To be fiscally responsible, they will apply that money because the county has to use it for wages, because that's what the province has given to us. But the levy increase associated with that is going to stay in the budget, because next year we're going to need that levy increase. And as all municipalities, they have an infrastructure deficit, they have a ambulance station build out that's 8 stations or 10 stations? I'm looking at the chief, he might remember. I don't know. He's on the ambulance guys Friday. I don't. It's either 8 or 10 stations in 10 years or flip those two numbers. So there's another infrastructure deficit. So there's going to be some juggling of money. The likelihood of that coming out of the levy, because they're going to need it for 2026, is not very probable. Does that help?
Sort of, but like, I won't belabor it today. I just like, I look at that and I'll say, okay, we see these escalated costs of OPP. We see some money, but that to me is just like kicking the can up the road a year inevitably.
100%.
Right? And so how do we, and maybe to piggyback Council Sapulis's comments, like on a tax bill, like how do we be transparent, right? Because I think there's just like, I've had a boatload of calls in the last week around like costs going through the roof. How do we manage that? And I guess I look at it as what can we control and what can we not control, right? And this is one of those ones that you get, it's fed to you basically. So yeah, not for today. I saw that in the communication. I'm like, oh, maybe this is good news, but then it gets so muddled down that it's messy for the local level to fully grasp.
So you have 3% levy at the county level for this year, that if you were to reduce that,
Yeah.
next year OPP will get a raise,
Yeah.
which let's just say it's 2%. I think I saw a COLA number kicking around 1.9. Now you're looking at 5%. If you do anything with that number this year, at a minimum, you're looking at 5%, that's $5 million. So in my opinion, the good governance is to not remove that money, because we're gonna need it for where there can be some savings, changes, is that Wellington County pays, and then we've had this conversation with the county, $7 million in, what did they term it? It's additional services. There's a better term for it. Enhancements, thank you. Along with electronic speed enforcement coming in, the conversation has started at the county that do we need the $7 million a year in enhancements if we're gonna have speed enforcement? Very high level, I don't know where it's going. It's not a defund the police, but I personally feel there needs to be more accountability for those enhancements. And the way the system works right now is we pay $7 million a year for enhancements. The OPP tracks how much time those officers actually do the enhanced work. And if they don't do 100%, they rebate us. And some years it was up to 50%. So what it translates into is that we're funding their increases and they just rebate us. Whereas where's our priorities? If we're paying for it, do we want them doing the enhancements or do we want them doing what the OPP needs them to do? And then again, with the electronic speed enforcement, do we need 7 additional traffic officers if they're only doing the job 50% of the time because the province is using? So there's a lot of conversations happening out there. The remainder of the bill is static. It's per household, per calls, however they determine it, plus their wage increase, 21 million bucks. It goes to the county. The only way you can figure out how much we pay is that we pay 17% of the tax levy to the county. So we pay 17% of that tax bill. Okay. But we also only generate, do you remember when I asked for those call volumes? My recollection tells me we were in the high single digits, 800-ish. Center Wellington's 3,300. Maybe Erin was a little higher, the remainder of, so we're paying 17% of the bill, producing 8% of the calls. This is where the challenge is, so.
I'll leave it there. Very helpful, just to break that down and that's to me in my mind, like beyond this table here, that's a county thing, but I think when I start seeing that, and you get comments from local residents, I think having that degree of understanding and the value for service, and not for today, but that's super helpful just to break it down that way.
And I feel this council should start taking some consideration into that enhancement program. Maybe it is justified, maybe it's not, but we can ask the county for a little more on that as they work through that process.
Well, please. Thanks.
What number was that? 6.7?
That would.
I believe it was 6.7.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, let's move a seconder to receive that. Councilor Spillis, Councilor Goyda, all in favor? It's carried. And 611 was Councilor Gordon.
Yeah, sorry, this was maybe a question, I meant to ask this question in the correspondence in advance and I just missed it. So this correspondence item is in regards to changes that have been made to the Planning Act to remove some barriers for accessory residential unit. And there's a line in the letter that says, eliminating barriers, including maximum lot coverage, angular planes, floor space index, minimum separation distances, and minimum lot sizes. And I was just wondering if this affects our ARU process we have in place. I don't actually know what floor space index means, but I do know in our accessory residential units, there's we do have a limit of floor space, and I just wasn't sure if that's what this meant.
So through you, Mr. Chair, staff are gonna have to take this back and work with our planner.
That's fine.
We do have a housekeeping amendment that's scheduled for 2025, next year. So if there are changes that are needed, I know our ARU provisions are quite flexible already, but if there are needed changes, we can do it through that process.
Okay, thanks. And I apologize for bringing that question last minute, but I just read it last night, so.
Okay, the mover to receive that, Councilor Sequoia, Councilor Spillis, all in favor? That's carried. Great job. All right, now delegations.
We have Miss Jamie Mast, 1105, first up.
Move over.
This is the old version.
I know I downloaded it early and then if it changes, I get caught sometimes.
I'm just putting over now.
Just gonna make screen bigger. Is she getting
It
bigger?
will, when she starts talking.
Okay, all right. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you. I can go ahead. Great. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to provide you with a critical perspective on the township site alteration bylaw and highlight some alarming disconnects in the review process to date. I'll preface my comments today with a reminder that many of you ran for your respective positions on the promise to listen to the community. This is your chance to listen, to support meaningful change, and to ensure that this bylaw works for the people it affects the most. While the results of the online public consultation process call into question the effectiveness of the township's community engagement strategies, the 36 respondents who did participate represented a cross-section of the community: residential property owners, agricultural landowners, and developers. So this wasn't just one group being vocal, it was multiple stakeholders calling attention to the same core issues. Survey responses revealed common concerns. Permit fees are too high, especially for small routine projects. The process is too complex and burdensome, operating in a language of legal jargon that the average resident can't navigate independently. Property owners feel that their rights are being infringed upon, and routine farm practices like addressing field access and safety concerns shouldn't require permits or waivers. These are not unreasonable concerns. They're practical, fair, and most importantly, they're solvable. But staff have proposed only minimal wording changes, which begs the question, what was the point of all the public consultation if none of the community's feedback will be considered? The report even goes as far as claiming that the bylaw in its current form is more flexible than it was previously. When 85% of the permit applications this year are a result of bylaw enforcement, I struggle to see how the numbers can support this kind of claim. It's a stretch, to say the least, just like the imbalance of permit fees exceeding project costs and the number of pages, appendices, and schedules in a routine agreement exceeding the number of days it takes to complete the project. Staff point to public education and outreach as proof that the township kept residents informed. There were public notices, online updates, and even paid social media campaigns. But let me ask this. If the public was so well informed, why did most people only learn about the bylaw once they were directly affected by it? If outreach had been successful, we wouldn't have just 36 responses. We wouldn't have farmers and property owners calling in, asking why they now need a permit to maintain their laneway. The township's outreach may have checked the box, but it did not reach the people it needed to. The proof of this is in the feedback itself. People only realized how the bylaw would affect them after the fact, after they experienced enforcement action or were told they needed a permit. That's not public engagement. That's reactionary, overly aggressive damage control at best. Significant amounts of time and money have been shed as a direct result of this bylaw, and we need to stop the churn. I can only speculate on what the township's expenses have amounted to, but some of your constituents have been more forthcoming with this information, and the numbers are shocking. One case resulted in a resident incurring $150,000 of additional expenses on their project. Others come very close to the six-figure mark. This is simply unacceptable. Think of what these resources on both sides of the table could have done for our community. Instead of lower fees and simplified processes, residents are left with a burdensome, unreasonably restrictive policy and a bad taste in their mouth. Ongoing formalities and endless red tape are pushing residents away. Our community groups already struggle to find enough help, and policies like this do nothing to encourage more engagement or more dealings with the township. Council is likely familiar with my name and history of involvement within the community. It should be no surprise that I'm here today to advocate for our farming community and the protection of normal farm practices. In its current state, the site alteration bylaw does little to accommodate what should be considered routine activity on our local farms. While the report from staff indicates the presence of a normal farm practice waiver, I would argue that this process is nowhere near as simple as it's positioned. An extensive list of fill management and site control requirements are still imposed, and a normal farm practice hearing is required to obtain the waiver, which in the end does nothing more than waive the permit fees paid only to the township. I'm no stranger to this process. It takes 6 to 12 months or more to get a hearing and typically requires the support of a lawyer and other industry professionals. Again, we come back to a common theme of outrageous amounts of time and money being invested in the process to obtain a permit. Does this sound like normal farm practices are being protected? This kind of policy is alarming to say the least, especially for a municipality that claims to have a laid-back country feel and deep respect for its agricultural roots. Staff have provided comparisons to 3 other municipalities, the town of Uxbridge, King Township, and Woolwich Township. Noticeably absent from this list is the city of Hamilton, our immediate neighbor and home to comparable farming communities. It would be a disservice to your constituents not to consider their site alteration bylaw, which has specific exemptions for low impact rural activities like maintaining laneways and access roads. I'll highlight here that no permit is required for these kinds of activities. Hamilton also distinguishes between commercial fill operations and agricultural property improvements, a critical distinction because it allows farmers to conduct routine maintenance without being treated like a large-scale fill operator, turning a profit at the community's expense. This is the kind of thoughtful, balanced approach that Puslinch should be adopting. Not more fees, not more paperwork, and not more oversight for simple projects. Let me close with this. If the township is going to spend time, money, and resources asking for public feedback, it must be prepared to listen. This community's made it very clear. and the municipality has made it very clear that as a small township, it does not have plentiful financial and staff resources. With that in mind, the question should be asked, why would Puss Lynch write such a strict and problematic bylaw that inevitably leads to disputes and excessive costs? It is both counterintuitive and counterproductive. The only people who benefit in these situations are lawyers and consultants. Residents want lower fees, a simpler process, and clear protections for farm-related projects. None of these issues have been addressed in staff's recommendations. The City of Hamilton has proven it's possible with a bylaw that provides exemptions for laneway maintenance, field access, and rural projects. They distinguish between routine farm practices and large-scale operations. They protect their farmers, they respect property rights, and they ensure that small, low-impact projects aren't caught up in unnecessary bureaucracy. Puss Lynch can do the same, and it ought to do the same. Many residents in this township are not going to accept poor law enforced by incapable interpreters or be compelled to spend thousands for what can be done for very little as close as neighboring municipalities. What this bylaw really does is present a false and misleading appearance that residents can do what they want as long as they have a permit. But the process and costs effectively chill, if not eliminate, any reasonable proposal from being approved. That is deceptive and not policy written in good faith or the public interest. You as council still have the power to act. You can ask staff to make real changes, not just cosmetic ones. You can ask for lower fees. You can ask for better farming protections, and you can ensure that property owners don't need a waiver to fix potholes in their laneway. You have the opportunity to make this bylaw fairer, simpler, and more effective. I'm urging you to use it. Thanks for your time.
Recommendation for the delegate?
Yes, it's to receive the delegation for information.
Okay, move for that, please. Councilor Close, Councilor Bailey. Any council members have any clarification items or questions?
Thanks.
I find it very inappropriate to say that our staff are incapable of interpreting the bylaw appropriately. So I think that is completely false. And very, very disappointed that you would state that. You speak to deception and working in good faith. I think that needs to happen from the people in the public as well. Our fees are appropriate. The bylaw is working well. This bylaw is intended to protect farmland. If you bring in fill and intend to grow crops on it, it has to meet Table 1 requirements. This bylaw is penned because what we're seeing in the community is fill that is being brought in does not even come close to meeting Table 1. I would hesitate to ask the CAO to disclose what the testing is. So if the intent of future delegations is to protect farmland, it would be amazing if we could release those testing results because it does not meet Table 1. Ms. Hoy Fox, normal farm practice. Are you aware of any decisions out of normal farm practice and how they've either been interpreted for waivers of fill importation, and can you speak to a few of them, please?
So through Mr. Chair, just wanting to expand a little bit more on the report, the presentation that we're going to give just shortly after this delegation concludes. Staff took a lot of, we did receive the delegation material in advance, and so we did update our presentation a little bit to include some case law from the Normal Farm Practice Protection Board that specifically deals with fill importation where there's an agricultural use. So I will be able to touch on some case law when I go through the presentation, if that's helpful to council.
Yeah, and the rhetoric that you require a permit to fill a pothole in your driveway is completely false. There is a measure in there that if you bring in X amount of material, then yes, you have to get a permit. And this council had those discussions at length, but to fix a pothole and you need a permit, to be saying that is incorrect. I understand some driveways are longer than others. Maybe the property owner needs to do some maintenance on every year instead of waiting 15 years and needing 5 truckloads to fix their driveway. So also the other component of not becoming aware until there's a bylaw infraction, that is carried across many rules within the municipality. And this staff has done a phenomenal job of increasing our presence in the community with the engagement on Facebook and social media and all of these things. And then to say that we're responsible for not having enough engagement, I just can't accept that, because we are going leaps and bounds. We've come into tune with the times. So I'm supportive of the bylaw, how it's written, and it works well. And we, with our proximity to the GTA, are under assault for importation of fill. And our priority is to protect the farmland from that contaminated fill, because none of it has been clean. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you for your time, Jamie. And I encourage you to stay or when are we dealing
We're
with it?
dealing with the presentation right after. the
Right after
presentation.
that. So all in favor of receiving that presentation? Thank you. Well, who's next?
I think I'm up next. I'm going to just make a quick change here. Just bear with me. Yes. So, our clerk is just gonna flip through the presentation for me, and I'm just gonna be, viewing it on my screen. So if I'm looking down, I'm just referring to some notes here. Okay, and, through Mr. Chair, if there are any questions along the way, as long as it's all right with you, I'm okay to stop.
Sure.
And we don't have to, it's all right with you, hold everything to the end. It should take us about 20 minutes to get through this, so again, if there's anything, just interrupt me. So I just wanted to make note that we are protecting privacy of property owners through this presentation. So the photos that you see included in the presentation are AI generated based on actual fill violations that have occurred in the township. But they are not the photos from the properties, they're AI generated. So I just want to make that clear. We have protected privacy in that regard, but they are illustrations of sort of what we're seeing as it relates to legal fill importation. Right. So just a bit of a background here. So establishing regulatory bylaws is within the township's jurisdiction. We do this based on provincial regulations, and that's where the township gets their authority to put in place these bylaws. Specific to the site alteration bylaw, the township gets its authority through the Municipal Act and also through the Environmental Protection Act. The Ministry of Environment oversees the excess soil regs, and those are regs that are under their jurisdiction. And so again, we rely on those laws in order to create a local bylaw. I will make just some clarification here. The ministry typically does not come in and regulate these types of importation. They do rely on local municipalities to put in place what they call an instrument. So again, their regs are very complex if you're just a layman reading them, or even a staff member. We really had to take some time understanding these very complex regulations. But the ministry does allow a municipality to put in place a bylaw to regulate the importation of excess soil. They do that very much as a way to download some of the responsibility onto the local municipality, but to also empower the municipality to put in place local laws that fit that municipality's needs. So it's a little bit of both. If the township didn't have a bylaw, we likely would have site alteration and fill in the township going unchecked. So it is something that we need to do. And we have put in a bylaw that very closely dovetails with the provincial regime around excess soil management. That was done working with our lawyer We consulted with technical experts in the industry that typically represent the other side. These experts are typically representing the fill brokers, the people doing site alt works, and the developers. So that's the type of collaboration and expertise that went into the development of this bylaw. We also consulted with OMAPRA. The township typically puts regulatory bylaws in place for two reasons. One, because you're required to do so by legislation from the province, and secondly, where there's a concern in the community that needs to be addressed. So this bylaw is twofold in that regard. There's a concern in the community for some time, which is likely to increase over the next few years as the province continues to make changes to their excess soil management regulations, as well as, there is a duty of care that council has to the community to put a bylaw like this in place. So just a bit of background on where the township gets its authority to do that.
So back to the duty of care. We're hearing from delegates that people should be able to bring in a bill and basically do what they want. And if this is all contaminated, and who ends up holding the buck? If ultimately the farmer decides to abandon the property, who has to remediate that
Right.
property?
So it would be the township. So the township, it's sort of, it starts with the property owner. So if you hire a consultant, a fill broker, someone you're buying fill from, and they tell you that it's all clean, it's table 1 or table 2, whatever the appropriate soil quality is for your specific property and the specific use, ultimately the property owner is responsible. So if that fill broker brought something in, or that person you purchased it from bought something in that happened to be contaminated, maybe purposely, maybe not, the property owner is responsible for that remediation and the costs associated with it. Now, if they cannot pay, to your point, Mayor Sealy, if they cannot afford that financial burden, which is costly, remediation is extremely costly, there is the option always that property owners have where they forfeit the property. And they forfeit that to the township, and then that becomes a community burden. That's now a burden for the taxpayer as a whole. So there are municipalities that have faced this where the cost of remediation exceeds the value of the property. And so there has been north of the GTA, there was an example of this recently within the last year where that property was forfeited to the municipality. Now the municipality is required to work with the MECP to clean that site up and remediate it, and they own it. So ultimately, the township, the taxpayers are responsible, which is why bylaws like this are so important to ensure that this type of excess soil management is monitored.
Because we want to ensure that all the other taxpayers in the township don't end up paying to fix that site.
Correct.
Or having contaminated water.
Oh, well, yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just
Because I don't think anybody could say it's every other taxpayer in Portland should pay to remediate my property because I decided to walk away from it after I got paid to haul and fill.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would say that's appropriate.
Right.
Period.
Okay, so just a bit of background, because it's important to know where we were and where we've gotten and how we got there. So the previous township bylaw, which had been in effect since 2012, was more restrictive than the current bylaw. And again, this was primarily due to amendments to the bylaw that were made by council as a result of a contaminated property in the township. So there was a property.
Was it a farm?
It was a farm and it received fill. Again, this was not purposeful. It was imported accidentally. There wasn't proper monitoring in place, whatever the case may have been at the time. And so council at the time had amended the bylaw to restrict, essentially shutting down the township, saying township is not open to fill, too much risk. We don't want to have fill. So what that was there was no fill importation that exceeded 1,000 cubic meters allowed to be permitted. Now, where the bylaw lacked a lot of clarity was it didn't have any sort of framework around what a normal farm practice could bring in and what that process looked like. So In addition to that, the previous bylaw required public notification for importation of fill over 1,000 cubic meters. So if there was an instance where it was permitted, we were notifying neighbors and putting it there for council. And this was really key because this last point does not fit with the current provincial regime, and it does not fit with the current township bylaw. You were only permitted to bring in table 1 quality standard fill. So that is the cleanest fill that's required for farming purposes, for growing crops. And that's what the previous bylaw allowed. So as we know, our new bylaw now aligns with the 40619 excess soil regulations, which allows for you to look at what the site soil is existing. You can bring in soil that perhaps matches it. You can use the beneficial reuse tool, which allows you to sort of do a risk analysis on the importation of soil based on the current site. Much more flexibility, and it is in line with what the province says is best practices for excess soil management. The background on this current bylaw that we have now. So this review started in June of 2020. So it's been a long public process to get to where we are. We had 5 iterations of the bylaw ranging from 2021 until 2022. So the meeting dates are noted there. There was quite a bit of work that had to be done once the updates to OREG 40619 came through. Those sort of changed the game as it relates to excess soil management in the province. And a lot of that has to do with the province's housing crisis initiatives and the development projects with infrastructure that are going on. They didn't have a place to put the fill. Landfills are filling up. And I'll get to that later, what those changes are looking like for municipalities in 2027 as it relates to further amendments to OREG 40619. Council ultimately gave 3 readings to the current bylaw. We did these on 3 separate dates to just increase the amount of times this bylaw was put in front of the public and put in front of council. So December 2023, then again in January, and finally it was passed in February 7th. What council did, just really keen to make sure that we monitored the implementation of this bylaw over the first year, because it was a change from what we had been doing, and because of the challenges that exist in Quistlange, you asked us to report back. So we are a little bit earlier than the 1-year timeframe, but staff's recommendation is that we continue to monitor over the next year and perhaps the year after that, and bring back information to council sort of as we become accustomed to administering the bylaw, if things come up that we want to report back on. So we really want to ensure that the feedback loop here is going to continue, even after this 1-year reporting. So I went over a little bit of this already, but again, our current bylaw, just in contrast to the 2012 bylaw, it does acknowledge normal farm practices and clearly sets out expectations. It provides for exemptions of 2 truckloads of fill, allowing for those minor projects to take place without contacting the township. It aligns, most importantly, with the provincial regime for excess soil management and reuse. So again, going back to that table 1 quality standard, not being required as a rule for all fill importation, as well as the BRAT tool, which is the beneficial reuse assessment tool, which does assess soil quality on a case-by-case basis based on the specific site, scope of the project, all of those things. There's no maximum limit on the volume of fill for importation. So the previous bylaw did have maximum limits. This bylaw, again, works on a case-by-case basis. And when we get to the slide where we show the permits that we are issuing in 2024, you'll see that there's very large volumes of fill that have come into the township under this new bylaw. Discretion can also be applied to the list of requirements in the control plan. So important to note, the control plan in this bylaw is the same control plan that was in the previous bylaw, in the 2012 bylaw. So that control plan was drafted by our engineers and by our technical soil experts who represent members of the development community in their consulting business as well. And very minor changes to that control plan. What we did introduce in the new bylaw is we want to be able to provide some discretion and flexibility in small scale projects that might not necessarily need to meet every aspect of the control plan. So a great example of this could be if there's a specific management plan that you don't need. Tree management, if you don't have water courses near you, if you don't need those types of things. It allows for the designated official to look at the scope of the project and cross off things that are not required. Didn't exist in the old bylaw. We have that discretion now. It also applies to all lands in the township, including lands that are governed by the Conservation Authority based on the watershed boundaries. And so this is an important distinction. Previously, the township didn't regulate those areas. They left it to the CAs. Now we have a much better framework where we can work together with the CAs and really ensure that environmental protection exists through both permitting processes. The fee structure was updated as well, and it aligns to best practices as compared to other municipalities with similar bylaws. For the public, and perhaps as a reminder for council, when a regulatory bylaw is developed, staff look at precedent. So we look at precedent in other municipalities that are perhaps facing similar scenarios as us. We look at who has the most progressive updated bylaw that meets the current provincial requirements that it needs to have. So there are many municipalities in Ontario that have very similar bylaws that are updated in accordance with OREG 40619. That's where we use our precedent when we're looking to create a new bylaw. In addition, we do a thorough analysis of the fee structures. So we don't want to, when a municipality passes a bylaw with fees, you are required to make sure that your fees cover the costs incurred by the municipality for whatever work is being done as a result of the permit. So for example, the municipality could not be punitive in a fee by charging $100 per cubic meter of fill. The municipality would be challenged and we would lose because we could not demonstrate that it costs that much money for the repair of our infrastructure as the trucks go over our roads, for staff time, for consulting fees, etc. You have to be able to demonstrate that the fees are simply covering the costs to the municipality and you aren't necessarily making revenue or profit off of these things.
So just to pause you there.
Mhm.
So our fee structure, you reviewed it and it's set to cover our costs that you've come to a number of due to all the bill importation files we've dealt with. You understand the cost per site. So our fees are representative of that.
Correct. What we do with bylaws is we look at previous year's expenses. So we go through our costing, actual costing for applications. And we usually set an average based on what we deem to be sort of the average permit, what it costs. We went further with this bylaw, wanting to ensure transparency, but also that we were setting, it's very difficult to quantify the per cubic meter fee because it's hitting so many cost centers in the township. You're hitting our roads budget, everything because of the infrastructure as well as staff time and resources. So what we did for the per cubic meter fee is we actually looked to the torque levy that's charged to trucks that import aggregate material or export aggregate material as they should be doing from property. And what we did was we doubled that fee. So we anticipate trucks coming into a site and a truck's leaving a site when we look at a fill importation. So the torque levy, I believe, was 12 cents. So we doubled it to account for the two-way in and out of a truck coming to a site, and that's based on the torque levy that's province-wide. So we wanted to ensure that our fees were defendable and fair and transparent to our community. It's not punitive in nature. That's never something that a municipality wants to do. So that's a little bit about how fee structure is determined.
So you're saying there's no need to increase our fees at this time? I've looked at the other examples you cited, and our fees are half of what they're coming from. When I did a sample calculation of 300 cubic meters or 5,000 cubic meters, numbers were some instances more than half.
So through Mr. Chair, the user fees and charges bylaw, as we know, gets reviewed annually. So what we will do every year is we will review fees as we do with every fee to see if they're still covering municipal costs. We also look to best practices, what other municipalities are doing. So we would report on that separately to you.
Okay, and the examples you cited, Caledon, Woolwich Township, et cetera, are they the ones that are, as you cited, progressive, that they've experienced similar issues?
Yes, yes, through Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Good thing.
Councilor Bailey?
Just a question. I also noticed, that all the other comparable municipalities had, an administration fee. But we don't charge an administration fee. Can you speak to that?
So through Mr. Chair, the approach that the township has taken is that we do a detailed analysis of staff time associated with processing an application, and that goes into the application fee itself. We don't upcharge on top of recovering fees, so we just charge back actual fees. We don't charge a 5, 10, 15% admin fee on top.
Right.
Others do, but
Others seem really high.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we were quite reasonable.
we were very reasonable, very, very low.
okay, so the next slide is around just the public feedback. So this is attached in the agenda package. There was a survey on Engage Lynch for about 8 months or so. It was put up before the bylaw was approved, so back January 15th. And we had 36 responses, which is a good turnout. Many municipalities struggle getting public feedback. It is quite common that members of the community become interested in a subject matter because it directly impacts them. That's just the name of the game. If it hasn't impacted you, you're not likely to participate. Usually that's been our experience. And I think across the board with municipalities, there's a lot of engagement that the township does. So to realistically be involved in all of it is probably not something we're going to see from members of the public. Survey results are included in the package. So what staff have done is we went through in detail each comment that came in. We also had comments submitted outside of the public feedback, just through interactions with people as we've worked through the bylaw. So we've summarized the main concerns here. So again, top of the list would be concerns around normal farm practices, concerns with high permit fees, concerns with burdensome and complex documentation requirements, private property rights concerns, and concerns regarding permit requirements for small projects. So the first slide here, we're going to start with normal farm practices, and this is going to take up the bulk of the presentation. Again, we've added some slides on some case law here to help with an understanding. So the purpose of the normal farm practice waiver is to screen proposals to determine whether a permit or a waiver is required for the work. So that's pretty clear. It's outlined in the bylaw. This process protects the community, the property owner, and the environment. So before we jump into some of the case law, I just want to make a note that the Normal Farm Practices Board includes in most of their decisions as it relates to site alteration. So what they say is with respect to the issuance of a normal farm practice, the issue of a normal farm practice, the focus of the board is very specific. So they do cite some legislation there. And it states that one of the factors the board must consider are the specific circumstances pertaining to the site in question. In other words, what might be a normal farm practice on one site may not be a normal farm practice on another. So what they're trying to clarify here is when they make a decision, they don't necessarily want it to be precedent setting. They look at these claims when they do a hearing on a very case by case basis. The public should realize, and again, this is quoted from their decision, that if the board finds that a fill operation or proposal is not a norm practice in one particular case, it may, depending on the circumstances, find it to be normal in another. So notwithstanding that fact, evidence of comparable operations in similar circumstances can be assistance to the board where the circumstances are similar. And that's an attempt to show that the proposal or practice is consistent with proper and acceptable customs and standards as established and followed by similar agricultural operations. So in many of the decisions that staff reviewed, they did reference back to other case law. But again, they are aiming to look at each case specifically and understand what the normal farm practice is, understand specifically, does that bylaw restrict a certain aspect of the farm practice. So again, it's specific. It's not just that the bylaw affect the normal farm practice generally. Did it restrict certain aspects of it? So we'll get into that a little bit as we look at, I've pulled 3 case law from the website. Again, just in methodology of how we pulled the case law. I'm sure there is a lot out there. What we did was type in site alteration bylaw into the search bar. And of the 15 results that came up, 3 of them involved the importation of fill. So those were the 3 that we selected. All right, so the first one is Sneak versus the town of New Tecumseh, and this is from 2016. So this application was made alleging that the town's site alteration bylaw restricted the applicant's proposed importation of fill, which the applicant alleges to be a normal farm practice. The applicant proposed to develop the subject property as an apple orchard. To do so, he wished to remove the topsoil from the area and then to import approximately 80,000 cubic meters of fill to soften the contours of the land and provide better water, air drainage for the proposed orchard. The town's bylaw at this point in 2016 was very prohibitive, and the site alteration for this particular project was not included in the list of exemptions. So there was no way for this farmer to get a permit to do this work. There was no relief, no exemption provided. And so the board did hear.
Sorry, so for that one, which is contrary to what we have a method for a
Correct.
farmer to get relief,
Yep.
but in 2016, and this was probably, spearheading fill importation bylaws, they penned one that didn't provide relief, where, again, we do.
You, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And this bylaw was likely very similar to our 2012 bylaw, where we simply said no. There was no option for a permit.
Okay.
So given that what the board found in its decision was it, given that the bylaw did restrict the ability to obtain permission to import fill, the town's bylaw was deemed by the board to restrict the specific normal farm practice for the site. So the board ordered the following, and I apologize, these next 3 slides are going to
And
be
again,
busy. Yes,
they likely ruled that because there was no opportunity for relief from the bylaw to the farmer,
yes, and the decision goes on.
but we do.
Yes.
Okay.
There's more to the decision here. So they did rule that it was too restrictive and it did interfere. But what the board ordered as a result of that interference is that the applicant shall retain a qualified person, so a QP, as defined in the old reg of the MECP, to undertake an assessment to establish the current site condition of the soil, groundwater, to ensure the site is appropriate to be used as a receiving site in accordance with the guidelines at the time. The applicant had to commission a fill management plan to be prepared by a QP. And the fill management plan must be strict in compliance with the excess soil management guidelines. On the next slide, you'll see what the fill management plan specifically addresses. So as we look through these, and I would suggest offline because I don't think it's a good use of time to read through them, but what the board ordered was essentially a control plan. So what we see in our bylaw, the board ordered this individual to undertake. So just some highlights here, they had to do rigorous testing of the soil, erosion control. They had to do produce an audit sampling protocol of how they were going to test the soil coming in. They had to have contingency measures for load rejections if something came to the site that was not appropriate. Security measures, dust control. It matches quite closely to what our control plan would require if a permit was issued. On the next slide is the final remaining things that the board ordered in this New Tecumseh case. The applicant had to require with all the requirements of the Conservation Authority at the time and any other legal requirements affecting the site. And further, they had to submit the full management plan to the town at least 120 days prior to the commencement of the importation of the fill. And at least 30 days prior to the commencement of the fill, they had to enter into an agreement with the town, providing for the ability for the town to enforce the terms of the fill management plan, and also to provide payment by way of cash or letter of credit for any damage deposit provided for the traffic and transportation management plan. So again, what the board ordered was they recognized that that town's bylaw was restrictive, interfered with the normal farm practice. At the same time, being a normal farm practice does not preclude you from having to follow the proper excess soil management regulations. And so that's what they ordered in this case to do. The next file is Stahl versus the town of Halton Hills, and again, this is in 2014. So this applicant was seeking a determination as to whether the placing of topsoil on a portion of a closed gravel pit in order to farm the property is a normal farm practice for the purpose of the non-application of the municipal bylaw, which prohibited or regulated site alterations in the town. So again, the town's bylaw allowed it, but through permitting. In this case, around 56,000 cubic meters were imported without the permit, so illegally prior to, and they were stopped by a court order. And they needed to bring in an additional 6,000 to complete the work. And so what the town ordered through their permit process was a security deposit, 10,000, notification to neighbors. Again, this was specifically because a large amount of fill was brought in without a permit and the neighbors were concerned. So they made that requirement and they restricted the hours of operation. And so what the board was asked to consider in this case was, one, is the placing of fill on the portion of the former aggregate extraction site, which was a gravel pit, in order to grow agricultural crops and normal farm practice within the meaning of the legislation. And is the placing of the fill on the property in question deemed to be a normal farm? If it is deemed to be a normal farm practice, does the town of Halton Hills site alteration bylaw and or the permit that was issued pursuant to that bylaw restrict this practice? So what the board determined was that placing of the fill on the portion in order to grow crops was a normal farm practice. They agreed within the meaning of the legislation, and that the town of Halton Hills bylaw and the conditions of the permit do not restrict that normal farm practice, and they were required to adhere to the permit conditions.
And that's likely because there was relief built into the Halton Hills bylaw.
There was an ability, through you, Mr. Chair, there was an ability to permit the use. And
Whereas, was it
Yes.
mono or what was the first one?
New Tecumseh.
New Tecumseh, there was not. So there's the difference between those two examples.
The final one here is one that we looked at, Cox versus the town of Mono from 2016. So the applicant was seeking a determination from the board as to whether his proposal is a farm practice, and if so, does the town's bylaw restrict the farm practice? So similar question of the board. Phase one of the proposal included importation of approximately around 56,000 cubic meters from a fill broker. In the decision, it noted he was being paid about $20 per truckload to receive that fill. He had a phase two, but details weren't provided to the board on what phase two looked like. The proposed fill was needed, as described by the landowner, to just decrease slopes in order to increase the adult flock count of the owner's sheep farm. The town required, these are the conditions of the permit through the bylaw, a $2,000 application fee and $20,000 securities, which the town would draw on to recover costs associated with technical peer reviews of it, as well as they could draw on it if there was damage to the road. So again, the board was asked to consider the following questions. So is the proposed practice part of an ancillary or ancillary to an agricultural operation? Does Mr. Cox have demonstrable plans for the proposed practice? Is the proposed practice a normal farm practice? And if the practice is a normal farm practice, is it restricted by the bylaw in place? And the decision was that the board concluded that the applicant's proposal is not a normal farm practice for the purposes of the non-application of the fill bylaw. Further, that the applicant does not have standing to bring this application as he failed to prove that the proposal is ancillary. And as a result of these determinations, the board it was not appropriate for the board to consider whether or not the bylaw was restrictive. And so the application was dismissed.
Our bylaws have been vetted past the MAPRA, and what have they said?
So through Mr. Chair, MAPRA has reviewed the bylaw. They made a few suggestions to the wording for clarity, which is included in the presentation in the next couple slides. We've talked to MAPRA a few times as we worked through the bylaw. There was some consensus that there needed to be better education around fill importation and the permitting process as it relates to normal farm practice with the community. Permits are required, even if it is a normal farm practice in many situations. So they agreed further education is needed.
Okay, would they conduct education, or is the onus on us to conduct education?
It's on us.
Will they provide, a written opinion on that position then? Where like we can't go and say, well, MAPRA says that You require a site all permit, even in a normal farm practice.
So through Mr. Chair, like most provincial bodies, they do not interpret their own legislation. So it is, the burden is on the township through its bylaw to put a bylaw in place that has the mechanism for making those determinations. The OMAPRA will also not comment on whether or not a specific practice is considered a normal farm practice. Only the board will do that. So in order to get the board to make a decision, you're going through something like this. And so the township does have a flexible permit process where people can obtain permits without having to go to the board for a determination.
This might be a really silly question, but would the board review the bylaw?
But OMAPRA,
Only if a case came up that they
yes.
were required. But they wouldn't provide input on the development of said bylaw.
They may, in the hearing, right, if they need, it'll be very brief, might say prohibited,
Yes.
rated prohibits normal farm practice and stuff, but take that away and, you know.
Mhm. Yes, all right, I'll move to the next slide. So this is, we're moving on from the first concern to the second concern that was highlighted, which is in relation to our permit fees, which I touched a little bit on before about how we develop permit fees, so I won't rehash. But what we did is, in order just to draw a comparison, again, these are municipalities. It's really important to make sure that we're looking at municipalities that are facing similar challenges. I understand that geographic neighbors and things like that often can be a good sample to draw on, but they're not always experiencing the same issues that we are. And Placentia specific has some very unique things that are making it these challenges occur.
It's good you bring that up because the Hamilton bylaw prohibits importation from bill from outside its jurisdictional boundaries. Right, which is not the case with ours. So not apples to apples. And if you have a normal farm practice that needs 50,000 cubic meters of table one soil, where are you gonna find that in Placentia? So that would be very problematic. Unless we're gonna get 50 more gravel pits and they need to get rid of the topsoil on top. But so that's a big difference between Hamilton and ours.
So to you, Mr. Chair, the first one here you're seeing is the town of Uxbridge. In speaking with some folks from that municipality, they have similar issues with illegal fill being imported. They've created a fee structure that meets their needs in terms of cost recovery. And you'll notice they charge $5 per cubic meter. We charge 24 cents. Again, they also have a securities that appears low, but they have built-in discretion for the designated official to increase that security to whatever the cost would be to remediate the site. So that can be a significant amount of money. And again, the fees are laid out there. The next slide.
Question, the permits, working without a permit has double permit fees. Is that the base plus the dollars per cubic meter?
Correct.
And that's the same in our case too?
Yeah.
Okay.
King Township also has a similar bylaw to the township, aligning with the provincial excess soil management regulations. And they have some similarities to the township. They charge two separate fees, so they for per cubic meter, so a total of 50 cents. So they have an enforcement surcharge fee and they have an illegal enforcement surcharge fee, and that just might be broken down based on how they allocate the costs associated with needing to retain legal support. You'll also notice they double the permit fees. They also have a non-compliance fee at final inspection. They have a renewal fee, and then their small permits range from 200 to 1,000, and large is anything greater than 1,000. So our bylaw does provide a little bit more flexibility than this bylaw in that we break down our permit types a little bit more. And the benefit of breaking down the permit types is once the minor doesn't require quite as much in terms of documentation, but once you get into the larger permit fees, we do allow the use of the beneficial reuse tool, the BRAT tool, which can allow for that site-specific risk analysis for the soil coming in.
Sorry, I was flipping through my pages. Did you say that the township has less flexibility in their bylaws? Or?
No, we have more flexibility because we offer I think a total of 5 types of permit fees that you can work through.
So we have more flexibility. That's good.
Woolwich, oh, sorry.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? You mentioned they had a surcharge for enforcement. How does that compare to what we do? Does our enforcement just get absorbed through the fees, nothing over and above?
To Mr. Chair, we do have, we don't do a non-compliance in final inspection fee, but we do have where if we go out and, the offense is still occurring, we can charge them for that site inspection, which I believe is around $150. We very rarely use that. We are focused again on education. So we have it, we don't overly use it. Woolwich Township, they have an interesting structure, and I did speak with their director, who oversees this, and she was able to sort of highlight the concerns that they're facing, which are similar to Plus Lynch. So they have very much a similar fee structure. They have a little bit different types of permit fees based on the type of application being made. They do limit per year how much you can bring in. They also have environmental impact fees, is what they call their per cubic meter fee. It ranges from $1 to $2 a square meter, a cubic meter, pardon me. So again, you know, much higher than ours. They also have a general rule that if you are importing 10,000 cubic meters or more, it is regardless of the site use or the site zoning, it requires council approval. And it's considered a commercial fill permit. So they don't differentiate, if you're bringing in that much fill, that's the process that they follow. And they do provide partial exemptions from the per cubic meter fee, if the fill is sourced within the township. So they do offer relief, if the applicant can demonstrate that they're getting it locally. So again, just looking at Plus Lynch's fee structure, council's aware, but for the public as it compares, we are significantly less than some of these other municipalities that have similar bylaws and similar issues in their municipalities. All right, the next concern that we heard is the burdensome and complex documentation requirements. So the township's bylaw, I've stated this already, is very closely aligned with the province's excess soil regs. We reference back to it numerous times through the bylaw. We use their definitions. We use their risk analysis tools. And it does align with the Environmental Protection Act. So these regulations are comprehensive in order to determine the safe and responsible reuse of excess soil, and they are complex. These regulations are complex. This is the management of excess soil is a complex issue. It's a complex regulation, similar to a building permit process where you need to interpret the Building Code Act, architectural engineering requirements. You would hire a professional to help you with that process.
Is that the role of QP as well?
That is a QP that would do that, and as it relates to bringing in excess soil. It's similar to a Planning Act application. Not many people choose to do their own zoning bylaw amendments. They hire a planner who's a professional in that because they need that expertise. This is that type of a process. This impacts not just your property. When you import soil, it impacts the roads. So the township infrastructure, it impacts the community, it impacts the groundwater, it impacts the environment. It requires professional expertise. Certainly small scale projects that have low risk where you can demonstrate the eligibility requirement to bring in something small scale for a minor application, that's scoped down. But we generally are seeing large scale projects in Plus Lynch, and the risk requires professionals. So that's staff's response. There isn't changes. There are not changes being proposed to our alignment with the excess soil regs at the province and their regime. We're not recommending that. We did hear the public feedback. Staff reviewed it in detail. We heard it. It was considered. It's not recommended. So that's why we're not seeing changes being proposed to council. The next response that we are dealing with is the concerns regarding private property rights. Again, we heard these concerns, township considered them. It's not that they were disregarded. Township looked at them, and we are responding to them. That the township, again, as we've gone over, has the authority to pass bylaws that does regulate activities on private property. Many bylaws in municipalities regulate private property. Likewise, so does the Conservation Authority, so does the province, and oftentimes, so does the federal government. So the township is not alone here in regulating activities on private property, especially in the case where there's public interest or there's a duty of care that the township needs to take.
Prime example of that is the aggregate industry. It falls under the purview of the province,
Correct, yep.
and we don't have control over that.
So again, this comes back to dumping, fill, and the management of excess soil is complicated. It needs to be monitored, and if it's not monitored and goes unchecked, it can cause contamination to groundwater and surface water, disruptions to drainage patterns, disruptions to bodies of water, damage to natural heritage features, costly damage to township roads and infrastructure, which is a burden of the community taxpayer, and cause disturbances and impacts to neighbors.
With respect to damage to roads, if there's a extensive fill operation occurring someplace, do our road staff go out there and inspect the roads to see if it's accelerated deterioration, to see whether these should be up to cover the cost of that?
Mr. Chair, we do have that separate road haul route permit that we require them to obtain. So there is a before and after inspection, and we're just, as we unroll that, we're gonna have more data to determine if we're charging enough for that.
Okay, that's my concern. I really don't want taxpayer being charged for it, so premature road repairs.
So again, although it is regulations applying to private property, it's critical to do this in many cases. Again, the public is required to get building permits. They're required to get land use permissions for zoning. There's many ways that regulations are applied to private property. Site alteration bylaw doesn't introduce anything new in terms of regulating property. It's critical that the costs and liabilities associated with the site alteration work be borne by the property owner that's undertaking the work. This is not the community taxpayer's responsibility to bear those costs. That's why the permit process is critical. So response to the public, again, this is a concern with requiring permits for small projects. So the township's bylaw, again, we've gone over this, is in line with the comparative municipalities for small and minor permits. And the permit process itself protects the property owner from expensive remediation costs, as well as protects the environment and the community. So what we're seeing is typically the remediation costs, quadruple the cost that you would have undertaken to actually do the work. So remediation is very, very costly. Not only are you paying for all of the professionals that need to help you do the remediation, you now have to pay for wherever that fill needs to go, if it needs to come off the site. So very expensive, and this bylaw aims to protect the property owner so that they don't fall into that situation. All right, the next slide is activity under the current bylaw. So wanted to provide an update on the last year. So the township has 20 site alteration files that are in process or are currently in process under the bylaw. 3 of the 20 contacted the township prior to commencing work. So the township staff do understand that there is an issue here with work occurring without a permit, and we are aiming to continue that education. Just continue it. We had a social media campaign in the summer of 2024. We'll do similar campaigns going forward.
Question, how many of these property owners are claiming it's normal farm practice?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have not issued any waivers. There are a few that are claiming it's normal farm practice, but the burden to prove it as a normal farm practice is high. Not only the soil quality, but there's other things that need to be demonstrated. So I believe we have a handful that are claiming that.
Do you see where you get it represented as one thing and then it's switched to normal farm practice? Is that something that's happening in the community? Is the normal farm practice being seen as a get out of jail free card?
So through Mr. Chair, that occurred under our previous bylaw as well. And so we're still seeing sort of, that sort of, impact of how the old bylaw was administered, currently with the new one. And there is sort of this sense in the community that, claiming normal farm practice becomes this loophole where you can use that to, import as much fill unchecked, unmonitored. It really isn't the case. The threshold for a normal farm practice simply in the quality of fill that you have to bring in under the provincial regime, meeting that table 1 quality standard, that burden is extremely high. So I think that if we are seeing folks that are trying to use it as a loophole, it's quickly becoming apparent that it is a high standard to meet that.
Should that be part of our education going forward, is that normal farm practice requires table 1 and just to put it in the simplest terms, the cleanest soil available, or even the worst, like here's the examples of soil that will not meet, whatever that may be. Because I don't know if people realize in the community that the OREGs from the province that stipulate table 1, what that means. I don't even know the details of what table. I know there's different tables, but I don't know if, table 1 can have a little bit of, maybe garbage in it. I don't know what the details are. So I think that's important that normal farm practice requires the cleanest soil for importation. And then, the next bullet could be most people that approach you, unsolicited may be representing this table of soil,
You, Mr. Chair, we can focus, we can focus education on that type of thing for sure over the course of the next year.
Because if it doesn't meet table 1, it can't grow crops. Like, it doesn't have to be remediated, or what?
Through Mr. Chair, typically if it stays on site, it can't be used for agricultural purposes. If there is an ability to keep it on site through a different permit process, it would not be a waiver. There could be an ability to keep it on site, but oftentimes we're seeing fill that's being imported that simply needed to go to a landfill. There's no use for it on an agricultural property. We're also seeing fill oftentimes placed over topsoil and placed over, foliage and different things, just dumped on top of good agricultural topsoil. It's not being stripped back, and you're seeing poor quality soil placed on top, which is it's a huge loss to this community in terms of farmland.
You mentioned the social media campaign and how you might do it, and we heard from the delegate that, there might not be a lot of residents getting the information that we're trying to push out. Is there a way to do it through text, like whether in the Pussonage Pioneer and the Wellington Advertiser, or try and do some of that? And I know there's an added cost to that, but.
Through Mr. Chair, we will continue to look at options to do that. We did get some feedback in the submissions about how they heard about it, I believed, and what their preferred method to get to be engaged is. So we're going to take that feedback and sort of entrench it in whatever our public engagement strategy is going forward.
Especially if we're trying to reach the farming community, a lot of the local farmers I engage with aren't on social media. And so if we can get it in print or the local paper, they might actually be able to read it and engage.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one of the things that staff have done previously and we can continue to do is also include this information in the tax insert. Because then that does get mailed to every resident.
That's a great idea.
In January last year, we did include that the bylaw was forthcoming. I guess it was in February when it was mailed out, so we can.
Hold
look
on,
through
hold on. So February of last year,
this year, 2024.
2024, we had an insert in the tax bill that was mailed to every house in Pussonage.
Correct.
So the onus would be on the residents to read what we provided them. So in theory, that reached every household in Pussonage. Well, that's great. And that's great. I think those flyers in the tax bill need to be reserved for very important topics. You don't want to be pushing out, general news, but this is a very important topic, and I would support that. So it's great.
All right, on the next slide. I think I need one more slide.
I distracted you.
It's okay. So again, just looping back to the activity under the current bylaw. So in 2024, we had one permit that we're still working, not a permit, one file that we're working through where the volume of fill is still unknown. We had no normal farm practice waivers applied for, I believe, or processed. We had one minor, so that's under, I believe that's under the 350 to 999. We had 11 intermediate, so that's again over the 1,000 up to 10,000, 2 large and 5 major. And so you'll see the major here, and you might not be able to read that. So 16,000 cubic meters, 15,000 cubic meters, 70,000 cubic meters, 27,000 cubic meters. And the last is over 100,000 cubic meters. Our engineers estimate closer to 2, but again, it's such a volume of fill that it's difficult to determine once it's on the ground.
Is there technology out there that can be utilized to make a drone with, what do they use to find the Mayan ruins in the rainforest or something?
LiDAR.
What do you call it? Radar. Is there, so if somebody does site alt, there's a real possibility there's technology out there to determine the native soil versus the fill soil?
Here, Mr. Chair, there is. We were working through our one very large illegal fill operation to try to determine it that way. So it is something where if we're not getting compliance or what our engineers are thinking doesn't match what their engineers are saying, we might be forced to.
So it's
use
just the
something
tool
like
and
that.
toolbox, but
Yeah.
that's a cost now, whether that would be transferred to the file or not, but there's the possibility the township could hire somebody to fly a property somewhere. We were gonna fly the aggregate properties. And they would be able to determine through the density of the soils,
Mhm.
where new soil has been, where soil has been disturbed. There could, well, that's very interesting. Technology is wonderful.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we just wanted to highlight that there are a number of sites in Pilsench currently where the quality of fill that has been hauled in illegally is considered waste and needs to be removed. It should have gone to a landfill. It's unclear as to whether the property owner was aware, or perhaps it was a bad actor on the other side bringing in the fill and not being forthcoming with that information. Those things are very common. And so what we're seeing in terms of contaminated soil, this is not specific to any property. It's just general with the quality that we're seeing in some of the exceedances across the township. These exceedances include lead, arsenic, acetone, I can't pronounce this one, cadmium. So we're just, our technical experts are noting that this is this fill is probably coming out of a industrial area, whether it's due to development, road reconstruction, whatever it might be. It's coming from inappropriate sites where they should have gone to the landfill. And that's not all sites, but it's happening in Pilsench. It's a concern that we're seeing.
Question. We were made aware of an app called Phil, PHIL. Are these properties on that app?
Through Mr. Chair, some of them are.
Some that are not?
Yes, so there is an app that advertises properties that are willing to receive fill. I don't think it's just Pilsench, it's sort of in the greater area here. And what that does is developers or people that are looking to get rid of fill, they will pay these property owners to ship the fill to their site. And so this is part of the problem that's happening in Pilsench. And so we are tracking that. We do look at that app. We did get some of our information around the fees that are paid from that app, as well as through inspections on some sites. So what we're seeing is on average, this is a range, payments per truckload. So this is every truck that you agree to take to your site. You could make $65 up to $200 per truck. So again, if we're looking at a property in Pilsench, just one of our major site alts that we had around 70 cubic meters, that property owner is making anywhere from $455,000 for that fill importation, all the way up to 1.4 million. You'd see the higher payment for the truck if the fill is particularly inappropriate and it should be going to a landfill. Landfills charge quite a bit to take the fill, and soon they won't take it at all. So we're gonna see this increase in Pilsench. And in other areas around here. It's not just a West Central problem.
It's the proximity to the growth, GTA.
So looking ahead, again, the township is uniquely positioned geographically, so we have pressures on all four sides from our urban neighbors that are experiencing growth. We are intersected by two provincial highways, which makes us a very opportune location coming out of the GTA, headed into the GTA, coming from the various urban centers. We're within 1 hour of the GTA, which has experienced quite a bit of growth as well as infrastructure upgrades. So lots of new road projects that Phil has to go somewhere. And so we are geographically positioned to receive that. So the implementation of the amendments to 40619, so these are coming. 40619 is in place. We know that our bylaw uses that regulation to regulate. However, what the changes are coming in 2027 is because the landfills in the province have, there's no more capacity. What the province has said is Phil can, unless you meet the sort of the very poorest quality of fill, it cannot go to the landfills anymore. And the cost of taking that very contaminated fill to landfills is going to be expensive because of the capacity issues. So what we're going to see is any fill that doesn't meet the eligibility criteria to go to the landfill, it's going to be looking for a receiving site. Those developers, those fill brokers, whatever they be, are going to look for a receiving site that is willing to take the fill. And what the risk to the township is, again, on the previous slide, we are positioned geographically to have quite an influx of illegal fill coming into the township.
This might be a topic for the TAPMO agenda for future, seeing as our municipality is.
Well, so if you're meaning importation of fill into aggregate pits, we're already having those, I'd say that's fair to say, right?
Great.
Generally speaking, just illegal ancillary uses as a whole, but we have brought up the fill, but
Good.
I
Yeah.
agree, right?
Yeah. Especially 2027 gives a little time to have discussions.
So through Mr. Chair, municipalities that have these robust regulations and bylaws in place are going to be better positioned come 2027 when we see this influx in our area. We have large agricultural properties, a big geographical area in terms of bylaw enforcement, in terms of monitoring. Puslinch is going to be very well positioned. Not only do we have a bylaw by that point in time that's been tested and administered by staff, but we have an officer that is specifically skilled in being able to administer enforcement for this type of a use. So
He's an expert
yes.
and makes great interpretations.
So looking ahead again, OMAFRA did provide us their review with some suggested wording. These are good amendments. They're wanting us to just use the words normal farm practice and sort of let the dictionary or open legal interpretation of that stand. And they're also looking to leave in accordance with, but substitute the Farming and Food Protection Act instead of the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Affairs. They also wanted us to make note that OMAFRA does not have the ability to make determinations on normal farm practices. Only the board has that determination. So we want to make that clear in our bylaw that staff cannot go to OMAFRA and ask for an interpretation. They won't give it, not within their purview. That determination can only be made by the board.
So we don't know how in-depth OMAFRA reviewed the bylaw, do we?
To you, Mr. Chair, we had a meeting with them afterwards. We did discuss it and they did bring forward these revisions. So whether or not they limited their review to aspects affecting normal farm practices or the whole, I don't know. But again, it would only be within their purview to look at, how the bylaw interacts with normal farm practices.
Okay, I just think it speaks volumes to whoever penned this bylaw, that if OMAFRA reviewed this, there's your two revisions. So,
Well done.
well done. So I just wanted to say that.
And this is the last slide. So looking ahead again, the township's going to continue to educate the public. A social media campaign was commenced over the summer of 2024 and more are planned for 2025. Guides and initial assessment forms have been created for the ease of navigating the permit process. And the permit application will migrate to our cloud permit format in 2025, which again eases the review process for staff and the public.
Yay and nay, what, your comment about the farmers going to the cloud permit, if some of these farmers are, you know, later generations, I mean, we can still facilitate them old school way of paper, or is it gonna be all cloud?
You, Mr. Chair, we do like to get everybody onto one system, but the township's also flexible. So if there is barriers there for individuals, we can work with them.
I would appreciate that, because
Or even phased in approach, like for 2 years, you kind of do a duo upon quest or something with the goal of getting there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would also note that, because these applications are complex, as our CEO has stated, generally speaking, they have an agent who works on their behalf, who submits the applications. And generally, we've had, good feedback on the planning side from agents moving through cloud permits, so I think on the whole, it'll be a positive change.
I just like the flexibility that if maybe they're gonna apply for something, try to get a waiver, so then you wouldn't have the agent quite yet. The staff can facilitate some of that, but I think I agree with you that at some point, if they bring some proposal in and staff are like, oh, this is a minor, major, whatever, they're gonna have to hire somebody, then they would be able to do that process, but initially, if we can be a little flexible and, you know, help people, that's great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff also intend to keep the initial assessment process as is, so currently to the township website, and then we can also facilitate those in a more informal way. So that aspect won't transfer.
I just had two questions. It was based on some of the public feedback that was in the engagement. One was a suggestion of a seasonal simplified renewal process. So if there's a genuine farmer needing to do something and it's on a seasonal basis without having to come back and kind of do an application every year, or every season, is there something like that that's already in there? Is it kind of like a renewal, or is that something we can look at moving forward?
Mr. Chair, we can look into something like that. It would, if it was, there's some eligibility criteria that we'd have to look at too, in terms of the cumulative volume of fill that someone can bring in over a period of 5 years. We'd also, there'd be aspects of that likely could be renewed, to your point, but we would want to make sure certain things like soil quality and that were regularly submitted with each application. So potential for sort of a hybrid of what maybe the suggestion was.
Yeah, just to kind of do that. And then the other one, someone had mentioned best practices for soil management documentation. So essentially suggesting the township provide best practices for soil management, but I feel like that's something OMAFRA could provide us to then share with the public. Anyway, is that something you can also look into? Just, educating, it's more of the education on soil management practices.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the province does have those guides that they provide with the regulations. So there are management guides provided by the province. Again, if you're looking at a large scale project, and I would say large scale is over 1,000 cubic meters, you should be consulting with a qualified person. It's required under the provincial regulations to do that. So again, smaller scale, you could probably rely on those guides and may be able to navigate through the process yourself, depending on what your scope of project looks like, but they do exist.
Great, thanks.
And through Mr. Chair, just one comment that I didn't highlight on, but it sort of touched on Councillor Sepoulis's comment about the infrastructure damage. In 2024, we had approximately 300,000 cubic meters of fill brought into the township that we're aware of through permits, likely more than that with activities that happen without a permit. So that's approximately 30,000 trucks two ways on our road system that we're aware of associated with fill importation activities. So it's a significant amount of wear and tear on our infrastructure, in addition to what we see from the aggregate, in addition to what we see from being subject to commuter traffic, in addition to all these things. And 30,000 trucks filled with fill is quite a bit of wear and tear on our local road system.
Yeah, you mentioned you'd be coming in 2025 with the revisions for the opening micro comments. When 2025 are anticipating coming forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it'll likely be in the first half of the year.
And I would really like people to have a subtle look at the fees, because as you mentioned, the roads is gonna be continually chewed up by all these trucks. And I understand there's illegal activity happening there, but we can only get after the people who are doing it, and they're doing it and charging. Let them pay for it, all these other illegal activities, rather than our taxpayer.
Well, and if the legal ones get caught, they're gonna be paying on it as well once they're. File on. Enforcement. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
I have two things, actually. One, first of all, this has been a super informative and helpful presentation. So thank you for putting that together and for presenting it to us, because even just hearing it from you as opposed to reading it has been very helpful. So thank you. I don't know if you would be comfortable with it, but it would be maybe really helpful to put this presentation on the same page of our website where we have the guide. So it would just be helpful for people to read. The second point I had, so much of this presentation is around large fill operations, which is definitely where the issues are most concerning. But through the public feedback, there have been some concerns, whether they're actually experienced concerns or just theoretical concerns about small scale projects or very small scale projects. And I know I had put some comments on it, and we add some flexibility, and I totally understand that, you know, even small amounts of fill can be contaminated. I don't know if it's an actual issue that people are experiencing, that they can't get little small projects like filling their driveway potholes, or if that's just, you know, being used as a reason for us to look at it. But I think your suggestion of continually reviewing this on maybe an annual basis for a few years, perhaps, I don't necessarily feel that there's any changes needed like urgently, but I think maybe as something to just kind of monitor over the next year is this something that is actually causing barriers to our residents to do, you know, build a garden in their backyard or pave their residential driveway, things like that. Are these actual hurdles that our residents are experiencing? And if so, how can we modify and work to simplify that process while still keeping the protections in place? I think it would be helpful to put some focus on our next review of specifically that component of it to address that feedback that we're receiving. That's it.
Great comments. It's like bang on, like times two from my perspective. Be like a couple quick ones. I think, you know, this is a lot of work. So I think, you know, for staff and like contentious too, right? Like these patting you in the back, hey, let's develop a soil amendment proposal, right? Like, so this is addressing issues within the township. I think just my perspective, and I have had lots of people reach out to me probably in the last couple of weeks on this issue. I think it does a really good job of addressing medium and large fill operations. I think what I would be curious is, you know, the fact and fiction, the myth and reality around what I'll call super small scale, so like less than 20 ton scenarios, and what's actually required of the landowner. And so when I read through all the comments, the 36 odd comments, there is a tone, and I would say even comments I've had, just people reaching out to me directly, is fully understanding what's in and what's out. So for instance, like if I'm a farm operator and I'm filling in some ruts in the field from spring runoff, or fixing tile drainage issues that I have to move some soil to fix, or minor things, like what's really the requirement of them? So I'd be curious just to do like a couple small scale dry runs with like, even for myself, I'm happy to go through that and say, Russell, as a XYZ, I want to do this and really fully grasp it, because I'm not sure the public and all the comments that I've received fully understands the process. Like if I'm gonna bring in 200 trucks or something, yeah, I get it. Like that's a very administrative burdensome process. But what I would be concerned is if I'm a farm operator and I want to bring in a triaxle of something, what do I need to do? What are my obligations? And I think if we make that really clean and clear, this angst probably goes away. So that's maybe just one, and I'll leave that with staff to ponder. We're not gonna get there today. I have had some comments, and it's interesting, from the OFA, Ontario Federation of Agriculture standpoint, there's lots of resources out there around like what the really common normal farm practices are. And I'm talking like that top 3 to 5, like really basic stuff. Anything beyond that, like it gets complicated and it gets very nuanced and it gets very site specific, but maybe there's some resources that we can work with the sector on to just say like, look, here's the top 3 or 5 to keep it really basic. Like if I want to do a entryway into a field, what's my process, right? We're not talking large scale excavation, we're talking very basic things. Or if I want to fix some rutting in my fields due to weather events, like really common stuff. So I think to me, it's important that we just make it user friendly. And I think to the mayor's comments, the cloud permitting, I think philosophically, I'm like all there, like digitizing the administrative burden, but the reality is we have a large portion of the population, like that ain't gonna fly with a lot of them, or it becomes a burden and a level of frustration that even if the process is simple, if you gotta do like a fillable PDF, and they're trying to do it on a computer that's not compliant or it's not the right version, like it just becomes a thing, right? So I would just encourage staff to just like, I hate that I say it this way, but maybe it's a 2 roadways to the end point. One is digitized and one is old school, and see how it goes. So I'll leave it at that. I really look forward to 2025 and seeing like this, and I can't emphasize more, like Councillor Goyd, it's like this is an evolutionary process, and we need to always be kind of mindful that it's going to continuously evolve. There's going to be ebbs and flows as the dynamics change, but like you can go on Facebook Marketplace right now, and I guarantee you there's a dozen people trying to do dumping of God knows what anywhere, right? And the obligation is on the landowner, like you need to go in eyes wide open, but there's a reason why somebody's paying you $50 a ton to take their shit, right? At the end of the day. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
That's happening. All right, where are we at? Are you done your presentation?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, so the recommended resolution was to receive it for information. And making note of Councillor Boyd's comment that council directs staff to include a review of how small scale projects are permitted and whether amendments should be made at the next annual review.
All right. I have a couple of comments first. So we don't call it a driveway permit, right? It's an entrance permit. Okay. I don't know if it was ever called a driveway permit. And I believe we either did some education but if you get an entrance permit, that doesn't mean making a laneway, right? It just gives you access from your property line to the road's edge on our right of way. Switching a bit of gears, building permit, if you get a building permit in the township and say you own a 100-acre farm that's completely flat, and you need to, so my understanding is you need to support the structure, whether it's barn or whether, there needs to be some sort of material put around the structure. That doesn't give you carte blanche permission to alter the entire site, like under the building permit, there's likely a scope of where the work can happen. So, so if you get a laneway or if you get normal farm practice to create access to a field or something, that doesn't give you permission to do, the scope isn't the entire property. Right, there's gonna be,
Through Mr. Chair, yes, you are correct, and we are, that's a focus of part of our public education as well.
yes, that's kind of where I was, going with that. Is that a laneway doesn't mean site alt. So there's two different competing things there. Okay, no, I think it's great job, this presentation. Oh, the last notes I made. Is there any, of course, it's gonna be valid, I think it's gonna be valid, but shall we send either this report or that one slide deck showed the contaminants we're finding in, the imported fill? Can we flip that to MECP and MMAH, not asking for any action items, but just here's a heads up. This is what we're encountering.
So through Mr. Chair, we keep the MECP apprised of, files where there's contamination, so they are aware.
I think we should flip it to the minister.
The conservation groups as well. We have 3 that have jurisdiction in this township. That's probably, careful like for confidentiality reasons, but that's another group that's like, they got a piece of this discussion.
I think a one pager, just saying, in review of 20, our fill alteration bylaw, here's what some of the contaminants we found, and just send that to the minister, MECP, MMAH, and the CAs. Just as an FYI, because then when we go to them, when we're looking for enforcement, we can say, remember we told you that this is what we're experiencing? It's just not all brand new.
I don't know if sending it to the conservation authorities, I mean, it's for information, but there's no enforcement that they can be helping with, is my understanding of them.
Yeah, because we
Regulations.
close out the whole thing.
Yeah.
To get our permit, so. I'll leave it, I would like it to go to MECP, minister and the MMAH, just because they have jurisdiction over some of the stuff.
Through Mr. Chair, we can look at some correspondence. We are meeting, with the MECP in the new year, with local officers to have some discussions on just a variety of things. So there's lots of opportunity to have that engagement back and forth.
Okay, so you read the recommendation? Did you have your hand up? Sorry. Did I get a mover in a second?
Not yet.
Can I get a mover in a second for that? Councilor Brady, Councilor Spillis, last chance. All in favor? It's carried. Are we breaking now? What time? Yeah. I gotta run home. What time can we
So
come
through
back?
Mr. Chair, I believe we're coming back for 1 o'clock. Yes.
No. 12
No,
minutes?
it's 12 minutes. Sorry, I didn't realize the time. We might have to push that closer to 20 after 12:30 or 1:30, sorry.
1:30.
Sure.
1:30, and we'll just. So
So for those online, we are taking a recess and we will be back at 1:30.
welcome back, everyone. We will proceed to the next portion of our agenda, which is item 7.1. That's a delegation from Dana and Kelly. Come on down. Need another chair or. Are you staying in the gallery or?
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing is, you're not allowed to engage with us from there. If you want to say some things, you need to be at this table.
I wasn't planning to speak. I thought.
Yeah, we were told that only 2 could speak. So, okay,
So if you want her at the table, now's the time.
I think we're okay. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. You ready to go, right? Anytime you want to start. Right, you've been.
Would you like me to stand or stay seated?
No.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to address you and this topic. I am Kelly Wallace, and I am here today with 2 of my 5 children, Kathleen Wallace and Dana Kofelt. Dana and I will be speaking to you today.
We are a 100% three-generation Puss Lynch family. Myself and all 5 of my adult children and their families, that include 9 of my grandchildren, live, go to school, and pay taxes in Puss Lynch. My late husband, Lauren Wallace, and I purchased the property in 2019, and it was his dream to own a forest with running water. I'm not aware of the full, I'm not aware of the full ownership history on the house. We purchased it from Betty Ferguson. I know that Betty Ferguson owned it for over 30 years, and I've heard that she was a lovely woman, a little eccentric, but did very little on the upkeep of the property. We purchased it for the 100 acres and not the dilapidated house. There are many beautiful and well-preserved buildings in the area. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. The current use for our family is a hobby farm, and we are developing more walking trails, and it serves as a place for connection and recreation for our family. It's also a memorial site to my late husband. We are a philanthropic family, and I'm very proud of my daughters and grandkids as they've created a very large vegetable garden where the bounty is taken on a weekly basis to the Cambridge Food Bank for the last several years. Since my husband's passing, its significance has become very personal to our family. The property is held in a trust, and it's to remain in the family for generations to come. I think there's another slide. And this is our family at the farm. And the next slide. We have 9 different points we want to address. Number 1, the restrictions at the time of purchase. We understood that the property was listed on the registry at the time of the purchase, and that meant that it was protected from demolition only. We understood it would not affect any permit requests and that there were no additional need for permits or permit waivers. The designation was not registered on title and that we could object to remove it at any time. We purchased the property in total disrepair with the long-term intent was to restore it. My husband has planted hundreds of trees. He expanded the trail system and he followed the managed forest plan. He restored the main grassy fields and he rehabilitated the main barn. We were actually interviewing contractors for the house renovations when he became sick, and so we put that on hold. The designation imposes new restrictions beyond what was understood when the property was purchased, free and clear of heritage restrictions. We request that maintaining the property's integrity remain the responsibility of the family and not be regulated by the township.
In order to maintain compliance with the proposed designation while maintaining the property and managing general maintenance, the need for permits and permit waivers becomes obscene and excessive. Any minor restoration efforts or repairs, recaulking, repainting, minor stone or roofing repairs require administrative management, tracking, and oversight from the homeowners. Lawn mowing, maintenance, landscaping, garden expansion requires the use of heavy machinery, and designation will create unnecessary need to apply for a permit or permit waiver one after the next. Delays due to multiple reviews from staff, clerks, advisory committees, etc., can be up to 90 days, deterring timely repairs and discouraging proactive property management. The time and effort to apply for permits and waivers and management will be disproportionate compared to the average homeowner in the township. Imposing a designation without the property owner's consent infringes on our rights as owners and sets troubling precedent for government overreach. Designation needs to be a voluntary partnership between the municipalities and the owners, respecting our ownership and our autonomy. The added financial obligations and the cost of compliance. The heritage designation imposes costly compliance measures, from hiring consultants, using specialized labor and materials, to possible added inspection costs deemed necessary by the committee. These expenses make routine upkeep financially unsustainable. The need for specialty labor does not allow homeowners to maintain these buildings themselves in financially suitable manner, and restoration becomes cost prohibitive. There are currently no grants or assistance programs in place to offset the increased expenses the homeowners will incur. And without tangible financial or technical support from the township, the designation creates an unfair burden and financial expectation on private property owners.
Can I just pause you real quick? Sorry. This photo here, that driveway, is that gravel or is that concrete?
It's gravel.
It's gravel.
And this is part of what Lauren had restored, was that old barn. He put in a gravel road to the barn from the street, and he's rehabilitated that field You can see some of the trees that he planted up there.
Okay, so that's the barn, you redone the barn, is the house in this picture or no?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, the house is in some other
Okay,
pictures.
sorry to interrupt, I just
That's okay.
trying to see what I was looking at here.
We believe it's inequitable to impose such a designation.
Next slide. This was known as the Scotch House when it was first built, and it's not unique in architecture to the many other Scottish immigrant homes that were built in the area in the same time period. And in fact, was inconsistently built with a variety of cut stone and field stone. There were many modifications prior to our ownership that have diminished the property's historical value. There are no less than 5 significant bolt-on additions to this property. The house lacks unique distinguishable features or any real charm. Hundreds of other businesses and homes in the area have these charming and interesting features and are well preserved, unlike our location. Heritage efforts would only preserve a portion of the property that no longer reflects its original state. We believe this undermines the purpose of the heritage designation. We believe the efforts would be better suited to focus preservation on properties that are structurally sound and have retained their original character. It's also worth noting that in the Puslinch Historical Society maps, that Killian is not listed as a village.
Public implications. Designating private property diverts resources from preserving publicly significant landmarks or areas with greater historical integrity. Resource allocation is better served for the broader community in public or commercial use such as restaurants, hotels, museums, and cultural centers, rather than burdening private homeowners with unnecessary restrictions. As a private family property, this designation will impose many burdens on our family without providing any community benefit. There are already several agencies that currently hold jurisdiction on this property, and our land currently sits in an environmental protection zone. Adding one more creates redundant protections. The restrictions and added oversight of designation will create long-term consequences with reduced flexibility for future improvements and could decrease property values and any future appeal. Our vision is to balance preservation with practical use for our family. There is no local analysis of benefits of designation, and there is no clear measurable benefits of the property owner or community of imposing such restrictions. Well, I got jumbled there. There's no clear measurable benefits for the property owners or community, and imposing such restrictions is unjustified. Heritage designation can also burden future generations with undue obligations and restrictions, which may discourage family members from maintaining or inheriting the property, potentially leading to neglect, forced sale, and eventual demolition. A prime example being the Preston Springs Hotel. We have a registered managed forest plan in Ontario, which promotes sustainable forest management, biodiversity, and environmental health. The designation may conflict with our 10-year plan and hinder our ability to contribute to our environmental goals. The use of heavy machinery for ecological improvements could be restricted or even forbidden, posing a negative environmental impact. The specific attributes of the house have minimal impact over the broader environmental considerations because this designation prioritizes preserving non-original features and detracts from meaningful stewardship. The heritage designation impedes our ability to pursue conservation initiatives and community-focused projects such as expanding our gardens to grow produce for the local food bank. The house has been significantly altered from its original state prior to our ownership. Our plans and intentions are to restore the house and to use it for our kids to live in during their university years. We wish to enhance the house's appeal and structural integrity. The structure is significantly compromised, and therefore preserving history will require creative solutions that go beyond the designation. We also need to maintain current standards for our current occupants while avoiding unnecessary bureaucratic involvement.
So to conclude, the future of the house is something that we also are very interested in preserving, but it's going to take creative ways to do it. The stone is in very bad shape. We would like to keep the integrity of it, but try to modernize its insides and increase the R value. We do have tenants in it right now that it's a very drafty house, but they're young and they like burning fires. The house also sits in a wetland area, and so there is no other place that we would be allowed to build a house. So maintaining part of this house is going to be important because I think it's going to be grandfathered in to allow us to continue to have it as a living space. So we believe this proposed designation imposes undue financial, administrative, and practical burdens. The designation conflicts with our family's goals and ability to responsibly steward the property, and heritage preservation should align with owner consent, financial and practical considerations. We respectfully request to be removed from the list, and we strongly object to involuntarily receiving this heritage designation. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today and presenting to council. Do you have a recommendation?
What's to receive the delegation for information?
Are you gonna move her, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Bailey. All right, questions from council?
Yes, you mentioned in your closing statements, to desire to maintain as much of the original heritage as possible. Do you have a sense of what that would entail? Like, would the facade stay in place? I understand the inside, there's structural issues. I understand there's insulation issues, but the features, as I understand it, reading the documents, is basically the outside of the house.
Yes, and it would be our intention to try and leave the front facade. Over the years, the bolt-ons that have happened they've added on a side wing, they added on an upstairs above what was originally the post office. They added on an upstairs over the side wing. They added on a god-awful swimming pool structure that is dangerous, I think. And then they put a back part on the house that has what I can only refer to as a Las Vegas bathroom. It's terrible. And so not all these bathrooms even work currently. I would probably want to tear all that back part off. And when my husband and I were talking to contractors, we were talking to people, Country Lane, for example, who does these kinds of heritage homes and can do that by supporting the face of it, but put on a whole new inside. And so there would be quite a bit of demolition that would happen, but not to the original stone.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Bailey.
Thanks for coming. I've been through this property and it's fantastic. The outside's fantastic. The inside of the house is very unique. Anyway, really neat. I think really neat cultural heritage, which is something that we need to be considering when we're talking about designating a building or a property. So it's not only, the structure itself, but it's what culturally did this property bring to the township. So when you kind of talked about no community benefit, I think the history of the property has a lot of community history, which is of benefit to our heritage here in Quistlange. And I think you mentioned that it was not a unique property, but it sure is, with having the post office there and the cemetery beside it, and then adding on to the house. Like, it's quite a unique property. You mentioned you have tenants, so is any of the family living in the house currently?
No.
Okay. And then you have a 10-year plan. So is everything you just kind of mentioned in your response what you're hoping to do within the next 10 years?
The managed forest plan is over the next 10 years. The managed forest plan is in the next 10 years. And yes, it would be in my vision, probably within the next 5 years, to renovate the house, because I have some teenage grandkids that are starting to get close to university, and I would like to have it as a house that they get to occupy as they graduate from university.
And then mentioned about changing the R value and changing inside improvement. But again, my understanding is the aspects that are written into the bylaw is just doors and windows, and the exterior field stone. So maybe this is a question for staff. If renovating the interior and taking off an addition that isn't original, would designating the property and impede doing those kinds of renovations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, internal renovations do not require a heritage permit. There are no attributes that are designated within the house, so that just follows the typical building permit process. And again, if it's removal of an addition that is not captured, that also would not require a heritage permit unless the removal of that addition somehow impacted one of the attributes.
Okay,
Part of the problems are the windows, the windows are, very, very drafty, not operational. So the windows are a significant problem.
And I did bring this up in the Q&A, but I'm just wondering if staff can speak to, I know our zoning bylaw speaks to features or attributes or things that you can visually see from a public road. So is there a way to integrate any of that kind of language into a bylaw where we would like to preserve the features that are visible from the road, but then anything else is not part of the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so based on a review of legislation and other municipalities' designation bylaws, heritage attributes can be quite specific. And so in the Q&A, we provided an example that if council only want to protect heritage attributes that are visible from the road, staff could amend language of the bylaw to reflect that. So, for example, if we were looking at a stone facade, the language could be amended to state the front elevation exterior fieldstone facade. Staff don't recommend this approach, as the Heritage Advisory Committee has identified properties that are worthy of designation of cultural heritage value or interest, but are not necessarily visible from a public road. And those buildings, as you mentioned, remain an important part of the township's culture and history. And so we wouldn't want to set a precedent of if it's not visible from the road, it's not worthy, because that's not necessarily
Right, okay, thanks for that. And then the other thing that was mentioned a lot in the delegation is the tree management plan and wanting to do things exterior in the gardens and things like that. Will any of that be impacted with the designation?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the heritage permit bylaw does state that maintenance and landscaping that doesn't require heavy machinery and doesn't significantly change the appearance is exempt from requiring a heritage permit. And so it's staff's interpretation that gardening and growing produce would not typically require a heritage permit approval, except in the case where, say, you had to rent a mini excavator and you were going to be digging very close to the foundation and the foundation's a listed attribute. In that case, a waiver or permit might be required just to ensure that it's not going to damage that. But if you're not near one of those listed attributes, we wouldn't typically don't think that a permit would be required in that case. With that being said, if there is landscaping or gardening taking place, well, it might be exempt from a heritage permit. Property owners are always encouraged to contact the township regarding this kind of work because it may require different kinds of permits, not just looking at heritage permits.
Site alteration or something, or?
Exactly, and with respect to the managed forests, the township has not included natural heritage features as listed attributes in our heritage designation bylaw, and so that also would not require heritage permit in the township.
Okay. So I guess I'm just struggling with knowing what your vision is. Do you have any drawings, any pre-drawings or any thing ahead of time of what your vision is on this? Okay.
It was all put on hold when my husband became ill.
Right. So I'm just looking through my notes here. When the bylaw was being drafted, did you have input on the attributes and have a conversation back and forth with staff about what was being written into the bylaw?
We were uninvolved. We weren't involved, so I'm not sure I follow your question.
That's the answer. She just wondered if you knew the bylaw when it was coming forward, so
No.
there's public engagement.
No, we were unaware.
Is there, I'm getting my lists mixed up, but I feel like this was in the second batch of. So has that engagement happened yet?
Through Mr. Chair, the engagement has happened for the 2024 properties.
Okay.
And we did have a meeting with the property owners prior to this meeting to go over some of the information that's been discussed. Staff have requested a site visit to look at the bylaw of the property owners. And so I think we're waiting to hear back on that process. But there's still opportunity for engagement. Staff are recommending that this designation bylaw come back with the remaining bylaws to the January 22nd meeting.
Okay.
And so there is an opportunity for further engagement on the bylaw.
Okay. I think I'd like to see that. I'd like to just know that you've had your input on what the bylaw's been drafted and just know that there was that communication. With other properties, we've heard there hasn't been great communication back and forth. I just want to. And we just want to make sure that that's happening before we make sort of some decisions on that. So that's where I stand with this property.
Yeah. Thanks for coming today. I appreciate all three of you doing this. You take time out of your schedules to go through this. So be piggybacking on a couple questions that Councillor Bailey had, and I think the one, and I think I got the answer, was the engagement in the heritage attribute write-up. You hadn't been engaged in that process. Do you recall being contacted at all by the township staff seeking engagement and then or anything? Okay.
We were contacted for a property visit, but it was.
Well, we just got
It
the
was
letter
pretty-
telling us that our house was on the list.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fair. I was trying to get a handle on kind of when you first heard about the process taking place and then what kind of led us up to today. And, you know,
I first heard about it probably 30 days ago.
fair enough. Within the write-up, these might be a few technical questions, and if you can't answer them, just let me know. But the four attributes that were noted with the property, the first one was all original doors and windows. And to the degree you can, do you know if they're original or not original or replaced? And granted, you own the property since 2019, that's like a 1865 property. So I'm saying that with like an understanding that like you might just not know.
Not only do I not know, but my husband started getting sick right when COVID hit.
Yeah.
And so the focus was not on trying to figure any of this out. We've got a friend's young kid who wants to live in the house, and he's supposed to call me if it's on fire, and he's been maintaining it, and I've been fairly disengaged in my life for the last couple of years.
And I can appreciate that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm unsure if they are original.
Okay.
Upon inspection, there's no wavy glass, which like I had in my 1920s home. There's there's none of that. So it's all very clear glass. I don't know what an 1800s window versus a 1900s window looks like.
That's helpful, because I'm sensitive if the process is to designate original doors and windows, and there's not original doors and windows.
Well, and
They've got
I would probably guess that it's not even the original door because the front door got moved over the years. So it's not the front door is not in the original spot.
And that's helpful, and I think the next one, yeah, the exterior walls with the fieldstone, and forgive me, some of the pictures you kind of went through, some of it looked relatively original and some of it looked significantly modified over the course of time, probably just with like.
Yeah, some of it almost
Mortar.
looks like center block to me, but I know it's not.
There's a big chunk that also was like replaced by a different kind of stone with a black mortar.
Yeah, I think, and that was the one picture, I think there was the television antenna or something on the one, whatever, one of the walls. Okay, so that was one where.
And it has an asphalt shingle roof on it.
Okay. So these are kind of things that I think are truly going through the heritage process. That's something I would want to know more about, type of thing. A couple other ones, maybe two questions. So one, there was a comment around, budget support for heritage properties. Actually, in the township, we've moved forward with a grant program for designated heritage properties that the homeowner can request funding to help support modifications to specific heritage attributes. So why I'm asking around original doors and windows would be is if in the future this designation process goes forward, the opportunity would be potentially if any homeowner, regardless of whether this is kind of in your situation or not, would be applicable to some of those heritage grants. So
Is that brand new? Because when we met with staff just a few weeks ago, they said there wasn't any grant program.
yeah, that'll be for our next fiscal year.
Okay.
So that was one, and again, that's into the future. I guess the last was just a question for staff. Today leading up to, I believe, the January 22nd meeting, there is, I believe, at least one more opportunity for council to go through the process and vet this, so today wouldn't necessarily be the be all end all, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. We're not asking for a decision on designation today. We're just seeking council's direction of whether you would like to withdraw the notice of intention to designate at this point, or if you would like to continue to see it brought forward to January 22nd, at which time we'd be seeking a decision from council.
Thanks, that's helpful. I think that's important, kind of, like, today isn't the end of it, so I'll maybe stop here. We're just in, I think philosophically, where I'm at is we want homeowners to go through this process, and if it becomes, you know, a significant hurdle or burden, I think I try to be very cognizant of that. Probably echo some of Councillor Bailey's comments. Some of these heritage properties do have value to the community type of thing. So, you know, sometimes that's hard to quantify to some degree, but I think that's something that does go into consideration. So maybe my recommendation would be is after this meeting today is sit down with staff, go over some like really specific details so that any of the myths isn't the right way of saying it, but just making sure that as homeowners, you have a very, very, very clear understanding of what's in and what's out. Forestry management, awesome. I think more people should do what you guys are doing. In my mind, that really doesn't impact the heritage piece. That's like a farm management aspect. So I'll maybe just stop there. I would just encourage a bit more like offline discussion, just to make sure all these technical pieces are really clear.
Okay. And it is our intention to have staff out. When we got the notice, we booked a meeting to come in and meet with them as quickly as we could. And then I had a 2-week European vacation planned, so I just got home Monday.
Life happens.
And yeah, so we're just trying to catch up.
That's fair.
Would we come back to the January 22nd meeting?
Staff.
To you, Mr. Chair, it would be through another delegation request, so that's your prerogative to make that determination when you see the agenda or before, if
Okay.
we can advise when it's done.
That's good.
Just a couple of quick things. One of the questions I had too was about the managed forest and how that impacted the heritage, or how that would be impacted by the heritage designation. And Justine gave us a little bit of information. Does that provide any comfort or clarity to you at all?
No, the heritage designation actually encompasses the entire property, not just the house and the attributes. It is the entire parcel. So if we're using a excavator in the back part of the property, it does directly contradict the heritage designation as we understood it from the guide.
Through you, Mr. Chair, while designation is applied to the entire property, like the designation bylaw is registered on title, the protections are limited to the heritage attributes. And so that's why we have in our heritage permit bylaw, those exemptions where we talk about landscaping, we talk about the heavy machinery aspects. And so it's staff's opinion that because we aren't protecting any natural heritage features, that a waiver or permit would be required if you were going to use heavy machinery and it was going to impact one of the attributes in some way. It is our opinion that the managed forest would not be impacted by this designation because we have not included any trees as like a natural heritage designation.
And I will add that if you're bringing in a full-size excavator, that you likely require other permits as indicated, because if you're moving that much material, it's a site alteration. So regardless of the heritage designation, I don't know if you captured before, but we have, you know, it can be very problematic if your neighbor calls because they hear the excavator working and bylaw gets involved. They don't want to be in that situation. So if you're bringing in a big piece of equipment, your second thought should be, I should contact the township and see if I need a permit for this. It will be way better. So just.
Well, without a permit, we won't be running any heavy machinery that we don't currently own, but that's limited to our, lawnmowers, which is a heavy machinery item, so.
We have commercial, we've got massive fields of grass. There's commercial lawnmowers and things like that.
It's
Where do you draw the line?
common sense. They're not gonna interpret your lawnmower for mowing your field as, sorry, Councilor Rita.
So it sounds, okay, so in addition to that, maybe this is a question for staff, sorry, Justine. Is it correct that normally a property that is, on the agenda for, potential designation, that a site visit with the homeowner would normally take place? Or that someone from the Heritage Committee would go to the site to evaluate the current state of, you know, just because it's a heritage building, if the roof has collapsed or a wall is caved in or something, the homeowner is not expected to restore that to its original structure. It's maintaining it in its current state. But without a site visit to the property, we wouldn't know necessarily what that current state is. So is there a process through any of this that whether it's staff or committee members would normally attend the site, and did that take place?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the process that the township has established, which goes kind of above what the requirements are of the Heritage Act, is that we have been sending a notice of priority property. So for this batch of the 2024 properties that we're discussing, that notice was sent in March of this year. And part of that notice was to advise of the open house and also to request site visits. And so staff are not able to enter a private property without permission from the property owners. So we do rely on property owners responding to that and inviting us and giving us permission to enter their properties. So we did not receive that letter back for this particular property. And as we've discussed, we are looking to set up a site visit for this property. But that is the process that we've been going through. And then at the open house, there's been an opportunity for property owners to come in and ask questions, and again, an opportunity to set up site visits if they haven't.
Okay, so that makes sense. It's fair. Having said that, between now and the time of designation, is there still opportunity for that site visit to take place? And also perhaps for some clarification as to, can they run their lawnmower if it was heritage designation? It sounds like there's some disparity in terms of what the understanding is of the heritage designation actually impacts and what it might not. So is there still opportunity for that to take place?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is still opportunity for that to take place. We do have a break coming up, but there is first couple weeks of January, we still have an opportunity to go out and have those discussions.
And so then I would put the question to you, are you willing to have that site visit and have those discussions?
Absolutely. I was just out of town.
And then I guess my last question is, I don't know if I can ask this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. In your plans for the future of this house, you've talked about renovations and some of the challenges that you may face, but I guess what I want to ask you outright is, do you intend to demolish this house?
No, but I intend to keep the facade. Without the designation, my intent would be to keep the facade, put all modern dual pane windows or triple glazed windows in that would be wood windows that would be like the old original ones, probably a fun color, you know, to give it some charm and character. We're dealing with a bunch of mismatched stone that we'd have to, you know, get repointed. But to try and make it tie it all together, you know, I picture it with green or red windows, as I've seen in some of the other houses, with a beautiful new front door that is energy efficient. And the whole back half of the house would be new, but done in a way, I've seen some around the township that probably don't have a designation, but they've mixed, you know, the facade with nice, you know, wood siding and tied it all together in a beautiful way. And that would be what I would like. I don't think that we could even get permission to tear it down and rebuild on the site because of the wetland situation. So I think, you know, I can tell you with confidence that we would facade, because I think we're gonna have to, just in order to do a significant renovation to it.
Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thanks for coming today. I agree with council. I feel like there needs to be some more communication. There's some misunderstandings. As Justine pointed out, you know, machinery working next to an attribute of the house is different than you mowing your field or, so that kind of clarity from staff will go a long way. I also feel that we're closer aligned than what you may be feeling right now due to that, you know, miscommunication. Because again, the interior works identified. We don't list interior works. When you have this meeting with staff, you need to prepare your list and say, we don't believe the windows are from the period because of blah. And then if they can get behind it, then they won't identify them. So the list that we may be disagreeing on or might be very small or non-existent. Now, facade for me would be, you know, the majority of the stone walls, not just the very front one.
Yes.
But some of it could have been added in the 60s, and these are all things that will get worked out with that site visit. So it sounds like you're amicable to that and work through that, and then, you know, we'll have those attributes. But I feel that the heritage designation is important because I never think about the people that are there now. It's, you know, for your situation, it might be 6 generations later, you know, sounds like you have grandchildren, lots of family in the area, but it could be the next owner that may not have as much of a inclination. And I wanted to address another item you said, is that somebody could neglect the building and then they could just let it fall down. My understanding is if you neglect a heritage structure and it falls down, you can be forced to rebuild it status quo, right? So that's not a way for people to circumvent the heritage designation. And what they call it, something by neglect,
Demo by neglect.
demo by neglect, misaddressed. So once buildings are identified, that's not an option,
Do
right?
you know what happened with this, the Preston?
Well, that's a different municipality, but, and most of this came from because the progressive conservatives changed the heritage designation rules. You mentioned earlier in your delegation that your property was listed when, either you were looking to purchase it or just purchased it. Well, I was right around the timeline that the progressive conservatives changed it, and this council asked for some, you know, grandfathering and some time so that we didn't have to go out into the community and find all of these to ensure that they be protected. And that was declined. So we were forced by the PC government to address these culturally and visually significant structures in the township to ensure they were protected. It's not like we wanted to do it, but we see the value in those and we had to act. So I appreciate you participating so far, being willing for that site visit. There was it a mail out? Initially, now I assume you don't live with that because you have tenants. Would that mail out have gone to their primary residence or where would that have went?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the first mail out of the priority property would have gone to their mailing address. And they did respond to that saying they don't want a site visit, like they don't give permission for a site visit. So at that point in time, we don't do a site visit and then we would have continued the process. But each time they would have got a mail out, it would have gone to their mailing address as well as the
So when did we mail out for the second batch?
March of this year.
So that's the March area. So
Which I did receive, but without more information, I didn't know enough about it to grant a site visit without talking to the rest of the family and my parents.
fair. It's also great to just engage with staff. They could have informed you, but it's just difficult when I have delegations make statements that they weren't informed and they didn't, staff, Postage Township didn't communicate.
I wasn't informed and I am the legal owner.
So your
And
daughter didn't.
No, my daughter's been covering my life because I've
Yeah, I
been
get it.
in mourning.
I know, I'm sorry to hear about that loss. I.
So there's a lot of things I don't care about and this was one of them.
Fair.
But it got forced on us and we had to deal with it. And so 30 days ago was the first time I was brought into the loop.
Which is completely understandable. All I'm addressing is the rhetoric that the township and the staff did something wrong. Which.
Oh, I didn't, we're not saying
That's
that
how
at
I
all.
kind of heard it.
No, we're not saying,
Sensitive from the last.
we're not
one.
saying that at all. I'm just saying I found out about it 30 days ago.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
But I think there's still time. They're gonna have to work hard on this because the Christmas break and then the meeting's in the 22nd, so please engage. Try to prioritize it. if you can, or delegate for.
We have since I
Okay.
got in the loop on this.
And even the windows, I mean, I'm envisioning your home with the window, I liked it, I think that's a nice idea, and if they're not a heritage attribute, then, you know, it's gonna be a non-issue, so I think we're closer than, you know, initial shock value 30 days ago, I get it, but work with staff,
Okay.
and we'll see you January 22nd likely, and
And if I could just comment on to Jessica also, when you asked about my vision. The other thing I can assure you is if you do come by and look at any of my homes, you'll see that we have made beautiful quality homes in the Puslinch area. And so, you know, I would continue with that same philosophy.
all right, so, all
Receive for information.
right, maybe we'll move second. Okay, thanks again for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All in favor? Everybody raise your finger there. That's right. Yeah. I lost my page. Who's our next delegation? Monday? 7, from the 7 something, there it is. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back.
Thank you.
When you're comfortable, you can start.
Yep, so my name is Jamie Kurtzweiser, and I'm here to formally object to the heritage designation of our property at 4492 Watson Road South. The stated intent of the proposed designation is to prevent demolition or redevelopment. However, this concern has no basis in reality regarding our individual property. Our property is located on floodplains regulated by the Grand River Conservation Authority. These strict environmental protections prohibit redevelopment or additions with foundations. My father-in-law is a professor emeritus at the University of Guelph and had a grad student who went to work for the GRCA. We were able to leverage that contact prior to purchasing this property to fully understand what could and could not be done with the building or the land. Limitation placed on this property by the Grand River Conservation Authority make further redevelopment inhibitors redundant. Furthermore, my family has already saved and repurposed this property at great personal expense. What stood as an unusable, deteriorating structure has been transformed into a livable, functional, single-family home. This extensive work makes demolition or redevelopment financially prohibitive should a new owner ever take possession of our property, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Even if a new homeowner did come into the picture, they would be buying a single-family home built in 2014, not 1885, on a rural plot of land at market value. It would be financially prohibitive to demolish it, even if they wanted to, and chose to spend more for our property versus a less expensive piece of land or an older property nearby. And they wouldn't be able to demolish and rebuild given the environmental protections of the Grand River Conservation Authority. In short, my property is fully protected both by the GRCA and practicality. This designation adds no further protections from redevelopment or demolition beyond what already exists. Again, we're only speaking about our property. A heritage designation introduces unnecessary and significant financial burdens to the property owners. There are insurance challenges, which we have spoken on before. Older properties are already considered high risk by insurers, making coverage difficult and expensive. Heritage designation adds further complications, deterring insurers altogether. The lack of competition for home insurance has caused us to take a 17% increase in premiums just this past month. There are also property appraisal risks. Heritage restriction negatively impacts property value and marketability in situations like ours, as buyers are deterred by the added limitations. This reduces our ability to leverage our property, my family's single largest asset. Ongoing red tape, is another issue. Simple maintenance tasks like repairing mortar or windows will require permits and approvals under the designation, a process that I understand can take from 90 to 100 days, which is a significant delay. If there's something wrong with my mortar, I would just like to fix it right away and not wait till it deteriorates further while we wait for a process to happen. What I find most disappointing
is the process that brought me here today. The township's longstanding position has been to avoid forcing designations on unwilling property owners. That precedent and reassurance from the township at the time was a key factor when my family bought the property. Yet this position has shifted without warning in what has openly been explained to be a reaction to the external legislation, the Build More Homes Faster Act, as opposed to a strategic, community-driven incentive. Further to that point, the draft bylaw and its list of attributes were written by a third-party consultant with little advanced understanding of the property or any input from us. Requests for collaboration in the drafting of the bylaw were firmly denied on multiple occasions, most recently reiterated at a meeting in August. Other municipalities have shown flexibility, such as designating properties without restrictive lists of attributes or even including exemptions for owners to perform certain work without having to go through the special permitting process. That approach was never entertained here. This unwillingness to engage with the most effective stakeholder, property owners, has created an adversarial process rather than a collaborative one. Heritage designation should reflect the values of and priorities of a community. In this case, there has been no community request, no advocacy, and no visible support for designating our property. Our property is not in a historic district or a cultural landmark attracting tourism. It is a private rural home that has already been preserved and repurposed. Council, I urge you to reconsider this designation. It is redundant, it's burdensome, and it fails to further advance its stated intended goals. Our property is not at risk of being demolished. It is protected, preserved, and cherished by my family. What I'm asking for is simple: the ability to maintain and enjoy my home without unnecessary restrictions or financial burdens. Instead of forcing designation, I ask the township to pursue voluntary collaborative approaches to heritage preservation, work with the property owners and not against us. An approach like this would ultimately be more efficient and cost-effective, as it would help avoid costly appeals and waste council agenda time. The lack of collaboration has reduced our opportunities to have our voice really heard to just a few occasions. We're down to the last, I thought it was 2, but I guess it might be 3 now. I might have another chance in January unless my group is exempt from that. And then from here, we go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, where, according to my research, a collaboration would be forced and mediated, and it would be at great expense to all of us. To conclude, I'd like to go back to some of the questions and answers that came up at the October 9th meeting. So currently, our home is registered, which means that notice has to be given before demolition. I understand that that registration is going to disappear, and once it does, that notice is no longer required. And that, I understand, is one of the reasons why there is a push to designate. At the October 9th meeting, it was also clarified that property doesn't need to be registered to be designated. It was clarified if you don't designate this property right now, you don't have to wait 5 years for another chance to do so. You're able to designate it anytime. You prefer, of course, to have the homeowner's cooperation, but it's not a requirement under the Heritage Act. I also understand from that meeting that once the designation process has started, the building in question is protected from tear down. That 60 days goes back into effect where you can't tear it down without asking. So if the unthinkable were to happen and I was no longer the property owner, you could immediately start the designation process and the house would be protected from the next property owner. And thank you for your time. And if you have any further questions, I will try my best to answer them.
Thank you for coming again today. Recommendation.
It's to receive information.
Will you move that, please? Councilor Spos, Councilor Harris. Councilor Spos.
Yes, thank you for coming again. I understand your frustration of the process. I have a question of staff. If we withdraw our designation today, I intend to designate, is it not the 5 years you have to wait before you can proceed?
You, Mr. Chair, and our clerk might be able to respond better with the legislative requirements.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, so in 5 years, it applies to listing a property. It does not apply to the designation of a property. And so, if council withdrew its intention to designate today, it could restate its intention to designate tomorrow because there's not a requirement that that property be listed. And there's no, time limitation on when you can bring that back. That's just related to listing a property and having that interim protection from demolition.
I don't have any other questions. After, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to suggest we move the, report 9.33 forward. So the visual can help with that for our decision.
Yeah, we'll ask council. Ms. Bailey?
Thank you. Just a question. I just want some clarification. I think there were essentially two options. We don't designate a property. We have the choice to withdraw, or it could lapse. Is there a distinction between a withdrawal and a lapse in terms of anything in the future or any?
Through sure, not particularly. So if, council withdraws its intention today, then we would serve notice on the property owner and on the Ontario Heritage Trust to advise that that has been withdrawn. If council fails to pass a bylaw in the 120 days since it stated, its intention to designate, then, staff, again, it would be a non-decision and it would be withdrawn and staff would serve notice on the property owner and on the Ontario Heritage Trust.
Okay, so similar outcome, just the timing would be a little bit different. Just a couple comments. I mean, you talked a bit about collaboration with the staff. And so since originally reaching out, when I sat around your kitchen table, I consider that collaboration and communication. And we had, our CEO come out to the property. Again, we sat around the kitchen table, we had collaboration, we had communication. So when I'm hearing that there's not good communication, I'm getting a little offended just because we've been reaching out and we've been trying and we've had, you know, a lot of engagement since that time. So we understand there was a lot of issue leading up to it. 15 years ago, none of us around the table were here. So we're complaining about something that none of us were here, and it was a process that happened back then. So I'd like to think moving on, we can kind of agree that there's been good collaboration and good communication. Now, talked about the property not being in a historical district. One doesn't exist in West Lynch, so it's kind of an unfair comment to say my house isn't in a heritage district, so therefore it should not be considered when we don't even have one that exists. And the third thing I want to talk about is you said you looked up the OLT process, but that's something you can also be engaging with staff about. What are my options? What's going to happen if something goes ahead? That's something we can be talking about together, not you having to do it on your own and try to figure out the process, right?
It's not that we're trying to figure out the process, but
Sorry.
Wasn't a question.
She's saying her statements. She asked you a question and you didn't respond.
So I would just like to say, moving forward, I think we need to continue to engage with staff. Have those questions. If you have questions, ask staff. Don't think you're on your own with it. We have really great staff resources that know the bylaw and been working really hard to do it and trying to reach out. So it's just hard to hear sometimes when there hasn't been great communication, when I feel like we've been doing a lot of that really good work. So anyway, that's all.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Hurst?
Thanks. Good to see you again, Jamie. I guess I don't have a ton of questions. I think that the main one, just in hearing the previous delegation, look at my notes and then today, I think my question is the main issue that you're having with just the permitting requirements of homeownership if you want to do any upgrades? The one issue that I think I heard you quite
one
clearly
issue,
on
yeah.
the insurance piece, which
Mhm.
like, I'll park that one for now, but really to the heart of the challenge you're having, is it just the necessity of obtaining permits if you want to do a renovation to any of the, basically, I don't want to diminish this, but basically the exterior of the building?
It is one of my concerns. The wording of the bylaw is another concern, and we have asked questions and we have been told that it cannot change. And we have been told that we can go to the tribunal and they will deny us because our home needs this, so that basically this is the only thing that can be done and we have no control over.
Yeah, I'd hate for it to go that far personally. And I'm not sure if it's fair. I'll ask, but if it's beyond the scope today, I totally understand, like specific examples of the wording that you are uncomfortable with. I'm just curious. I know that's like a really technical question to answer right now off the top of your head, but
Yeah,
I'm curious to know what that is.
I'd want to look at it and have a much better discussion.
That's fair.
But as it stands right now with all the, with all the attributes on it, it is very specific. It's not just you can't tear the building down. It's you have to maintain this, and this is a specific thing, and this is a specific thing, and that's where the insurance comes into play. And that's where all the delays come into play if we're going to look at, doing repairs and whatnot. So there are multiple issues, I think, and that's something that I would be willing to discuss. And, we have asked questions and we have tried to discuss it, but so far to understanding, we have not been able to change any of that. So that's why I'm
And
here.
I can appreciate as a homeowner, it becomes a very,
We did all of our homework
tedious
before
process.
buying this, and the rug is being pulled out from under us. We're losing our autonomy. We're losing our rights as a homeowner just because it's an old building with and being told that it's to protect the home from, demolition or to protect the attributes. We've already spent the money to protect them. When we bought the house, we could have easily torn it down and we chose not to. And as long as we're there, we keep putting money into it and we keep trying to bring back as many original features as we can. So it can't be redeveloped. It's already being put to its highest and best use because of where it is in the land that it sits on. So, to say that it's designated would make you feel better, but it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't change anything. It just, all it does is gives us extra processes to go to, extra steps to go to, extra money to spend. So it actually discourages us. Why would I want to rebuild a belfry and put it back up when now if I want to paint it, now I have to ask questions. Now it's no longer mine. I put it up, but I'm doing it. And it just more red tape. What is the incentive for me to keep going and keep working at the house? When I know that once it's in place, now there's going to be more steps for me to go through. It's going to be harder to maintain. It's a punishment to put that designation label on there. It's counterproductive.
Maybe just one last question, then I have one just for staff. And maybe similar to the last delegation, just in terms of vision, but, and forgive me, I don't, like, what I'd like to hear is what your vision for the property is, let's say, in 10 years. Like, do you have any specific construction plans that you would like to do, or is the property as it stands today kind of you completed your rehabilitation project? Maybe that's not the right way of saying it, but hopefully you understand kind of what I'm getting at, like what additional plans do you have for this property construction wise?
We don't necessarily have plans. I have entertained putting a deck around the back.
Okay.
Possibly making a sunroom out the back. We have no windows on the back of our house at all. We can't put windows in. You could, but we will not break through the stone because, well, we can't because someone else, prior owners have covered it with the hydraulic cement. We did try. There's a back corner where you can see where the stone, it doesn't have the mortar and stuff because we did pay someone to come in and try to take that hydraulic cement off. That would take years. It's on there for good. So, potentially, if I could maybe have a little sunroom back there so I can see the backyard because our property out back is beautiful. I wouldn't think that that's something that you would say no to just because of the heritage designation though, because at the back there is no stone, it's covered. And we would do that in a way that is sympathetic to the age of the house. But we do not have any immediate plans. I would like to keep working, like we do have cracks. I would like to keep fixing those. Maybe one day put a bell tower back up. It's my dream to have it up there, but
Okay, no, that's helpful. I would say there's one other, property in the township that's already designated that does have a back sunroom-ish and porch. So it's very permissible to do that beyond the scope. So thank you for that. And I know those are sometimes hard things to answer, because it's like, what's your vision? It changes today, tomorrow.
because you feel like if you say the
yeah.
wrong thing, it'll be back for you, yes.
One thing would be interesting just of staff. So, Jamie noted there's a number of other protections that she noted through the conservation groups and what have you. I'd be curious, and again, I don't want to dismiss what you're saying, but I think I'd like to ground truth some of those just to, you know, for my comfort standpoint, as to what those layers or protections are on this particular property, because I think that would be of certainly interest to me, in terms of protection. So
The previous delegate stated something similar, so.
Well, I just wanted to give you a piece of information. You can get a map of the property and where all the flood zone is.
He's not talking about flood zones, he's referencing, if the building comes down, you won't be allowed to rebuild, so yourself, possibly in the previous delegate, are inferring that there's already protection that the building won't be demolished. He's asking staff to, do some background information or.
I understand.
Gathering, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wina?
I don't really, sorry, I don't really have any additional questions. I would like to say thank you for the efforts that you have done to the house already. I mean, I drive past it often and I live on the same road, so it does look fantastic, and thank you for all the hard work that you've put into it.
Yeah, you've done a wonderful job on it. I find one of your statements concerning, actually two. I agree with Councillor Bailey about the communication. I'm pretty sure it was your file that we stopped and restarted due to, you know, communication concern brought forward by you. So we've gone above and beyond trying to, you know, ensure that collaboration has been happening. So to come here, I mean, I get it. We're elected officials and people love to come here and be very critical of us and all that. And we generally have to take it, but sometimes I like to point it out. You said in your delegation that this is going to restrict future buyers. Well, it was buyers' limitations. So in your delegation, you're saying that you're concerned about future buyers' limitations on the property. And that's exactly what the heritage designation is for. And I spoke that to you last time.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking a question. So this is to protect it for the future, and those attributes have to be listed. Some have more, some have less. The previous delegation, I have not visited any of the properties, but it sounds like the previous one maybe doesn't have as many. You've done a wonderful job on your own. Maybe there's more. Depends what was saved or restored. And what I am hearing from you though is the permitting process for those attributes. I don't want that to be burdensome. It needs to be there, and it's similar to if you want to renovate your washroom, if you touch plumbing or electrical, you have to get a permit, and there's a process. So this heritage attribute process, I would hope would be able to mirror a building permit for a washroom rental. I don't want it to be 6 months for you to, you know, whether it's a bell tower or this or that. If that's the kind of thing you're encountering, if your property gets designated, I want to hear that, because then we want to figure out how we can improve that. And I don't, so I'm speculating on a problem that may never transpire, but it very much so. These are very professional staff. They recognize this affects people, and it may be a very smooth process. It may be very simple. We just don't know that yet. So to go the other way already, I think is a bit early, but I do feel we've gone like above and beyond trying to, you know, the communication to make sure you're informed. I want you informed. We all want you informed, but unfortunately, you own a property that's important to the corporation and the community. So that's all I have to say.
If I may, I would like to say something.
Sure.
I'm not argumentative. It's not communication that's lagging. lacking cooperation, that's lacking. Yes, there has been lots of communication. Yes, things have been explained to us. Yes, all of our questions have been answered. It's just that we're not getting to put input into it.
You're getting your input.
Cooperation.
What I think I'm hearing is that you're providing input and it's not affecting change. Well, just similar to a individual that delegated about site alt. They have submitted comments and, you know, their comments were not incorporated. Staff takes the comments, they review them, they'll check them to legislation and, you know, maybe the direction of council. And if they're not incorporated, there's a reason for that. It's not dismissed, it's thoroughly reviewed. So that's the frustration you're probably encountering. Sounds like there's too many attributes in your property listed, but there's significant attributes, they feel they need to be listed, so. Unfortunately, it's difficult, I do get it, so I do thank you for coming again today, and we have a mover in a second.
We do.
Okay, all in favor? Thanks, have a great day.
So just. What was the, did it get moved to the next one or is it?
We're gonna move up the, well, Council Schools.
No, I'd like to make a motion that we move up our report,
You can go back.
9.3388 2024-065 Heritage designations objections.
Yeah, so that's a mover, do I have somebody that wants to second that? Councilor Hurst, all in favor? That's carried, right. Give staff a second to catch up. Laura's gonna be the only one that gets out of here before 7 o'clock. Did you have something to do with him passing that motion?
Yeah, we were on the same page.
Yes.
She gave me a bribe.
Hey, all right, let's get back to being serious. All right, so this is your report. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the purpose of this report is to advise council of the objections received on council's notice of intention to designate for 4492 Watson Road South and 6714 concession 1. And staff are just seeking council's direction with respect to the next steps of the designation process.
All right, do you want to read that whole thing?
I can, it's a little bit lengthy, so just bear with me. So that report ADM 2024-065 entitled 2024 designation objection and received. And whereas the Township of Plymouth Council stated its intention to designate the properties municipally known as 4492 Watson Road and 6714 concession 1. And whereas the Ontario Heritage Act requires that the council of a municipality shall consider an objection and make a decision on whether or not to withdraw the notice of intention to designate within 90 days after the end of the 30-day notice period. Therefore, be it resolved that council either affirm or withdraw its decision to designate both of the noted properties, either one of the noted properties pursuant to the act, and that council direct staff to bring a heritage designation bylaw for the properties as determined at the January 22nd, 2025 council meeting.
All right, can I get a move? Councilor Hurst, you're moving that one. Councilor Spos, go ahead.
Okay, this process, we have two individuals, homeowners, who take pride in their home. And if, in the particular case of, Jamie Kreitzweiser, she's fixed up her home. She's done a lot. And all she's asking is, look, I don't want to be designated. She's done all this work and I see nothing but a downside by continuing this process on and on for her. I also think that where there's instances where there's a developer who we know is going to go in there and demolish the property, by all means, you can object all they want, but we're going to go forward and protect the place. But this is an individual that has put a lot of love and care into the property, and there's no chance of it being demolished. Now, it was clarified by staff that there's an opportunity if we don't designate today, we have the opportunity to come in and designate at any time in the future. And I would like to suggest that with respect to the Watson Road property, we withdraw our designation at this time. Now, with respect to the second property, 6714 concession 1, the homeowner there is perhaps 7-8 years behind the Watson Road homeowner. They're willing to start and do what they have to do to make their property livable. upgrading the interior, preserving what they can on the outside. And I can see their point of view in the same way as, the Watson Road property. They want to be able to do it without continually going back for permitting, asking, can we do this, can we do that? You mentioned, Mr. Mayor, that splash of color is nice. Well, okay. Is that going to require going back forward to say, well, is that a designated color that is reflective of the area? I don't know, but maybe it would be. So I'm going to suggest that that also probably be withdrawn from designation. Again, the same situation arises. If we think that there is an issue sometime in the future, we can go ahead and designate. I was of the misunderstanding that we have to wait 5 years. And the fact that we can go in any time and designate, to me is even more comforting thought. Like this is gonna, like we're asking these people again to come back to the January 22nd meeting. We're gonna go through this whole process again. Staff are gonna go ahead and meet with the people on session 1. I'm sure they're gonna try to reach out again to the people on Watson Road. And all this is taking time, and I really don't see, all we're gonna get out of this is a designation which they're unhappy with. We got what we wanted, but the end objective is to preserve the properties. And we're gonna be preserving the properties by having these homeowners who have the property and going to look after it and take care of it. So the end result is the same. One way gets it, we go into one way, it's bylaw forcing it. The other way is they do it voluntarily, and it's a win-win for everyone. Okay, so that's my motion, is to withdraw the designation decision, most two homes.
Essentially, you're just not gonna support this instead of a new motion.
No, it's basically, you ask here for a further withdrawal.
Both, okay, Counselor, Bailey?
Okay, in terms of the first delegation we had regarding the concession 1 property, my thinking is we've kind of opened the door for a little bit more engagement. It sounds like the property owners just sort of getting caught up on what the process is here. So I would like to maintain sort of affirming and keeping that property on the list to come back in January. I just think more engagement is probably going to be really good for both parties involved. In terms of 4492 Watson Road, my thought is to withdraw the designation for this. Jamie and her husband have shown really remarkable preservation of an old schoolhouse that was really in terrible, unlivable conditions when they purchased the property. I do think that the whole process, though, has been valuable. We've gathered a lot of information about the property, which is something that we can kind of keep on file. It's opened the line of communication, I think, since all this started, and I appreciate how much work staff have put into this and the cost of lawyers and things like that. So I don't want to diminish the work that's gone into it, but I appreciate that. I don't know if Jamie's here to listen, but my request to the current homeowners of this property is that if anything were to change in the future and they cannot remain the owners of the property, that they contact the township right away. Just so we can consider designating the property. So that's just an informal request of the property owners to let us know if they can't be the owners anymore.
No, questions, staff?
I'll let you come, I'll let you go after I give everybody a chance. Counselor Hurst?
Yeah, actually, I think Councilor Bailey, I'd probably where my head's at on this one. I think the one with the Watson Road property, I think what I would really like to have a high degree of confidence would be is what other protections are in place. I think is really important. I go back to like, we need willing homeowners in this process, and if they're not, then there is the hand of municipal government that can get wielded, but it's got to be for really special circumstances. And I think in the Watson Road property, like they've done lots to it. Like I don't have a high degree of doubt at all that it would be smashed down anytime soon. So I think with the concession one, I think let's let that one ruminate for a month until the 22nd and see where staff can get with that. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, Councilor Goyette.
Okay, so in terms of the Watson Road property, I think, and I do believe that, you know, we have to have some degree of trust into what the intentions of our residents are telling us that they're gonna do. This owner has done some really great work to maintain and preserve the property. And I genuinely do not believe that it's in danger of demolition. And I'd like to preface that by saying, you know, I am 100% supportive of preserving our culture and our heritage. And I'm really glad that to date, almost all of the properties have opted in, or at least not objected. And that's important, but I don't necessarily feel that, you know, forcing that decision on someone and sort of like putting that financial hardship on them involuntarily and sort of supersedes their ability to afford and live in the township. I have a little bit of difficulty with that. So I would agree that I think that we should withdraw our intention. And if situation changes, then we turn right back around and intend to designate it. In terms of the other property, I hear what you're saying, Councilor Sepolos, and I think we need to have willing hosts. I think that the process works much better when we have a mutual understanding of what it involves. I think that those owners expressed today that maybe they don't fully understand what's entailed and are willing to work with staff in the next month to sort of fine tune that a little bit. And maybe their opinion will change in the meantime, or maybe the attributes will change in the meantime. So I think it is important to let that go through its due process. So for now, I would agree to maintain our intention to designate that property until we hear back from them in June.
Next question of Councilors Bailey and with respect to the property concession one, are you asking it?
Sorry, Councilor Sepolos, I thought you had a question of staff.
I have a question of the speaker.
Oh, they said staff.
No, speaker of the council. So that's why I wanted to ask her when she was making her point, and then Councilor Burst is making a point as well. So my question to each of you is it with respect to reaffirming its intention, or are we just basically deferring decision at this time?
Affirming, but continuing the process, so affirming.
I would agree. I think there's a degree of knowledge that needs to be gained by the concession one homeowner. That I think making a decision to remove them at this point is a bit premature.
Thank you. So on that basis, I would withdraw my motion with respect to concession one and affirm its decision to designate, but I will support withdrawal on 4419.
So I think that council is making a precedent by hearing an objection on a heritage property, and what's going to happen in the future is that you're going to see an avalanche of people objecting, because they will now know they come here and object enough that we will not designate that property and put bait. And for me, it's, if you're going to not designate after staff put the amount of work and effort into these properties, then we can just stop. Just stop, because the word is going to get out there. It's worth protecting. I don't feel that there's enough argument to not designate. So again, that's all.
The act puts in the objection as an option.
Oh, I know it does. I know, but it puts in,
Due process.
they can object, but what I'm saying is that we live in a world of precedent setting. So now you have individuals that object. And now those other homes that we will now know, if they object, that we will not designate. So then we have staff going, doing more site visits, all of these things, and if they object, because they're not a willing homeowner, then the precedent before was to, so I'm supportive of keeping them in. Staff of identifying attributes that are worth protecting, and I think that going forward, this is going to become very problematic, and we're going to be inundated with delegations of objections. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but that's my shot over the bow,
Well, it's up to
Warning.
us to make the decision at the time.
100%.
Right.
And I'm just warning you of the consequences of that decision. So, for everybody around this table. Okay, so the one's out. That's what I'm hearing around the table.
Noted that in the motion to withdraw 4492 Watson Road South and affirm 4767 concession 1. And so following council's direction and vote on the matter, then staff will send those notices to the Watson Road property. I believe at this time when we withdraw the notice, the property loses interim protection as well as designation. So there is the opportunity, as stated, to redesignate should the time occur. But just bearing in mind, council, that should we receive an application to demo, you can't redesignate. So there are some protections that are lost through this. So it's just putting it out there just so that we fully understand the decision that's being made. If a planning act application is submitted or a demolition permit is submitted, there's no opportunity at that point.
All right.
We don't get notified for that anyway, do we? For either of those applications.
Yes, we would receive an application to, yes, we would receive that, and once it's received, the act stipulates the municipality cannot designate at that time.
And you will
No, but council's not notified
No.
of either of
No.
those.
It would go to the building department and
Yeah,
sign off on
sorry,
demolition.
sorry for that clarification.
So,
Yeah. And I'm not meaning that in any other way than
For
just to make sure that that information, because I just heard Councilor Sepulveda make note that there's opportunities in the future. There are subject to, right?
Sorry, can you say that again? Subject to what?
Subject to if a demolition permit is submitted or a planning act application is submitted for a property.
You can't
There's
designate
no
it.
ability to designate
Retroactive.
at that point. After that's been submitted.
But does the Heritage Committee get notified? Did we not
No.
suggest
No.
that?
There's nothing to do at that point. There's no
Yeah, I thought we
mechanism.
had asked the building department to flag, it was designated properties about it.
Okay, so the ones out, one's staying in the report.
Yes, and so what we'll do is, the concession 1 property will be brought back at the January 22nd meeting. That's noted at the bottom of the motion.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Okay. Moving on to next. Which one was that?
9:37.
All right, Stan, you want to join us? Left.
How about blowing up 250 million-year-old rock, 200-year-old homes?
Wait, is- Welcome, Kyle. Can you hear us?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Who's going to lead this? Yourself or Stan or Courtney?
Yeah, I can do an introduction to the report if you so wish.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor and members of council, pleased to provide you the report that's in front of you for your consideration and direction regarding Environmental Registry of Ontario postings related to 3 permits to take water within the township of Puslinch. So As per council's directions, these ERO postings are routinely provided on council agenda packages to receive comments and input from council prior to staff and consultants submitting comments to the Ministry of Environment. Just as a refresher, we are commenting agencies as the township. These are the approval authority for this does rest with the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in regards to the permits to take water and the environmental compliance approvals for sewage where that's applicable. I have noted in the report, there's a number of extensions we've been given, and this is actually very routine, that host municipalities and adjacent municipalities are often given extensions to the postings. So the first for your consideration is around, we talked about 2 quarries today and 1 manufacturing facility. The first for your consideration is around Lafarge, Canada, the Lafarge Quarry, which is located at on Wellington Road 124, but on the border of Guelph Aramosa Township and Township of Puslinch. Council may remember that this has been brought to your attention in the past, and this was actually posted and closed back in 2019. So currently this is not actually active on the ERO. However, because there has been additional technical supporting documents provided by the applicant to the ministry has granted the ability for municipalities to provide comments. So between 2019 and 2024, you may wonder what's been going on. Lafarge Canada has been in discussions and completing groundwater modeling using the City of Guelph's groundwater model due to the proximity of the quarry to the City of Guelph. And we understand from the Ministry of Environment that the Lafarge application has not actually increased the maximum water takings in the original applications, and therefore that's why, even though there has been additional technical information, this is not being posted again to the ERO. It was posted in 2019. So we do have comments for your consideration attached to the staff report. After today, I will be finalizing a cover letter that will take these comments, any direction from Puslinch Council, as well as comments on behalf of Guelph Aramosa Township consultant, and submitting those to the ministry by the end of this week. We do have a series of recommendations, and Stan is here to speak to them on the technical side. They're listed in the report, and I won't walk through all of them, but I'll maybe kind of group or hit a few highlights. So we are recommending approval of this permit to take water for only 5 years. Given the concerns, we do have a number of comments related to aggregate extraction levels, as well as improvement of hydrogeologic characterization and quarry footprint, and then a number of recommendations related to additional monitoring, whether that be private wells, groundwater wells, surface water, or wetlands. This is in close proximity to a provincially significant wetland along the Speed River, as well as inclusion of a number of conditions related to low water response, and then also, as it is located in a draft wellhead protection area quantity and an approved wellhead protection area quality for the City of Guelph, conditions related in the permit to take water to the protection of the municipal well supplies, in addition to the protection of the private well supplies that are in much closer proximity to the Lafarge Quarry. We have also requested a meeting with the ministry on this file, and also on the Glen Christie file in January, and that would be along with the other adjacent municipalities, City of Guelph, Aramosa Township, Region Waterloo. The Glen Christie Quarry, I will touch on briefly because I will be back in front of you on January to discuss this in more depth. This was just posted. It is another quarry, a separate quarry, and there's a map for your reference on where these two are located. This actually is right on the boundary. It actually has a mailing address of in Cambridge, but it is actually solely located within within Puslinch. We are still undergoing review of this file, as it's quite lengthy, and we only received it at the end of November. This does have an ERO posting that's currently active. It closes shortly, as well as does the sewage works for it, and we've been granted extensions in both cases to provide comments in January. Lastly, Concast. We've grouped this in here just because it's a permit to take water, not because it has anything to do or related to quarries in any way. This is more of a routine permit to take water renewal. I would frame this as, and you may be familiar with Concast pipe down close to the 401. There are limited concerns from ourselves, from staff, and the township hydrogeologist. We do have some comments and recommendations related to that, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Do you want anything before I ask for the recommendation to be read?
Nope, no, that's fine.
All right, can you read the recommendation, please?
Yes, that report ADM 2024-068 regarding Environmental Registry of Ontario posting related to permits to take water be received, and that the township's comments be submitted to the ERO accordingly.
Okay, we move for that change. Councilor Suppose, Councilor Goya.
Sure.
Great. I suppose.
Yes, with respect to the Lafarge property, as you're aware, where's the city of Guelph and township of Guelph, like most of tier 3 study for water quantity. Has that study included all this water taking for this from this property? Would you know?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, through the mayor. The technical work that was done for the city of Guelph and the township of Guelph Aramosa Tier 3 study would not have included this this new water taking. It would have included previous rates that had been listed for Lafarge. That's because that technical work was completed in 2017. That can be updated and that will be routinely updated. Probably at this point, though, not for another 5 or 6 years, I would imagine, because we're still working through the actual policy side of the tier 3. But yeah, direct answer to that question through the mayor would be that the new rates would not have been included in the tier 3. It would have been whatever was in the system and in the ministry system from up to 2017.
Is this a comment that we should be making to the ministry that the study should be updated to reflect to see if there is an issue?
Through the mayor, yes, we can certainly add that to our comments.
Yes, you can pick up. So the next question is with respect to Comcast. I noticed that you didn't comment anything on there with respect to the permit to take water. It should be for only 5 years instead of 10. Would you support a request that the council would make that it be a 5-year versus a 10-year?
Yes, through the mayor, we would take council direction on that, and that would be we would follow whatever council wishes to direct us.
Well, technical point of view, is there concerns, Stan?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sepulis, no, we don't have any issue with this permit whatsoever. We looked at the decade-long hydrographs associated with the taking, and there's no decline, there's no change in water level. They're taking a lot less than they're allowed to. So yeah, we don't see technical reason for the 5-year versus the 10-year.
So I guess Mr. Mayor, the only comment would be the concern with the tier 3 study not being reflective of this increase in water taking.
It sounds like we don't incorporate that, so that's good. Good catch.
Thanks. No specific question, but I noticed the two comments say we would like to see a 5-year permit period versus a 10-year. Is that not becoming a little more common across, like, is the province not just sort of accepting that 5 years is what people want to see, and do we have to keep commenting on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the mayor. We do have to keep commenting on that. Their standard business practice is 10 years. Now, the good news I would say is when we comment on that, we generally, unless there's pushback from the applicant, we generally have not gotten pushback from the ministry on putting 5 years. We've seen that recently up in Center Wellington with some permits to take water, where they just came right back and said, sure, 5 years makes sense. But we do need to keep commenting on it.
I'm kind of hoping they'll just adopt that 5-year and I don't have to put that in there, but thanks.
Councillor Hurst?
I think I'm good with the recommendations.
Good question.
I have 2 questions. For the Lafarge comments, I believe it's written in there somewhere. I'm not more prepared, but somewhere about low water response. I believe there's a comment in there about that. But I think it's the Lafarge one doesn't have the added wording of asking the low water response to be from, not from their maximum allowable, but from their, average average taking of the same month over the last 5 years. I think we've used that language in other ones, but if I'm not mistaken, that language is not written in the comments for the Lafarge. So I was just wondering if we could include that. If it's not already there, I could be mistaken.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the mayor, it very well may not be there. The low water response comment in particular just shows up in the staff report, not in the written comments, because I haven't finished the actual submission, the cover letter submission for 2024. We will absolutely make sure that wording references average taking, not maximum.
Okay, and then the other question that I had, staff have it picked up in their sort of wording about the cumulative impacts of the Lafarge and the Glen Christie applications being so close together and considering the cumulative impacts of that. But that comment or whatever isn't really addressed in either of your reports. And I'm just, I don't know how it gets looked at, but I remember from past EROs that they like to see like technical backup for the reasons why we're putting those comments. So I'm wondering if we could add like a little blurb about why that's important and the technical sort of background as to why that should be considered.
Thank you, Councillor. And through you, Mr. Mayor, if Mr. Denho agrees, I think that's something we can get added in. We can definitely add it in on the staff side, and I'll let Mr. Denho speak to his comments, whether or not we can add it in there. But that makes sense to me.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Goyda, I have a conflict of interest with the Glen Christie site, so I have not been able to comment on that one. So what I did, I asked Angie Mason to address that specific issue, because I recognize it as well as, you know, there could be a very large area of impact, area of influence from the Lafarge quarry alone. But I have not been able to review I have chosen not to review the potential impact from the Glen Christie. So Angie should be looking at that and commenting on that as well.
Yeah, so then is how we are, and we get that from Angie.
Yes, you, Mr. Chair, we did engage Angie a number of weeks ago to ask her to do this, and she's working on it with Kyle.
That's it.
And if I may just add to that, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, yes, we definitely can then address that on the technical side in the Glen Christie comments from Wellington Hydrogeology. But for the Lafarge, what we can do, because the comments are coming about 3 weeks apart, we can put that in the staff level comments and inform the ministry that that's coming.
To put in there that they be in compliance with their ag resource site plan as a note. See, just thinking about, we can stick it in, see if it applies. I'm not sure, this is a little off track, but this site, this came about, whether it was 2019, 2018, Lafarge I'm talking about. And were they just gonna reactivate the site, or is there an expansion application in front of the MNR, or what is it? Do we know?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Kyle probably knows more about it, but in all the years I've worked for the township, I have never looked at this site. We just have not done anything. That it has not come up. The council has never asked us to look at this site until this year. So I don't think they're below the water table, and maybe that's why it's never been raised. It's a very old quarry, an active quarry. So I don't know. Maybe Mr. Davis knows the answer to that.
Well, site notes, or the note 6 here states they will stay above 285 meters above sea level. But I just don't know what I'm worried about is that they have an application before the MNR And they're trying to get the water, permit to take water first to then leverage the application, or should we be looking at these two things holistically?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that they already have the Agri Resources Act license to go to 280. And then they're asking for the water level to be at 285.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get at. I wasn't sure where they were in the MNR.
No, right,
That's
so-
already done.
Yes, yeah, so that's already done. They're already allowed to stay up, and the reason why they chose the 285 meters above sea level was so that they don't breach that regional aquitard, right, that protective layer. And so, which is great, but, the aggregate license still allows them to do it.
Right, okay, so I was just,
I agree with you. We would love to see that the bottom of the quarry be raised to the 285. And that's one of our comments.
okay, I just was worried that this was, get this over here so that it supports, that whatever changes they're after under the ARA, but I was pretty certain they were permitted to do what they wanted to do under the ARA. They were just reactivating it. There wasn't really much change other than the permit to take water. These are my memories from 2018. And I believe the individual from Lafarge pitched that they weren't really taking water. He was trying to call it moving water. They were at the time, they were gonna pump 30 million a day and it was gonna, I don't know, go back through a wetland or, I don't know, it was something weird, but here it is again, 5 years later. It is what it is, but I support the 5 years. I did pen here though that, we had asked for 5 years in the past on different applications and then MECP just dismissed it because it didn't have a technical justification, but it sounds like that may be changing slightly, which I hope is the case, because I just generally wouldn't support just throwing 5 years in there without some justification or technical term, except for the fact that they've been supportive of it in more recent history, which is nice. But yeah, add this, if we can add compliance with their site plan, see if it sticks.
But in this case, Mr. Mayor, the 5 years makes a lot of sense because we would like to see annual reports and then that review be sooner than later. Because there are lots of houses around, there's wetlands, there's the Speed River, so there are, significant potential impacts. So we would really like to be able to have that check and balance at the 5 years and say, well, is this working out or not?
Well, especially when it's, when the data shows it's not working out, they immediately take action and resolve it, that's the end goal.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
As we know.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Kyle.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Thank you. If I may add, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Yes, I would agree with Stan. We have a lot of technical justification here on the 5 years, and that's where we've seen recent history with Center Wellington. There was also technical justification. In that case, it was new municipal wells in immediate vicinity of those permits. In this case, although there's not new municipal wells that have been identified, there's definitely City of Guelph and Region Waterloo plans for takings in the broader vicinity. As well as our technical concerns that are related to private well impacts, wetland impacts, things like that. So I do think we're on fairly firm ground to ask for the 5 years. And I think we'll see support from actually the other municipalities that are also commenting.
Great. I was actually bouncing around a little bit to the Comcast one, but it's fine. It's good. But I'm glad to see that they're starting to put a 5-year renewal on these things, and because we are seeing changes that are, maybe not predicted, and it just gives us a little bit more reassurance.
Just really two very, very quick follow-ups. The comments from Post Lynch, do you envision them being consistent with other municipalities that are being asked to comment as well, or are we seeing gaps in opinions here that would be cumbersome as part of this submission?
Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. We've had email correspondence with Region Waterloo, City of Guelph, and then of course there's much closer coordination between Guelph Hermosa hydrogeologists and Post Lynch hydrogeologists, since Wellington source water is kind of the common link there. Yes, my feeling is we haven't seen the written comments for the city of Guelph for the region of Waterloo yet, as they're still drafting them too. But my sense and my feeling is that everyone's consistent, and it's a fairly united front, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah, no, that's quite encouraging. I think that was one, is if there is a gap, how do we address that? Because that's not ideal. I guess the second one, and maybe, I guess to both of you, if you can speak to it, other monitoring programs that take place in that section of the Speed River, I'm just curious. And maybe that's a really question to answer, but so we're seeing these permits to take water, but I'm just curious of the other ecological monitoring programs that take place within that 2 kilometer stretch of that is in incredible close proximity to those activities.
If I may, Kyle, I'm not aware of any myself. I know that Dole Lime does an awful lot of, like the former Dole Lime quarry. There's lots of ongoing monitoring, private monitoring for that permit to take water. And I know that, Glen Christie will be, as part of their application, they were doing lots of monitoring, but I don't think that there's any coordinated monitoring as far as I know for that stretch from the Speed River.
Yeah, and thank you for the question, Councilor, through the mayor. Yeah, in terms of kind of other monitoring programs, municipal or conservation authority, it's possible. I can and I should fail to mention that the GRCA is actually providing comments as well. So we can circle back with the GRCA on kind of exactly their location of their surface water monitoring. There would be flow measurements not too far from there, but in terms of quality measurements, yeah, I would have to double check, but we can definitely add that into our comments, so with a little bit more detail, and circle back to the GRCA, and also actually we'll reach out to the city of Guelph, because it's possible there may be some monitoring just upstream with their wastewater plant discharging there.
Thank you.
All right. And it's understood, like the site plan compliance for both Glen Christie and Lafarge.
Glen Christie was still gonna be calling.
Oh,
sorry, the site plan.
We can add that as comments. Yes, site plan compliance.
Yeah.
I would, Mr. Mayor, I would caution that the likely response from the Ministry of Environment on that will be that it's a Ministry of Natural Resources jurisdiction.
I know,
but we can certainly add it in.
I know. Just trying, Kyle.
Yeah.
Sorry. So where are we at? Do we have a?
I believe we do have a mover and seconder, and the proposed motion hasn't changed. It's just to incorporate the township's comments, which I believe Kyle has been tracking into the ERO posting.
All good. Any last comments? Okay, all in favor? Let's carry. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right, have a good day.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Get ready, right? 7:20.
Yes.
Which one? Oh, yeah, food cycler. Forgot.
She in line. That was like 2 o'clock, wasn't it?
2:05.
Yeah.
That's
Great. Welcome, Maddie.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, amazing. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. I believe you can all see that. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of council and staff. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Maddie Frum. I am the Municipal Partnerships Representative at Food Cycle Science, and I'm here this afternoon to discuss a food waste program for the town of Puslinch. So Food Cycle Science is a Canadian company. We're based out of Ottawa and we're 100% focused on food waste diversion solutions. And we do this by using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. So our in-home food recycler is sold direct to consumers, to businesses, to classrooms through partnerships with not-for-profit organizations, and to municipalities through our Food Cycler Municipal Solutions Division, which is what I'll be talking about today. We're currently working with more than 150 Canadian municipalities across 9 provinces and 2 territories. You can find us in rural and remote areas all the way to highly populated cities. And nearby to you, we have programs in Brant County, Norfolk County, and then a little further away in Windsor and King Township. So the communities that partner with us have the same thing in common. They face challenges with waste management or landfill capacity, and they're looking for ways to keep food waste out of the landfill. Now, the problem with food waste is that it's avoidable. It accounts for about half of our household waste, and it's made up of liquid, which is heavy and it freezes in the winter. On top of that, food waste in landfills is responsible for generating the harmful greenhouse gas methane. All of these factors make it so that food waste is a problem that has a strong municipal impact. So one of the impacts to municipalities is that since food waste makes up such a large portion of the waste stream, it causes the landfill to fill up quickly. And as you are aware, operating a landfill is very costly, so we want to try and extend the lifespan of them for as long as possible. The environmental impact is that the organic waste in landfills produces the greenhouse gas methane, as I just mentioned, and methane is 25 times more harmful than CO2. So to put that into perspective, if we take 1 ton of food waste out of the waste stream, it's the equivalent to taking 1 car off the road for an entire year. And then in our communities, putting food waste in the garbage or even the green bin, it causes odors, which isn't nice for us, of course, but it's really interesting for animals like bears and raccoons who love to rummage through our trash. So by removing food waste from the garbage, we can eliminate these issues and save space. Now, we often get asked, okay, this is all great, but haven't we solved this already? And yes, there are a few solutions. So there are green bins, which I know your township has through the Wellington County. And green bins are a really great start, but we're seeing across the country, green bins are struggling to get above a 40 to 60% participation rate, meaning that a lot of organics are still just ending up in the landfill, indicating that this alone isn't really solving our problem. People in your community might also try and backyard compost, which of course is another great solution. But unfortunately, backyard composting is not feasible for everybody depending on your living situation. It's certainly not a year-round solution, and there's still a concern about bears and other animals getting into it. And then finally, the easiest solution would be to do what we're doing, which is throwing organic waste in the landfill, but the long-term impacts are costly and harmful to the environment. So we've proposed a different way to manage food waste. With the Food Cycler, we make it easy to deal with and right in the home. Essentially, we've built a small kitchen appliance. It's roughly the same size as an air fryer or maybe a bread machine, if that means anything to you. It's very straightforward to use. You put your food waste into the machine, you push a button, and then in a matter of hours, you're left with a dry, sterile, and nutrient-rich soil amendment. The Food Cycler can handle all types of food waste, and that includes meat, poultry, fish, dairy, even most bones. And that's great because these are foods that typically cause the odors in a green bin or a kitchen catcher. So by removing it, we can remove that ick factor. The machine can be used anywhere with a plug. Most people will store it in their kitchen for convenience, but you could also put it in your garage, a heated garage, or a basement. On average, it takes about 4 to 8 hours to complete and uses 1 kilowatt hour of power, which is the same as having a computer plugged in for the same amount of time. And then the resulting soil amendment at the end has many beneficial uses, from putting it in your soil to putting it in a green bin. So here's a look at the 2 units we would be using for your municipality or your township. The difference between the 2 really just comes down to capacity and unit size. So the Eco3 holds 3.5 liters of food waste and was designed for smaller spaces or smaller families. And the Eco5 holds 5 liters of food waste and was designed for bigger households or those who generate more food waste. Both machines are equipped with a refillable carbon filter to eliminate any smells that occur during the process, but it's important to note that you actually don't need to refill this carbon filter for the machine to work properly. If you're storing it somewhere that you're not going to notice the smells, by all means, just forget about the filter and your machine's going to work just fine. Now, I like to show this image because it's a really good depiction in the reduction in volume you see when you run your Food Cycler. So in one cycle, a full bucket of food waste will reduce in volume up to 90%, leaving you with 100 to 200 grams of soil amendment, of course, depending on how much food waste was in the bucket to begin with. So the soil amendment created during the process is completely dry, it's a sterile biomass, and it has many beneficial uses. So most people do use it in their garden as a fertilizer, but you could also add it to any type of composting system. So green cone, a tumbler, it integrates well into an existing leaf and yard waste system. We've had individuals pelletize it and use it as a home heating alternative. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. And then you could also drop it off at a compost site, at a local farm, a community garden, but in your case, your residents would likely just add it to their green bin. So from an environmental standpoint, over its lifetime, the food cycler is a net negative carbon solution. And what that means, it's just like planting trees or using solar panels. When you use the food cycler to avoid bringing food waste to a landfill, you actually avoid more greenhouse gases than you create in that entire process. The same can't be said for other municipal operations like waste facilities or waste and recycling collection services, which do rely on a large fleet of greenhouse gas emitting vehicles. In addition to the environmental impact, the traditional method of managing food waste is a heavily burdened system with unrelenting costs from trucking, labor, and maintenance. But the food cycler offers a decentralized approach that avoids unnecessary additional labor costs, greenhouse gas emissions from trucking and improper food waste breakdown, and infrastructure costs to the municipality or the residents. One thing we've learned from working with municipalities is that residents are really interested in being part of the solution. They want to try new things, they want options, and they want their government to bring these options to their community. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, okay, but we've already have these options in our community because of the green bin. But the unfortunate reality is that the green bin is a pain to use. There's the massive ick factor around it, and that's a significant barrier to its success. King Township, who has a green bin service through York Region, realized this and they partnered with us to pilot a food cycler program and in turn saw an increased participation in their food waste diversion. So the results from our pilot projects have been overwhelmingly positive. We're able to achieve a 98% participation rate. We have a user experience rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars, and there's a significant amount of net new waste diversion taking place. Approximately 300 kilograms per household per year is being diverted. After seeing how well the initial pilot program goes, many municipalities have expanded their program to more households in their community. So in Nelson, BC, for example, they ran 2 successful pilot programs and then decided to put a food cycler in every home in their city, which was very exciting. So the municipal program is a simple 12-week pilot. How it works is residents would purchase a food cycler at a subsidized rate from the township or the municipality. They use their unit for that 12 weeks, tracking the number of cycles done each week. At the end, all we ask is a complete brief survey to evaluate the program's success. We then present those results back to you in a final report or a feasibility study. Additionally, we would be presenting a plan to expand the program in your community, ensuring that it aligns with your specific needs and goals. This proposal would outline the recommended scope of the program, the costs, and the implementation details. So as I've been mentioning, the pilot program is a subsidy-based model. So how this works, Food Cycle Science provides a discount, reducing the retail price by 50%. We then ask that the municipality subsidize the cost by $100 per household, and then residents would choose which model best suits their needs, and they contribute that remaining amount. And then at the end, the food cycler is the residents to keep, so they keep using it, and you keep seeing diversion. So here I have pilot size recommendations. I would be recommending the 100 household pilot for your community. So since the municipal subsidy is $100 per household, a pilot of 100 households would require an investment of only $10,000 plus the cost of shipping and taxes. And with that said, if you are interested, we are always open to working with you to find ways to make a pilot program work in your community, keeping in mind your needs and budget. So lastly, here are some reasons that may resonate with you as you consider whether you should pilot with us. The first is you have the opportunity to trial this technology at well below market rates. The next is you're going to be seeing immediate and impactful benefits such as increased waste diversion, lower disposal costs, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. But overall, you're going to be able to provide your constituents with a low-cost municipal service, all while being a steward for the environment. So I welcome the Township of Puslinch as a partner in the fight against food waste, as I believe your community is a great fit for the benefits of this program. Today, all I ask is my presentation is received as information, and should there be any interest in partnering with us on a funded pilot program, that you refer to staff for a report and recommendation. Thank you so much for allowing me to present today. I am prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time, and I will stop sharing my screen if I can get there.
Yeah, thank you, Matty. Council Spose?
Yes, if you made this presentation to Loveland County, they're the ones who do all the green bin collections for our municipality.
Thank you for the question. So through the mayor, no, we have not made this presentation to Wellington County yet. We are always open to it, but we find going to the townships or the smaller communities has a better effect on getting the program talked about. So that's why we come to you first, see if you're interested, and then we move on from there.
Councilor Bailey?
Thanks. Maddie, do you have any sort of template or anything on how you might measure before and after effects of this program, like comparing it to the green bin that currently exists?
Thank you so much for the question. So through the mayor, we would work with your staff to collect information pertaining to your, or I guess we would be working with the county to get waste information on what's been happening, how the green bin program's been going. And then we would take our survey data and compare it to that. And that's all presented to you in the final report at the end.
Okay, and is 12 weeks enough to collect that data?
Thank you. So far, we've had no issue with 12 weeks. That's been the standard. We've been running the program since 2021, the pilot program. So it's been about 4 years now, and we've been generating lots of, it's been generating lots of great data. So it's been going well.
Okay, 2 other questions. So it looked like with the 1 unit, it would end up costing residents $200 to put up for a unit. Have you found that that's a barrier to participation?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, yes, the cost is absolutely a barrier. You're going to be reaching a saturation point where there's residents at the beginning who pay for it, and after that, there are residents who, aren't able or willing to contribute the money. So the best and the most successful programs are the ones where the municipality is able to contribute more than $100 and subsidize that cost further. But you're absolutely right. I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, are there units that have been used that aren't being used anymore that can be passed down or donated or given to families that can't afford the $200?
Thank you for the question. So through the mayor, we definitely recycle our units, but we don't have a program where those go to our municipal programs in that fashion.
Okay, and one last question. Where are the units actually made and built?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, they are designed in Canada with our engineering team, but they are manufactured in China. It's just the current situation that we're in right now. Ideally, one day we will have manufacturing in Canada, but until then, that's where we are.
So the gases we're saving, we're spending in shipping from China. Okay, thanks a lot.
Councilor?
Marine freight's low carbon emission.
Okay.
Thanks for this, Maddie. A couple of really quick questions, maybe piggybacking in one question from Councilor Bailey. The 12-week test period, do you notice any difference in the seasonality of when the test period is versus say summer, shoulder season versus winter?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. In terms of collecting the survey results, there's really no difference. The only difference is, I guess, how the residents are using the soil amendment in the end. So during the winter months, people would be saving it. It stores indefinitely. So if you have it in an airtight container, it can sit in your garage until you are ready to use it in the summer. But in the summer months, when we run these programs, we are receiving more information on residents loving the way that it integrates into their soil and helping with their gardening. So it really just comes down to those factors. There isn't much of a difference in usage overall over the year because it does just makes life a little bit easier by removing the sticky and messy food waste from your garbage, period.
Thanks. Second question is, we're a very rural municipality here. I'm just curious, can you share maybe some of your experiences in previous pilot programs with, rural municipalities as opposed to, you know, more urban ones, and the usage dynamics would be presumably somewhat different, if you can speak to that at all.
Thank you for the question. So through the mayor, yes, I can absolutely share results. I will send some results from our more rural programs, but I will say our rural programs are our best programs. It might be a little bit counterintuitive, but because these are the areas where, you know, using a green bin or composting is actually a little bit more challenging. So yes, I can definitely send you the results from it, but hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thanks. And just my last one is, maybe this is just a recommendation we can make from this council, is to refer Maddie to the county and the applicable staff there to have a discussion. So I think, just to Councillor Sepulveda' comment, our waste management's served by the county. So I think anything we could do just to push this over to them for a discussion would be probably well played.
Okay. Mr. Gordon?
Maybe just one quick question. In the presentation, one of the slides shows, you know, based on really any amount, but I think in this case, 100, that basically the municipal discount is 50%, and then we would subsidize 100, and the remaining cost would be borne by the end user. After the pilot is over, if more people wanted to join in on it, how would the pricing structure work then? Would it just be full price, or is there still that discount?
Thank you for the question.
Add more money from the municipal side to subsidize it. Just wondering what has worked in the past.
Thank you for the question. So through the mayor, there's a few options, and I think the best answer would be that we would work with you and your staff to determine what would be the best next steps for the township. So the municipal discount will stay, that is how our pricing works. But it would be, we would like to have a discussion with staff to see if it makes sense to have you subsidize more, or if you would keep the pricing the same as you add more units. But that's a discussion that we would have, and I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think the timing is good, because the county is transforming its solid waste services with the switch to producer responsibility. Our green bins are likely going to change, could go bigger, whatever. I think that's where you should take your presentation and talk to the solid waste services staff and committee. They'd be able to implement this much easier than we could here at a local level. I also think you need to get clarification that the dried components of your product can go in the green bin, because currently the receiving site for our green material is a composting. I'm assuming that it's dried out, it doesn't matter, but before we get telling residents that you can put it in there, that you just get confirmation from the county. But that's where I would start. I don't know if the staff should just connect Maddie with and make this pitch to the Solid Waste Services Committee.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your meeting.
You too. We're halfway done. Can I get a mover to second to receive that information? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Bailey, all in favor? We're just gonna take a 5-minute break. Everybody stretch their legs. Courtney's gonna draft the extension on 5 PM.
And the items that we're deferring.
No, we're not.
Pounded through them all.
All right, welcome back, everyone. The next item on our agenda is 7.1.4, written delegation from Laura Murr regarding report ADM 2024-068. Right? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right, do you want to read the recommendation, please?
Yes, it's to receive it for information.
All right, can I get a move for that, please? Mr. Spillis, Councillor Bailey?
Sure.
All in favor? I would suggest if the delegate is watching this video to go watch the discussion that we had just previous to this, right? on the YouTube channel, and you'll see the conversation around the water, or permits to take water that we had, so. All right, so that's.
I just want to add one point that, she makes reference to a Speed River water study. Well, the Gulf Formosa are tier 3, that extensive water taking study, quantity, so she should go to the, Conservation Authority website and pull up that report. It's
Tier 3
by
Gulf.
government.
Okay, thank you for advising that, Councilor Spillis.
Are we forwarding these comments on her behalf or?
So if you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if this has already been done, but we can certainly do it if it hasn't, just making sure she knows that she can submit those comments directly to the ERO.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Next, oh, we did food cycle. It's going on public meeting, right? January 22nd, 2025 at 7 p.m. Public information meeting held in person at the municipal office, 7404 Wellington Road 34, and by electronic participation through Zoom regarding the following: 2025 proposed township budget and zoning bylaw amendment application D14-BRU 4120 Wellington Road 35. See everybody there. Next, we have 9.2.2 proposed donation policy. And is Mary with us? Yes, she is there.
Hello, council. So I first of all, just wanted to thank Daniel Hernandez, who's also here. He's our asset management and capital co-op student, and he was vital in helping us get this policy to council today. I'll just quickly go over some of the items in the policy, and then we can open it up for council questions. So this is an item that has been on the corporate work plan as directed by council. And there is some information in there regarding a commemorative bench and tree program. Again, this is coming forward to council based on previous council direction. So that's all been incorporated in the proposed policy. There are some future engagement opportunities that we're hoping to have done as it relates to this policy. For just to revamp the policy and then bring it back to council in early February. But I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions regarding the policy, and Daniel's here as well in case I need his assistance.
All right, Councilor Spillis, anything?
Yeah, mine is more of a question I'd asked, respect to what people want to contribute time as opposed to, money or assets. Are we having a policy being considered for people willing to volunteer for, doing something on our behalf? You've got the, people do the gardening, there's people who, offer to maintain the rink, and there's, people who have, agreed to build a, structure for us.
Yeah, so the policy, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Sapoulis.
So is there intent to have a separate policy for that, or is that covered off someplace else?
So that is covered off in the policy. There is some information in there regarding gifts in kind, and it includes labor for these types of services. I'm just gonna.
I'll maybe ask the CAO one thing first while you're looking that up, Mrs. Sam. Generally speaking, are we going to be accepting donations of time for positions that are normally an employed position? Like, so the rink was one example.
So through Mr. Chair, I think those types of service donations need to be explored a little bit more, just from a liability perspective. But certainly with gardening and some things like that are low risk from that perspective, I think there is a consideration of the policy for that.
Yeah, so there is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So there is some information in there in the policy regarding gifts of service, and that includes any non-monetary assets without physical substance, and that includes services such as labor, time, skills, and effort.
So I guess that's, our staff comfortable with the extent of that wording in it for things that we're talking about?
So through Mr. Chair, at this point, yes, but we can revisit that just based on some of the specific donation of labor requests that we've seen to see if it needs to be strengthened in the next iteration.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bailey?
Thanks. Yeah, just a comment. I know a lot of members of the community in the past have donated a lot of time, structures, bleachers, things like that without any recognition. So I feel like this is a big shift. We're formalizing what people have been doing for years and years and years. And so it's by formalizing it, we're almost putting up a barrier to recognizing who's doing the work. And I think we just need to be kind of cognizant of making it so formal that someone can't volunteer their time and we can't put up a thing that says thank you to so-and-so for doing it, for recognizing. So I like the policy. I think it's got in there what we need to do. If we need people donating their time to help with the garden, I think there is a way we're going to be able to recognize their time. They don't need official receipts. These people are not looking for CRA receipts, and a lot of the policies really based on that part of the act, that act. So I just want to make sure we're also considering sort of the informal ability of people to donate without having to go through something kind of rigorous. One thing, I don't know if it was in the Q&A, but there was a reference to Center Wellington's naming policy, or they have a partnership happening, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I know I know someone whose business is one of the partners now that's helped name the Aurora Community Center. And she was really excited about how this partnership was working. So I'd like Steph to kind of consider or have council think about certain facilities or play structures or things within the community that maybe we'd like to outreach and see if someone wants to sponsor. How Center Wellington does it is they kind of do it over a 10-year period. So it might say, we would love X business to sponsor the new Borum Park for the next 10 years. And they give a monetary donation toward that park, but then in return, they get their name put on it. So it might be the X business is supporting this park for the next 10 years. But then there's a bit of revenue generated, and there's also recognition of a business within the township. So kind of bridging that economic development component that we're doing. So anyway, I didn't know where or when that discussion could take place, but maybe if staff could help identify a couple structures, or it could be the community center, it could be the MRF, it could be a larger building, but then we work and we outreach and we look at some sort of partnership with local businesses and come up with some sort of sponsorship naming connection. Anyway.
And that'd be part of the discussion for the work plan. Yeah. Because what are we gonna bump?
No, yeah. And this might be interacting with our parks master plan, right? It could be something that integrates a little bit down the road once we've got the policy in place and once we've tried a few naming partnerships and things like that. But just sort of throwing that out there as look at what Center Wellington's doing. I think it's a really awesome kind of program, and it's revenue generating, which is always a good thing.
Okay. So you're fine with just. It's yours?
Yeah, good comments. I think I was going through it. I was like, kind of like, we got this donation space and then we have community volunteerism, and I'm like on two ends of the spectrum here. I think this is going to consultation, so I think this is a good time. One of the examples that Councilor Billy was noting, and this predates my time on council, but any lessons learned? I think there was a trash can donation, or the three-way cans, and like how that process worked, and lessons learned from that can be incorporated into this. Because I think, on one side, my sense is, okay, unfortunately, we had a storage shed burn, which triggered some donation interest, and then all of a sudden, this type of thing, right? And so what's right sized for the community, I think, is my 2 cents. So I think this is probably as big as it ever needs to get, and I suspect in consultation it'll get carved down to something that's practical and reasonable. The one thing that I loved was the tree donation, the bench thing, like I view the recreation has had a huge investment, and that's like, after this summer, it'll become like, now what type of thing. And this to me is like a really good example of some strategic tree placement, strategic bench placement for interested people. So I think there's a lot of really good stuff in here. It's big. I'll stop there.
That's good.
Yeah, the only sort of comment I have is in regards to the acknowledgement section. And there's a part in there about, donations related to a specific township facility valued over 30,000 will be acknowledged with a plaque. And I guess when I read that, to me, I was like, that seems really like high. I'm not sure why that specific dollar value was established as the threshold, but, you know, especially one for a bench, you can get a plaque on a bench for $2,500 if you donate a bench. And so I was just wondering if the donor would be willing to cover the cost of the plaque. Is there any harm in reducing that acknowledgement down to like $2,500 to match with the benches? And I just thought it might be valuable to do that to spark more community donations. It means getting their donation recognized on the plaque somewhere in the township, even if there's multiple plaques.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that in the next reiteration of the policy. The reason that the 30,000 was chosen was because of the types of donations we've received in the past in terms of plaquing those ones, but definitely we can look into it a little bit more with the threshold that's being chosen.
Recommendation?
So it is to receive the report and the council direct staff to complete the public engagement as outlined in the report.
Move, please. Councilor Willis, Councilor Bailey, any last comments? All in favor? That's carried. 9.2.3 annual indexing of development variables. This is saying.
So this is another annual report, just indexing our development charges in accordance with the non-residential building construction price index of 3.3%. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions.
Read the recommendation, please.
Report FIN 2024-034 entitled Annual Indexing of Development Charges be received, and that the index development charge rates outlined in Schedule B to the report be approved.
I'm gonna move for that, Councilor Hurst. Councilor Willis, any questions? All in favor? It's carried. All right, Mary, you're on a roll. 9.2.4.
Just getting to that report. So this is our recommended remuneration bylaw based on recent changes that have taken place as outlined in the report. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions regarding the report and the bylaw.
The report FIN 2024-035 entitled 2025 Remuneration Bylaw be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2024-076, being a bylaw to establish the rates of remuneration for staff.
Mover, please, Councilor Hurst, Councilor Willis, any questions? None? All in favor? It's carried. All right, 9.2.5. Yeah, Mrs. Sand.
So this is another report similar to the remuneration bylaw report, some staff expense policy amendments. They're very minor in nature as outlined in the report. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions.
Recommendation, please.
That report FIN 2024-036 entitled Staff Expense Policy Amendments be received, and the council approve the amendment to the staff expense policy either as presented or amended.
Move, please. Councilor Goyda.
Yep.
Councilor Bailey.
Sure.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Hurst.
One very brief one, Mary, just in the mileage. My understanding with the CRA rates where it's a certain rate for the first 5,000 kilometers and then a discounted rate thereafter, and I'm not sure. Again, I deal with that on the, the private side, because we base ours on CRA, and I'm not sure if that, I suspect it's applicable to the municipality, but maybe just as a point of clarity to state it that way. Maybe the reality is you're not getting into any mileage compensation north of 5,000 kilometers, which is pretty excessive, but just a comment for consideration more than anything.
Thank you.
Further? All in favor? That's carried. Next, 9.3.1. Justine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this report is to provide the council with the proposed amended terms of reference for the township's advisory committees based on council's direction from the November 6th council meeting. So just at a high level, there are a few changes that have been recommended relating to all the TORs, including the quasi judicial committees. And those amendments related to clarification around section 8 procedure and protocols. Just to note that members shall adhere to the township's policies, procedures, including the township's procedural bylaw and the code of conduct for council members and members of local boards, and that was based on a request from council, as well as the addition of a section 9 absenteeism, just to clarify committee members' responsibilities regarding attendance at meetings. To seek authorization should an extended absence be required. I will note, based on feedback from Councilor Sibulos, we have further amended this section to clarify that if a member is to be absent for 3 or more consecutive meetings, they have to provide the written notice, and that when they are providing a written notice to be excused for 3 or more consecutive meetings, that they have to include in their request the reason for that absence, and then just that council could then consider it, and it would be authorized by a majority vote. So that was just further clarified based on those comments. And then for all the advisory committee TORs, the changes are just relating to having that maximum of 2 active goals and objectives at any time. And then clarifying the subcommittee's leadership responsibilities for those goals and objectives. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good, thank you. Do you want to read the recommendation?
To you, Mr. Chair, just one further clarification that I think we are adding as well, which came through
Yes.
through discussions, is around the definition or the meaning of a local board versus a committee. So we know that local board is how it's termed in legislation, but just sort of clarifying that in the TOR so the reader doesn't feel confused when that term is introduced.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That's been added under the enabling legislation section for all of them. And it's written that committees are a local board as defined in the Municipal Act 2001.
All right, so that report ADM 2024-063 entitled Proposed Amendments to Committee Terms of Reference be received. And the council approved the proposed amendments to the terms of reference. Each committee, for each committee attached to this report is Schedule A through F, and as amended to incorporate clarification relating to members seeking permission from council related to extended absences, and to include clarification around the definition of a local board versus a committee. And the council refer the committee adjustment goals and objectives to the Planning and Development Advisory Committee.
All right, any move for that, please? Councilor Bailey, Councilor Hurst, questions or comments?
Just one quick comment. Justine, you mentioned that you're putting into definition to clarify with respect to municipal act. You want to also clarify with respect to the conflict of interest act.
Councilor Bailey? Good.
Good.
All in favor? Carried. 9.3.2. This is Laura.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the purpose of this report is to give a high-level overview of all the advisory committee's goals and objectives completed for the year, as well as for council to approve the youth committee's 2025 goal and objectives and endorse the heritage committee's priority properties for 2026 for designation.
All right. You're not gonna read the rest of it.
That report ADM 2024-064 entitled The Progress Report for the 2022 to 2026 Advisory Committee Goals and Objectives be received. And that council approved the goals and objectives for the youth committee for the 2025 year, and that council endorsed the properties listed in the suggested motion in the agenda package as priority properties for designation in 2026 in accordance with the Heritage Advisory Committee's recommendation.
All right, you're gonna move for that, Councillor Hurst, yeah, Councillor Goida, thank you. Questions or comments? All in favor? It's carried. 9.3.3.
The purpose of this report is just to inform council on all of the township's engagement numbers for the 2024 year and to review the social media accounts and all the engagement initiatives that we have done.
Great, I said 9.3.3, 9.3.4, sorry, thank you, CAO. Can you read the recommendation, please?
That report ADM 2024-066 entitled Annual Township Communications and Engagement Report be received for information.
Gonna move it, please. Councillor Willis, Councillor Hurst, any questions or comments? Councillor Bailey?
Just one question. Laura might be more in tune with new and upcoming platforms and things happening in the social media world, but please, are there any new initiatives or new platforms or anything out there that you're kind of got your eye on, or things that maybe we need to add just to reach a bigger audience?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's great that we did Instagram this year. That's kind of like the big thing to hit the younger people. And I think that's the big part of social media. Not a lot of social media platforms are gonna hit the older range of people that I don't think we're already using. So I think it's good we did Instagram this year. But if I think of any, I'll be sure to bring it forward to
I knew
any management. Yes, please have it.
Photo booth thing.
Okay, I'll have to get on that.
Follow us.
Good
job.
Yeah, it's a good job.
Yeah.
You know, I think everybody's doing a great job, and glad to see that information rolling out. I know anything gets pushed to my phone, we see it, so even the site alt stuff, and it's
I
good.
found out the postal strike was done on our website. So I found out. Good job.
Did I have you read the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. 9.3.7, right? You?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a report relating to our bylaw enforcement service levels and current resources. This report is being brought forward to council to both look at the existing resources in the bylaw enforcement department, as well as to introduce the administrative municipal penalty system to council with a little bit of information about what that is and how the township could adopt that system in lieu of Provincial Offences Act legislation in our enforcement bylaws. This does result in a service level change with what we're recommending, and so part of it is hiring a second officer, with the majority of the costs being, the majority of the wages and benefits associated with that position being offset by the AMP system. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, you want to read the recommendation?
Yes. That report ADM 2024-069 entitled Bylaw Enforcement Service Levels and Resources We Received, and the council approved the bylaw enforcement service levels in 2025 budget implications as outlined in the report. And that council directs staff to report back in the first quarter of 2025 regarding the implementation of the administrative municipal penalty system.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Mrs. Willis, Councillor Goida, questions or comments?
Yes, I'm excited with this AMPS program. I was wondering when can it be implemented, also can be implemented. This sounds like a very cost-effective solution for a lot of the litigation matters we have.
So to you, Mr. Chair, our goal is June 2025. And there'll be a number of materials and resources presented to council between probably the beginning of the second quarter and that time. And implementation will sort of be phased in, but we are hoping to be up and running with the system by June.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. My question is more around sort of staff capacity. Staff is very busy. And I'm just wondering how this is going to work by doing it in-house and not having to kind of reach out and have anyone else helping do this. Can you just sort of speak to that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the majority of the administrative work to get the program implemented, that includes updating our regulatory bylaws that we want to have administered through AMPS, as well as putting in place the guides and the different manuals and protocols as required by the legislation. The bulk of that work is very front end heavy for this. So that'll be a collaboration between myself, the clerk, and our bylaw officer. Once that's in place, though, there should actually be an offset to some degree of the work associated with using the Provincial Offences Act as opposed to AMPS. The majority of that comes from work associated with preparing prosecution packages, working with legal to work through prosecutions at Provincial Offences Court. There's a lot of follow-up and time taken right now in order to facilitate that. So we are hoping to have a little bit of an increase in our ability to tackle other tasks once the system is up and running. It will require staff resources to fill the duties of screening officers, so that will be addition for some staff to do that. There'll be some work associated with training, not just with the bylaw officer and the second bylaw officer, but also with the clerk and myself in looking at what that hearing process looks like, potentially training outside third-party people to do that role if necessary. So there's a little bit there. But we think when we look at our resources in the bylaw service sector, adding that additional officer will satisfy any increase that we see in workload.
Okay, so the cost to implement the program, you're saying can all be done in-house heavy at the beginning of the year, and then it should sort of.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a external cost associated with training.
Yeah.
But other than that, it will be done by staff. There's also $2,000 required for the software system, but that's being sort of shifted from allocation that we already had in the existing draft budget for website upgrades, which are no longer needed.
Seems like a really great opportunity if we can be not spending a lot of money to implement a new program and do it in-house. I think that's fantastic. My other question about bringing on a second bylaw officer. Right now, our policy is to respond. Bylaw responds through a complaint process. Will there be opportunity to look at responses being more of a monitoring type system with extra staff on board?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that'll be part of what staff can bring back to council, amendments to that policy document that sets out the level of service for responding to complaints. It will be something that we'll need to look at each individual bylaw to see what makes sense in terms of response, and we can bring that back to council for your approval.
Okay, just curious. Sometimes it's better to help prevent things from escalating to a bylaw.
Well, or catch it early.
Yeah, catch it early. Yeah.
I
Okay,
agree, because once it's on the ground, especially the site stuff, it's,
that's where I was thinking.
yeah, catch it early and. Concerns, do you have any?
Yeah, a couple things. So I'm quite intrigued with the AMPS program. Like, I think alternatives to compliance and resolution that are non-legal, I think is very palatable from my standpoint. And I think it's where we need to get to. I think strategically, I'm good with that. Like, a couple things that I think in going through it, adding an FTE is always a concern under tight budgets. So I think when I work out the math, and this is just kind of my quick math here, staff cost of 47, recoveries, so say minus 30K, legal gains to be determined. That could be a small number, that could be a big number type of thing. 2K for software, 7 for training is, we'll say net increase of 26 minus whatever legal savings are. So rates, we're talking 26K roughly. It's just my kind of napkin math, minus whatever reductions there are in third-party expenditures. Unknown now, right? So I think for me, the mental journey I go on is what's the full budget impact here? And what I saw in the briefing note is partial, right? You put down what you know. So what I would encourage, I'm supportive of this, but what I would really like to see moving forward, whether that's next June or next year at this time after you've gone through it, is like, what's the full cost accounting? Because I think when we get into a narrative around budget constraint, not just randomly adding FTEs because there's the optics of that, but if it's for the right reasons and it's fitting the long-term needs of the municipality, I'm like 110% in support. So I think what I'm looking for is just a bit more of that, the business case, if that makes sense. And I think probably like the last piece from my standpoint, and what I would like in the future would be, and again, it's hard to, like, I'm asking for stuff you don't know yet, but what percentage of the breakdown do they spend on site alteration versus lost dogs and cats versus noise issues versus, because I think that would be a really powerful thing to be able to communicate to the constituents around to address the narrative of, hey, this just isn't somebody or two people now potentially going around like, the heavy-handed government, that whole narrative. I think this is along the line of focusing on the things that make our community better, addressing key, I'm just thinking excess soil type of thing. So again, not a lot of questions per se, Courtney, but I think just maybe more documentation and data moving forward when it becomes a point where you can actually articulate it. So like my goal for this role would be like revenue neutral or cost neutral type of thing based on savings, not paying as many legal fees, but also going through this AMPS program that in my mind is a much more refined way of dispute resolution. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gordon?
I don't really have any questions. I guess, the comments through our Q&A, some of the things that were really appealing to me is that this is being adopted in other municipalities, so it's not like we're doing something that is completely revolutionary. But it's the part that talks about the reduced legal expenses, more time available for staff to focus on tasks not associated with legal proceedings, so time actually spent on things that are important to our community. But I think also a really important part of it, and I know is a concern, is the succession of the bylaw, because our current bylaw officer is doing an amazing job and very skilled, but if we were to leave, then we have to start from scratch all over again. And I think that the potential cost impact of what that would look like would far surpass any minor cost that we would incur implementing this program. So I think it's not, I think there's multiple layers of benefit to this, and I fully support it.
I think Courtney pitched the AMPS program to me over a year ago when she first started thinking about it, and different things come along and things evolve, and I don't want it to be lost on council that this may be implemented in 6 months, but that's because Courtney and Justine are going to work their arses off to get this in place. And I think what you said to me the one time, Courtney, is that a lot of municipalities may look at this and I forget how you described it, but I'm gonna use the word intimidating. It's a bit complex. And I think Courtney and Justine and their team have digested this thing and they have a plan forward. And I'm fully supportive of it. What you need from us to get this up and running, we'll get for you. And because as Councilor Goyda and Councilor, everybody's indicating that if we can save money on legal fees, staff like preparing 900-page reports or really, prosecution packages, all these things, and still get compliance in a different way that's better for the municipality, I'm in. So, and then you're right, Councilor Goyda, a lot of people don't look at the cost of turnover. You lose that knowledge walking out the door. That does have a cost. So, and having succession planning, and it's all good. So, if you need anything from us, please let us know. You've heard it already. Any further comments? Okay, move for a second. Okay, all in favor? It's carried. 4 trees, a lot of trees died today. I believe we're on to 9.6.1. Yeah, Mr. Gordis got a clear on that one. And scroll. We're all bouncing around, but we kept it going fairly well. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this report is to provide council with Sleep Construction's offer of a gift in kind donation of labor to rebuild the Badmont storage shed and to seek council's direction to accept the donation.
You have a recommendation, read, please?
Yes, the report REC 2024-003 entitled Badna Storage Shed Replacement Gift in Kind Donation be received for information. And the council accept the gift in kind donation of labor required to rebuild the Badna storage shed from Sloop Construction. And the council directs staff to send a thank you letter to all those who provided monetary donations and offered support to rebuild the Badna storage shed.
Yeah, move for that, please. Councillor Hurst, Councillor Close, any questions or comments?
No, just wanted to start and comment on having a small recognition plaque on the building.
So, through Mr. Chair, I can, and then if our director wants to, our director of finance wants to add. So there, just with the way that the policy is drafted and the way that the donation was solicited by the township, giving any sort of acknowledgement to the individual that's providing the donation would be considered a sponsorship. Now, that's something council can do. You can solicit sponsorship opportunities, but it just wasn't the way that this opportunity was solicited to the public. So the staff would not recommend making that recognition, given that information.
I'm wondering maybe down the road, this could be a structure that the township could solicit a naming and maybe reach out to Sloop at that time. If that's one of the buildings we decide we could name or put a sponsorship on or something like that.
Certainly, certainly we can do that through Mr. Chair, we can do that, and it's one of, it's just this particular one because of the way it was solicited, and I understand we didn't all have that information at the time when we were seeking donations, but there were some folks that came forward requesting sponsorships, which we had to decline, and so it just in the spirit of transparency, it's not something at this time, but moving forward, we can look at that.
Yeah, I think it's great. We've had a few people come forward, but I think that speaks really well to the community, and yeah, sending a thank you would be great. Just confirming that there is running electricity to the shed, so that's still happening within this budget.
So through Mr. Chair, Director of Public Works might want to comment, but I do believe we received a quote from the electrician that the township works with, and the cost to do that is probably prohibitive. But there are options to look at solar and some other things. I don't know if our director wants to add an actual cost figure that was given by our electrician to get the permitting and all of that to actually run the electrical. I'm not sure if he's online.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, through more investigation and speaking with our electrical contractor, the permitting cost, layout design, and materials and labor required is approximately coming in around $15,000. That is currently more than the materials for the shed. At this time, it is recommended that we explore high power solar light as a security light for now. This can be, again, reinvestigated or looked into through the parks, second parks master plan. If we do initiate any type of soccer lights down at Badna, it would be much cheaper at the time to incorporate it all at once.
So are there discussions happening around roughing in electrical while the shed's being built for future electrical addition?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not at this time. The shed will be, there is no intention of refinishing the inside of the shed once it's built, so it'll be 2x4 construction, 2x6. Rough-ins can be completed at that time. the main cost I've identified is to bring power from County Road 36, whether it be overhead or underground, to the structure. So that can be investigated at a later time.
No question. Sounds good.
It's interesting, the electricity was brought up. I heard a rumor of the community that was spreading that our employees had recently done the roof and had hit a wire with a nail, and that this was the cause for the shed to burn down. But there's no power to the shed, and that's, you know, people are very critical of our staff, and that's just rumors. So I'm glad that it's made clear that there wasn't any power at the old shed for that scenario to transpire. Okay. Did you read the recommendation and move in a second, right?
Yes.
Any further comments? Yeah, no, all in favor?
Ready to go.
That's carried. All right, you're on to 10.1. All right, Ms. Whitefox, we receiving this information or?
Yes, this one's for information, and I believe our clerk can assist if there's any other information to share.
Sure. You have a little synopsis now?
I can be very brief. So through you, Mr. Chair, staff did attend this presentation by the IESO. They are seeking potential feedback on their strategy for this electricity study, for lack of a better term. So they were specifically seeking feedback around 4 questions. One was if there's any additional information that could be incorporated in the proposed scenarios, how the proposed scenarios can best capture the range and uncertainty of growth potential while informing near-term infrastructure investments, what areas of concern or interest about electricity should be considered as part of the planning process, and what information is important to provide throughout the engagement, and does the proposed engagement plan provide sufficient scope and opportunities for input, and what other engagement activities or methods should be considered. One thought that did come to mind for staff as a comment council may wish to pose, specific around what areas of concern or interest about electricity should be considered as part of the planning process. Were concerns that were previously raised by yourself, Mr. Mayor, with the costs of delivery to rural areas versus urban areas, and how this is important as rural municipalities are now seeing applications for some of these green energy projects such as solar farms to increase capacity of the grid, and yet the delivery costs to rural areas are substantially higher than urban areas. So that could be something that council would like to include as a comment. And then another opportunity just around their engagement. I know that they are offering these webinars, but because the planning is based on geographical area, one suggestion that I think could be made is that it would be beneficial if these presentations were made directly to council at a meeting to receive this feedback and to explain what they're really looking for from local government. Because sometimes it's not clear what's being asked for.
I agree with that. And I think you triggered a good point about distribution costs. So I'll go around the table first. Councilor Stoulis.
Yes, made some good points with Justine. The question I have is, we had a presentation quite a while ago on a solar farm proposal. Is that part of this entire package?
Through Mr. Chair, I'm unclear how that RFP program plays into this broader strategy. I think it would be something we could certainly seek clarity from IESO on how these two things play together. Based on the presentation, it seemed to be a different process, but I wasn't clear.
Yeah, I think that would be beneficial for us to know how that plays in. And if that's part of their plan, well, that sort of gives us more information to go on why we should support something.
So should we invite them back and tell them to do a presentation, or how do you want to?
No, I think we get the clarification first. I think her point with respect to having a presentation geared to a specific municipality is more appropriate, because we really don't care what's happening.
No, yeah.
Waterloo, well, like, we don't care what's happening here.
Or at least in rural communities similar to ours, where we would be a fit for.
Yeah,
They might not
exactly.
have anything planned specifically for us, so, okay. Councilor Really?
Yeah, just a question. I couldn't get to the first webinar. I registered for it, but I couldn't attend. But so my question was, have they reached out to the municipality already? Like, from what I was reading, it said they'd like to know growth plan projections, things like the county climate action plan, information about employment land study, Highway 6 bypass. So is all that information already shared with them or, you know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. So in the webinar, what was explained is that generally the communication is between the electricity providers, so like your hydro ones. And then they share that information with IESO. And my understanding is that their expectation is that the municipalities are sharing that information with Hydro One. How that process takes place, I'm not sure. I think it would be beneficial to suggest or seek confirmation that the County of Wellington has shared this information.
Yeah.
Especially relating to like the growth forecast.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how that,
So perhaps we could be a little proactive and just, yeah, share these different plans. I thought the employment land study would be really important for them to know about. And I know, the climate action plan, like there's a whole EV charging network that's all around us, including Wellington County and here and stuff in the works, like something like that would be really important for them to kind of know. And then, yeah, my question was, how do IESO partnered projects such as that solar farm get incorporated into the planning? Because it may not be the only project, it's the only one we might know about, but, and if there's other renewable energy projects, like, be nice to know if they're being solicited or looked for, or like how that's all fitting in. Anyway, I don't know. So what is the plan with this correspondence? Is it, we're receiving for information, but do you want us to be suggesting things that you can be passing on, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we're going to receive information based on the discussion today. There may be a few comments that we do want to share with the IESO, such as one that we kind of been chatting about. And also, I think staff would take direction to share this with the County of Wellington and just and see if that information around the growth strategy, around our employment studies has been proactively shared with our local distribution companies or not.
Yeah, maybe just establishing a connection to someone at the IESO, like, would be beneficial too.
Okay, that's good discussion.
That's good.
Yeah, I agree.
Just stop you now and take it away.
Through Mr. Chair, I did note it in the motion, so I've just identified that we're going to provide comments regarding the inequitable distribution costs to rural areas. We're going to clarify how solar farm applications and funding opportunities may be incorporated into this planning. And then we're going to share the IESO presentation and engagement opportunity with the county planning staff, ensuring that they know that we would like them to share our growth opportunities with the IESO and maybe hopefully make that connection.
We have a mover and a seconder, right? No? Mr. Bailey, Councilor Hurst, any final comments? All in favor? That's carried. All right, 10.2, this is probably just for information. Hey, Murph, you see that for information? Mr. Bailey, Ms. Spillis, any questions or suggestions? Ms. Spillis?
Yes, this report assesses the quality of water using counts of various microinvertebrates. But the site is being used as a fish farm. So my question is, shouldn't the criteria for measuring the quality of the water be based on the level of contaminants that are occurring as a result of fish farming as well?
And that testing should be conducted during the summer months when, you know, the E. coli and the blooms and the water temperature at the highest, which makes the least ideal conditions for the fish farming. Because I'm hearing allegations that there's mass die-offs and stink and things of this nature, and that's when the water would be likely at its lowest quality, right? Like if you test it in the middle of February, it's probably fine. So I don't know how we can handle that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we likely don't have, we can ask for timing of testing to be done. We likely have little control over their timing. We also don't have access to their site to do our own testing. But we can request that the monitoring reports for the on-site fish farming be provided to the township. We can also FOI those if they're not given voluntarily, so we can work on that.
Yeah. And some of the MNR,
Fish from our road.
there's some big fish in there. I've seen them.
Well, so my concern is they're monitoring the creek. And, you know, the MTO stuff is gonna be strictly associated with the actual fish farm. So whatever they're monitoring there, levels they're monitoring, they should be looking at those levels in the creek.
And engage them in our, because that's a licensed pit, so.
Do Mr. Chair, if we do have to go through an FOI process, it would be with the MNR to get access to the record.
All good? No questions? Sorry, I didn't move it.
You do, yep. we're good.
Anything else? No? Okay, all in favor? It's carried. Okay, 10.3. This is called the urban boundary expansions. We received this for information, correct? I get a mover and a seconder for that. Councilor Goida, Councilor Spillis, any questions or not me? Councilor Spillis?
So I looked at the statement that they want to add, and I looked at the actual wording of the OPA 126, and when you would combine those two, it's very, very confusing. I think they got to look at reverting the combination of those two. So I'm going to suggest that our comments to the county be that they clarify the wording for the entire paragraph.
Which one are you taking exception to?
Well,
Sorry.
it's they talk about wording, OPA 126 states that the section Greenbelt policies air and post lynch is amended by adding the following sentence to the end of the first paragraph of subsection 9.9.3 relationship to official plan. Reference in the Greenbelt plan to the PPS is a reference to the provincial policy statement in 2020 as it reads immediately before it was revoked, and a reference in this plan to the goal plan is a reference to the goal plan for the greater Horseshoe Barrel. You know, I'm trying to read it to you, and it's confusing. And they're tagging that into a paragraph that's already complex to understand, so I'll tell you, I did a quick chat GPT and I came up with better wording.
I think what they're trying to capture there is that the province came out with a new PPS, right? But they didn't redo the Greenbelt stuff, so, and then they stated, so, yeah, so.
I just put a clear language, like, you know, you got somebody who's trying to read that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, no.
Okay, so you just, can staff just,
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. We want the chat GPT version of the
you just ask them to, you know, clean that up for us.
Yep, I've included that in the motion, just that exactly, Councilor Spillis noted that, in its entirety, it's confusing. And not close to clean language yet.
Okay. All right, any other comments on this? This is mostly dealing with the urban center, so.
That's right, there's only smoke. These sort of five.
Okay, can I get a mover to second for that, please? I thought I got Councilor Goida and Councilor Spillis anyways. Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. 10.4. Lake Road speed monitoring. And I'll get a mover in a second for that right now. Councilor Hurst, you move it? Councilor Bailey's gonna move it? Sure. Councilor Doyle?
My friends.
Russell, still with us?
Yeah. I'm with you. Just getting on the right page here.
It's all good. Okay, any questions or comments on this one?
Seems like a good news story.
Yeah, the new configuration is apparently working, so maybe to the chagrin, not chagrin, but maybe some people don't feel it, but the data is starting to show that it's working, so it was good. I was a little skeptical, you know, I was willing to give it a shot. And so. All right, all in favor of that one? Councilor Bailey, did you?
Yeah, sorry.
10.5. So this is some communication from On the left, I think this one's from Ian Freeman. Is it Freeman or Freeman? I just pronounced it wrong. Freeman. Yep. Anyways, that's there for your information. Can you move in a second to see that? Councilor Brody, Councilor Spoulos, all in favor? Carried. And then the next one is from Mr. Peter Bethenfall himself. You're gonna move in a second to receive that information. Councilor Hurst and Councilor Spoulos, any questions or comments on this one?
Yeah, well, my question is, will the OMPF increase offset our share of the 3 million municipal tax in 2025 and subsequent years?
So through Mr. Chair, we did reach out to Mr. Freeman, and we asked that question. We have not heard back. We didn't anticipate coming back before the meeting, but when we have that information, we'll share with council.
It's my understanding it will, but just keeping in mind that the OMPF money was to offset the farm tax credit. So Wellington County, since the creation of the OMPF, oh gosh, I hate to put a wrong number up there, but it's in the tens of millions of dollars that their OMPF funding has been reduced over the span of the program. Less so to the local tier, obviously. So this is a step in the right direction to replacing those funding cuts from the province from years past. Is it, timing wise, because they're cutting back or putting the aggregate taxation back on the municipal taxpayer? Is that advantageous to us? Yes. But just let's not lose sight of the fact that OMPF was intended to offset the farm tax credit program.
Yeah, and my question relates to the fact that we're getting some money back with respect to the farm tax credit. Are we getting extra money back related to this? That's the point I'm making.
Right, I forgot about that part. That's the one you posed to. I would guess no.
Well, we'll find it. Yeah, we'll find it.
I would do more than guess, myself if you're not. You're getting $200 from government.
I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
15% off dinner.
Yeah.
And Christmas trees.
Christmas trees? Oh, good.
Okay, so I had to move a second for that one. Yep, all in favor of that one? Okay, that's carried. And here's updates. Any council member updates? Let's look this way first. Councilman Bailey.
I just had, just on behalf of Conservation Halton, they announced, that Glen Eden is open. And it's the first time it's been open this early in over 10 years. So it was a real success story, at our meeting. They were quite happy to be reporting that. And there's some really great programming happening over at, Mountsburg Conservation Area, something called Winterlit. As well as the story with Santa and things like that happening over at Mountsburg. So I will be sharing some of that on my social media. So you can pass it on if you see it.
I remember something. I was speaking with Mayor Groves from Caledon around some aggregate issues and some harebrained ideas that I'm coming up with, which I won't discuss here. But she mentioned that they're having the ancillary use problem in Caledon as well. And they formed a little, what do you call, working group. Apparently it was the small urban mayors and the mayor of Burlington, Marion Ward, Mayor of Oxbridge, and a bunch of them started this working group about their concerns. They had meetings with Minister Calandra from MMAH, and they're really pushing that we need some tools in the toolbox in simpler language to address this, and she's quite confident that there will be some changes coming. Still waiting, but I also had, I just asked staff to, I don't know if that's happened yet, it's fine if it hasn't, but to reach out to, what do they call it, a commissioner of something?
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, it was that the mayor was gonna put staff in touch with one of their commissioners, which is sort of like a department head, regarding how and if it might be appropriate for Peace Lynch to join that sort of conversation.
Sorry, what was this all
Around, illegal uses in, or ancillary uses in gravel pits. So they're having the same, some similar experiences in Callan and Uxbridge, so they built this working group / coalition of mayors, and they've been advocating to the province, and I wanted to connect the staffers together to see if there was anything either we could support or just work together, so if you had those initial conversations.
So we've reached out, we have not heard back yet, so we might try again, in the new year.
Is this not something that should be linked to the TAPMO? Like a subcommittee of TAPMO? That sounds like a good
We're
fit.
on it, we're at TAPMO, I actually had a conversation with Don just before this meeting. He was having a meeting with CAO, and he asked me, anyways, so that's on our agenda. We're still dealing with it. With talking to Mayor Groves, sounded like they had done a bunch of the legwork already and were making some headway, and I was like, okay, let's connect our staff with their staff, because if they've already, let's not duplicate the work, let's not, try to get meetings with ministers when that's already been accomplished, but we're still holding that. But that was good news to hear that somebody else is experiencing it, because a lot of times we're in these meetings and like, well, do you know of anybody else that has this problem? And we're like, yeah, there's not enough of them. And this sounds like there is, we just weren't aware.
I think Caledon has like not a resident working group. They have a very active community group, kind of against aggregate.
Yeah.
Or something, because I know someone on that committee. So maybe that.
But this was
helps.
all elected officials, as far as I know, for the most elected officials and staff. Anyways, let's just, fingers crossed, they've made some traction with Mr. Calandra or whatever network they're connecting with, and we can maybe see some fruits from that work. That's what I had. Can I move on to second to receive the mayor's updates and councilors' updates, please? Would you go ahead, Councilor Willis, all in favor? The council member ones. Finals?
The following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2024-072 being a bylaw to adopt the council committee and other appointments, compensations, benefits, and expense policy, and to repeal bylaw 58-2020. Bylaw 2024-073 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2018-023 being a bylaw, being the township zoning bylaw. Bylaw 2024-074 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-023 as amended, being the township zoning bylaw. Bylaw 2024-075 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-023 as amended, being the township zoning bylaw. And bylaw 2024-076 being a bylaw to establish the rates of remuneration to staff, the corporation of the township of Plymouth, and to repeal bylaw number 009-2020.
So can I have a move, please, Councilor Hurst, suppose, all in favor? It's carried. Any announcements? Office closure?
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, the office does close on December 24th. And we reopen on January the 2nd. So we'll have all that signage posted, emails, all of that stuff. We've communicated it to folks that have ongoing applications or building permits and things and inspections that we will be closed.
Excellent. Thank you. Business arising from the closed session. Should have done that when we came to closed, I guess. Nothing, anyone else motion? Any new business? Hey. When are we gonna see ice at the rink soon? I hear the compressor's running. Don't want to over commit or promise, but what are your thoughts? You there?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we are hoping actually for the start of next week.
Nice, a little early. I like it. Thanks for all the hard work. Okay. Confirmatory bylaw?
Yep, the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times in front of council. Bylaw number 2024-077 being bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Pleasant, its meeting held on the 18th day of December 2024.
Remove it, please. Councilor Hurst, Councilor Willis, all in favor? It's carried. Adjourn.
Council hereby adjourns at 4:49.
Ah, we didn't need an extension. Boom.
Well done.
Moved by Councilor Goyette, second by Councilor Spools. I'm gonna delay.
I'm working out on you.
All in favor? 11 minutes under. Awesome.